Welcome to the second hearing of the Portfolio Committee number 5, Justice and Communities for the Inquiry into Budget Estimates 2024-2025. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Robert Borsak and I'm the Chair of the Committee. I welcome Minister Washington and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the Committee will examine the proposed expenditure for portfolios of families and communities and disability inclusion. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence today. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. For all other witnesses, could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation, and we'll please begin from my left here with Ms Dendel.
Thank you. Zoe Dendel, Executive Director.
Could you maybe just pull that in a little bit closer? And
Yeah.
no one should be shy about yelling into the mics because my hearing's not that great and I'm sure others are in the same boat. Please proceed.
Zoe Dendel, Executive Director, Early Intervention, Disability and Inclusion, and I'm taking an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr O'Reilly?
Paul O'Reilly, Deputy Secretary, System Reform. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Tidwell?
Michael Tipple, Secretary, Department of Communities and Justice. I'll swear the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Ms Campbell?
Anne Campbell, Deputy Secretary, Strategy, Policy and Commissioning. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And Ms Check?
Good morning. Simone Check, Deputy Secretary, Child Protection and Permanency. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 till 1pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon we will hear from the departmental witnesses from 2 to 5:30 with 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions there will be questions from opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15pm. And we'll begin with questions from the crossbench.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Minister, and to all the team. Minister, this morning, your press release, I just want to refer to that if I can. You quote a 72% reduction in the use of alternative care arrangements since November. Firstly, I should say that we're welcoming of the reforms that you've announced, and we know how much has gone into this, but just want to know, is that 72% reduction since November, is that a stable number?
Good morning, Ms Higginson, and good morning to everyone on the committee.
Morning.
The announcement this morning is to give effect to a ban on unaccredited alternative care arrangements. So since I became Minister, I've made it really clear that vulnerable children don't belong in hotels, motels and caravan parks with 24/7 shift workers, and that we want to be finding and making sure children coming into the system are placed in safe and loving homes with people who care about them, not being supervised by numerous shift workers who are moving them from hotels and motels. So work we've been doing to reduce that cohort has been significant, and in the past 7 months we've seen a 72% reduction from 139 children in alternative care arrangements to just 39 children now. Now, each one of those 39 children that remain, we have got a transition plan in place. We know where we want to see them go, but we are allowing us 6 months to make sure that those placements are safe and stable, and that those kids land in appropriate placements.
And so where are those children now? They're still in the...
Correct,
Yeah.
correct. So, if we can do it sooner than 6 months, we will be absolutely doing it as quickly as we can. But there's been an enormous amount of work in terms of recruiting emergency foster carers. We've recruited more than almost 200 emergency foster carers as a government. We have reduced the number of vacancies in intensive therapeutic care placements just to ensure that children coming into the system have somewhere else to go, or children that we are seeking to find suitable placements for who are already in these alternative care arrangements have suitable places as well.
Thank you. And so I'm just curious about the 16th of August date. What were the numbers on either side of that date? Happy if you need to take that on notice, but would like to know what the numbers were either side of the 16 August date that you've provided.
We've provided that date because it's the latest capture of data that we could get. I will say that it's been consistently trending down since we stood up our high cost emergency arrangement task force, which has been focused on reducing number of children entering these types of placements and trying to increase the exits. So those exits have increased, and so that date is just a snapshot of where we're at and the latest information that we could provide to the committee today.
Thank you. So the plan ultimately is to phase out ACAs entirely. That's the plan.
The plan is to ban, and the announcement is to ban unaccredited alternative care arrangements.
So what about, so in terms of the accredited, there will still be accredited, but the plan
Correct.
is to rely on that as minimally as possible? Is that the intention, or...?
The intention is to ban, and the announcement is to ban unaccredited providers
Yes.
of emergency accommodation. So yes, there will be a reliance continuing on accredited providers, but what we wanted to do was to go to the part of the system where the placements are the least preferred option, where we've got a large number of for-profit providers that have, they're labour hire companies where kids can't make any connections with the people that are meant to be keeping them safe. And it's a significant step, but and I suppose stepping back for a moment, the problem that we're trying to solve is this increasing reliance on emergency accommodation in the broken child protection system that we inherited. So the placement of vulnerable children in these high-cost emergency arrangements was one of the most significant symptoms of that broken child protection system that we inherited.
Yes.
My priority from the start has been to reduce our reliance and start turning that around and to create a system where children are going into safe and loving homes instead.
Thank you. And that, so just to the point, I understand and really obviously incredibly welcoming of the banning of the unaccredited, but in terms of the accredited, is it your intention as the Minister that even those accredited alternative care arrangements, our intention is to use those as minimally as required, as emergency-only provisions, but not... there's no intent or perverse outcome that the use of accredited ones may start to grow?
Absolutely. It is the remaining accredited high-cost emergency arrangement providers, we want to be relying on them less and less.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So that's why we are recruiting emergency foster carers. We'll be expanding our recruitment of emergency foster carers to longer-term foster carers. We'll be starting to step into the market as a government to deliver residential care where there are gaps, to deliver foster care where there are gaps, to start having some more control of the system so that where children, where previously there were no other options, we want to make sure as a government there are those stable, safe and secure options for them in the future.
Thank you. The Newcastle Herald reported yesterday that in a speech to DCJ leadership, you said you would be implementing harsher penalties for third-party providers that fail to meet reporting requirements and child welfare outcomes. What standards will they be held to now, and how will you be enforcing them?
Well, when we came into government, as the committee would be well aware, the broken child protection system was spiralling out of control, and largely because it had become a mostly outsourced system where we as the government have very few levers to control what's happening, and yet we have a statutory obligation to these vulnerable children. I, as Minister, have legal parental responsibility for more than 13,000 of these children. That's not something I feel, it's not a responsibility that you can outsource. It's a responsibility that we have a statutory obligation. I find it a significant moral obligation to ensure that we have full accountability for those responsibilities. So that's not to say that we can't be working in partnership with our NGO partners. There are a lot of them doing a lot of good work, but what we must make sure is in the future system that there is greater accountabilities and oversight mechanisms, because we want to make sure that we have a system where it's responsive to the needs of children and families.
So if a third-party provider fails to meet a standard that you expect, what will be the consequences? How are we going to be dealing with that so we don't just keep rolling into similar traps of dysfunction?
Well, that's something that it's going to be part of our reform, and Mr O'Reilly here is heading up our new system reform division that the department has stood up to drive that reform and to design it as well. But certainly what I made clear to the senior executive of the department is that going forward there is going to be increased accountability, not just for our NGO partners, but for the department as well. It's really important that we get ourselves in that we are fit for reform as a department, and we will have similar expectations on us that we will on our NGO partners as well.
I'll come to Mr Riley later about some of the details about that, perhaps this afternoon. Since last estimates, we've had the 4 reports published by independent government agencies that clearly and consistently identify the failures of the system. In May, you responded with the announcement of a systems review of out-of-home care in New South Wales that will report in October. Why, after so many ignored reviews, should the public trust this review is going to change anything?
Well, yes, and you're right, there have been many reports that have landed since we came into government, and they are on the back of many reports and hundreds of recommendations that were made prior to us coming into government. Those reports that the reports that we've received since coming into government have laid bare the broken child protection system and all the problems in it. They say everything that we have been saying since we came into government, and we are focused on being responsive to the recommendations in those reports, so that there is an absolute dedication. We've stood up the system review itself, was explicitly in its terms of reference designed to not overlap on any of the other areas in terms of reference of the previous reports that have landed. This is a review that's designed to focus on where dollars are being spent in the system to ensure that every dollar is being spent and the system is going towards improving outcomes for vulnerable children. And it's also looking at what are the drivers that are placing kids in these high-cost emergency arrangements. So it is really a systems review that we didn't have that visibility from previous reports, and they're going to complement all the other recommendations and reports, and that work will sit with that. The other reports are being collated and considered, and will help design the reform.
Is that report still on track for October?
Yes.
Will the final report be made public?
Yes, and I was just with a caveat in case there are privacy issues in it. There may be some redactions, but only to address any privacy issues.
Do you have the political support from the Premier and Cabinet to pursue reform on the scale that we can all see the crisis demands?
Right across the Minns Labor government, there is a deep commitment to improving outcomes for vulnerable children and families. And that's not just in the child protection system, it's about improving public essential services across the state that support all families and all children, whether it's in public education, public health, public housing. We have a deep commitment across our government to providing the supports that every community and every family needs in the state, we are unashamedly focused on supporting our public servants in the delivery of public services.
I think it's fair to say that, today's announcement has really demonstrated that there is, the government has got power and can exercise power to reform this system and take some bold and kind of big, meaningful steps. What are, just if you can briefly, what are your next priority reforms? And I'm interested in whether you're planning to discontinue the use of PSPs.
We have got a number of actions that we are already taking whilst we are determining the future reform path. So we are already looking to re-enter the market as a foster care provider. So that's expanding the emergency foster care recruitment that we've already done to longer term foster care recruitment, as well as becoming a foster care provider ourselves. Again, that's not been done since, for over a decade. The government hasn't been a provider of foster care. We're also introducing government-run intensive and professional foster care models. We're going to also enter the residential care market, and they're going to be supported by, obviously, highly qualified caseworkers. And then we're also stepping into other areas that were outsourced that we believe will be better served by the public service, which is a family time workforce, as well as carer assessments being done by the government again. Those were elements of the system that we provided to external providers. These are all measures that we can have some control of now and we can take action on now, whilst there are these long-term contracts in place, like the PSP contract. The PSP contract was only recommissioned just before we came into government. So there's limitations in terms of contracts that are already in place, which I'm sure the committee would understand.
And I'll come back to that in terms of the details with Mr. O'Reilly, perhaps after the lunch break. I'm just going to throw to my colleague, Ms. Boyd. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And good morning to you, Minister, and to all of you officials. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Ms. Boyd.
I wanted to start with something I raised with you last budget estimates, and that's in relation to a report of the Children and Young People's Committee regarding children falling through the gaps when it comes to kids who have been identified as being at risk being then put with the person that they're at risk from by the family court when they go through the family law system. This was an incredibly emotional and important inquiry that we held at the end of 2022. Some really important recommendations. It's been 18 months that you've now been the minister. As far as I know, we're a year late in responding to that report. I asked you about it last estimates. Where is it?
I can feel the Secretary wanting to jump in here. But can I before I ask Mr Tidball to let you know where that's at, I will say that I recall the meeting that we all had before the committee had its hearing, and hearing directly from families affected by the issues that were then addressed by the committee. So I appreciate the importance of the work that was done by the committee. As I recall, the committee's report landed prior to us coming into government. So then it fell into this unusual situation where, as a new government, there's no actual legal obligation to respond. Saying that, we are committed to responding, and as I understand, a response is imminent. So I'll let the Secretary update the committee on that as well.
Ms Boyd, if this is unhelpful, stop me, but specifically in relation to the family court, and I think from memory the Section 91 mechanism, there have been discussions with the Chief Justice, Chief Justice Alsterdon, and his Deputy Judge McClelland in relation to where the court makes referrals and seeks a response by the state to care issues. There is effectively a protocol in place for that now. Part of our interest is where those referrals are made, hence they are copied to my office and they are reviewed and examined, is ensuring that we're ensuring that those referrals land in a place where we are satisfied that the response is appropriate and that is being overseen by my office.
I'm very grateful to you, Mr Tidball, for the information, but also I know that you've been a strong advocate in relation to this and trying to solve these issues. But the report did go further than that in terms of the recommendations. I mean, we heard, I think Ms Campbell and Ms Check were both at that inquiry, and we heard that we know that there are hundreds of children who are currently in the custody of people who are sexually abusing them, people who are physically abusing them, that were identified as being at risk by the department, but then were placed with those people, mainly because it seems like a lack of information going across from DCJ and a inability or an unwillingness to step into appeals. I'm very interested in those two aspects in particular. Has there been any movement on that to try and keep these kids safe and put them back with their parents who are very, very upset?
Well, I will say that it is always the department's focus to keep kids safe, and that we will always be acting on any reports of the nature that you've just described. But in terms of the work of the committee and the formal response, that is imminent. And as the Secretary has already let the committee know, that there's work being done on the family court interaction side.
The response to referrals, to be very frank, was at a very low level. That has been not only recalibrated, but it is being closely monitored. And I think in the next couple of weeks, I have a further meeting with the Chief Justice to discuss how it is going from the court's perspective. Okay,
I appreciate that, but given just how upsetting it is every hour that these kids are with the people that they should never have been placed with and that DCJ knew about, I don't understand why the response has taken so long. It's been 6 months since I asked last time. Is this a priority? Are we going to get a response soon, and are we going to get real action to solve this?
Well, protecting kids and keeping them safe is always a priority for our government and for the department. And in terms of response, it is imminent. As I said, it wasn't necessarily something that we as a government had to do, but we wanted to ensure that the important findings and the work done by the committee does inform our work as a government and as a department. So we don't want to lose those learnings at all. And they are already, and as the Secretary's already elucidated, there's already work being done on that front.
Can I supplement your
Please.
response, Minister, if I can, to give the committee an undertaking in terms of response to the report. A written response will be very imminent in terms of the workings of what I recall as, I think, the Section 91 mechanism. Very happy to provide the committee with some depth in the description of how that is actually working.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, my colleagues.
Thank you very much, Minister, and everyone for today. Minister, what's the latest data on the number of HCEAs, and the same point from a year ago?
Are we talking about the number of actual HCEAs themselves, or the number of children in HCEAs?
Number of children.
So as of today's, as of the latest information that I've
That
got,
you can compare to last year.
well, we've got, as I understand, there was this time last year, thank you to the Secretary for having the data at his fingertips. This time last year, 484, and as of 31 July, 373.
So you said 884. What was the date?
484 this time last year.
Yep.
To now 373. There was a high of 506 in November.
Yep.
That we've now reduced. That's 25%.
And do you have the latest data on the number of children in placement type of residential care and the comparison to the same date last year?
In terms of residential care, well, can I just, sorry, Ms McLaren-Jones, just before we start going to a whole lot of data, can I just let the committee know that we are going to be providing data today that is the most current that we can. It is going to be prefaced pretty much as preliminary data in that it may change, because as you would well know as former minister, it takes some time for data to age, and normally the timing for us to provide data is 3 months from the end of financial year.
That's fine. Then maybe we stick with what is publicly available. The last date we have is the 31st of March this year. Is it easy to stick with that date to be able to do comparisons?
On the number of children in residential care?
Yep.
I will ask Ms Check if she's got those figures, but I will say that we are doing a lot of work, as already been said, in terms of trying to ensure that kids are in much safer, stable placements, including residential care, and that the number of intensive therapeutic care vacancies has dropped significantly as well under our watch.
Thank you, Minister. It is in the folder. We'll just see if we can find it and come back to you if that's
So we're
okay.
talking about out-of-home care.
So we
Residential care.
Intensive therapeutic care.
No, residential care.
Total
residential
so
care.
total out-of-home care.
No, residential care. So I first of all asked about high-cost emergency accommodation and the number that could be compared for this year and last year, and now I'm asking for the number of young people in residential care.
It's 908 children and young people.
908. And of what date? Is that the March date or?
I'd need to double check that. I think that was the June 2023 date, but I can double check for you.
That's fine. Do you have the total cost of HCAs for 2023-24 financial cost?
sorry, can you repeat the question, Ms McLaren-Jones?
The financial cost of HCEAs
Yes.
for 2023-24.
We will be able to provide that. What I can say is that the cost of high cost emergency arrangements are exactly what they are. They are high cost. In the past 6 years, they've cost more than...
I'm asking for the last financial year, the 23-24 figure.
Well, if I can continue, the cost in the last 6 years alone has been $500 million.
Minister, this is budget
So the
estimates.
last-
It's expected that you would have some of these basic figures. I'm asking for the financial year
And-
23-24.
And I am just expressing my concern at how much of an impost they have been on the system that we
And
inherited.
Minister,
and it is
if you don't have the figure,
and I have the figure here if you allow me to
the Minister
provide
has
it.
the figure.
Point of order. The Honourable Natasha McLaren-Jones continues to interrupt and interject over the top of the Minister as she is partway through a response. I'd ask you to draw her to order and show the witness some procedural fairness.
She's got the answer.
You got the answer you need?
For the period that you've asked, so for 2023 to 2024, the cost of high-cost emergency arrangements was $357.8 million, and I must apologise, the reference before of $500 million over the past 6 years is not accurate. It's much more than that.
Thank you very much. For the benefit of the committee, could you name the subtypes for the HCEAs?
Yes, I can. The first and the worst type of HCEAs are the alternative care arrangements, which we have announced today that we will be banning because they are provided...
I'll get to that in more detail later
Yeah, but
on.
I'm answering your question, Ms.
I'm just
McLaren-Jones.
asking for the names of the subtypes.
Yes, and alternative care arrangements are one of those subtypes, and I'm just saying that's the announcement we've made today because they are the unaccredited end of the high-cost
Minister, I have
emergency
limited time
arrangements.
and that
Then-
was covered.
Beg your pardon?
I have limited time. I'm interested in, for the benefit of the committee, the subtypes.
And I'm trying to provide those to you now. Alongside the ACAs, then we've got ICMs, which is an interim care model.
Yep.
We've got individual placement arrangements, which are IPAs. We've got short-term emergency placements, called STEP. And then we've got special out-of-home care, all of which were named and put in place under the former government, and in many ways was a way. The only way that I can describe it is that trying to rebadge things so that it couldn't.
Thank you, Minister. Just
be
in relation
calculated
to
properly.
the special out-of-home care, now that number is not reported publicly, along with the other placement types. Do you have a figure of the number of young people currently in special out-of-home care placement?
The latest figure I've got for children in the special out-of-home care, and it's a really discreet area, as you'd be well aware, often involving children, vulnerable children with significant disabilities. Currently, as of July this year, there were only 11 children in those types of placements.
Thank you. Are there any subtypes under residential care category?
I
Similar
don't
to-
understand your question, I'm sorry.
Well, with the HCEAs, there are subtypes. Are there any subtypes of residential care?
Well, all of the types of high-cost emergency arrangements that I've mentioned are types of residential care. Then there's broader residential care.
Yep.
So I don't think I'll ask Mr. O'Reilly if he's got
Morning.
more information
Hi.
he can provide on that for you.
You're talking about residential care outside of the high-cost arrangements?
Yes.
So, yeah, referred to as intensive therapeutic care, ITC. Yep. Yeah, so there are 728 kids in ITC, and the main categories there are 398 in ITC homes and a further 144 in ITC for special disability.
Okay.
They are the main two categories. And then there are a further 133 in sort of therapeutic supported independent living outside of those properties, but in other arrangements.
And are they reported publicly in the quarterly data?
I'm not sure, but we can check that.
And if not, why isn't it reported?
I have to check that.
Can I just say that under the former government, there was no data published about high-cost emergency arrangements.
I'm not asking, Minister, I wasn't asking about the high cost, I was asking about residential care placements and specific numbers.
It's part of the residential care system, and under the former government, there was no commitment to transparency. The only time we found about
Thank you,
anything
Minister.
was in a
Minister,
forum
I might
like
move on.
this.
Minister, I've got limited time. Are HCA placements like the ICM and STEP temporary placements?
They are part of the high cost emergency arrangements, and as I've already said to the committee this morning, they're under the system that we inherited, the broken child protection system that we inherited, became an over-reliance
Minister,
on
the question is,
emergency
temporary
accommodation.
Are those temporary placements?
Ideally, they are temporary, and they are under the naming of a high-cost emergency arrangement. So by their very nature, they should be emergency. Unfortunately, in the system that we inherited, they became longer-term
Thank you,
reliance
Minister.
on these
Minister,
types of arrangements.
Thank you very much. So they are meant to be temporary. So what's the maximum time frame that a young person is supposed to stay in an ICM or a STEP placement?
There is no maximum time that a child is meant to be staying in any of these arrangements. What we would hope to be doing is minimising the time in these arrangements so children are in safe and stable placements. But with the system that we inherited, which has been set out by the Auditor General, the Ombudsman, the Advocate for Children and Young People, and the Office of Children's Guardian about which lay
Minister.
bare
I
all
might
the
bring you back
problems.
to questions. So they are meant to be temporary placements, but there is actually no time frame of how long a young person should be staying. So they could be staying 3 days, 6 months, 12 months.
Well, as they were when you were the Minister. That's the arrangements that we inherited. We have been laser focused on reducing the numbers of children with unaccredited providers, but our reliance on high cost emergency arrangements across the system, we are hoping to reduce over time by all the measures that we are putting in place now.
So what I'm trying to ascertain, Minister, you've announced today that ACAs will be banned, but that is for unaccredited carers, but they will still operate with accredited carers. Is that correct?
They're in amongst the high cost emergency arrangements outside of the alternate care, the unaccredited providers. Yes, there will be accredited providers continuing to provide placements for children. We will be seeking over time to reduce those numbers as well, and we have been focused. We have also been, not only have we been finding more suitable placements for children in alternative care arrangements, we've been trying to find more suitable placements for children in all types of high-cost emergency arrangements. So we've seen a 25% reduction of children in high-cost emergency arrangements since November last year, when we set up the High Cost Emergency Arrangement Task Force to focus on finding suitable placements for these kids.
But Minister, aren't these young people going from the high cost placement into residential care?
There are some children that are going into intensive therapeutic care arrangements, which are far, far more suitable arrangements than with an unaccredited, often for-profit, often untrained, often labour hire companies in hotels and motels. And not only that, moving from hotels to motels.
But Minister, you've just said that
the
the hotels and motels will still operate, but with accredited carers.
Correct.
For emergency placement. So you're not actually getting rid of ACAs. They will still exist for emergency placements.
We are banning unaccredited alternative care arrangements.
But they will still operate for accredited.
There is no such thing as an accredited ACA.
Can I ask
there is
then,
no such thing.
Minister, in the event that there is an emergency placement and no residential care option is available, where would this young person go?
There is always going to be a safe place for children to go in the system that we operate. So,
but where is that placement?
I think you have somehow have a misunderstanding of the system that you yourself
Minister, I'm asking,
was responsible
in the
for
event
some
of an
time.
emergency, where would a young person be placed?
We have there will be a number of options, and that's why we've been recruiting emergency foster carers. We'll be recruiting more permanent long-term foster carers. We've reduced the number of intensive therapeutic care vacancies by almost half. When we came into government, some of our funded placements for these residential care settings had vacancies of 47%. So that was driving kids into these hotels and motels. We have been working with our non-government providers and seen
Minister, just to move
if I can
forward.
finish, because this is very important, and it's allowed us to be able to make the announcement we have today by reducing the vacancy rates of intensive therapeutic care, which means there are more places now filled in our residential care, funded places, than before. We've reduced that by almost half. Our providers are reporting about now a 20%, sometimes lower
Minister, will you be
vacancy rate.
reporting the number of young people in residential care and by category?
I find the question really interesting, given under your government
But Minister,
you did
you've made
everything
an
you could to
announcement today.
hide the number
Minister,
of kids that
Minister,
you were placing in high-cost emergency
Minister,
arrangements.
you've been asked a question. You currently report on a number of other specific placement types. I'm asking whether or not, moving forward, particularly in light of the announcement today, will you be reporting the number of young people in residential care and by type?
If what you are implying is that these kids are being
implying
moved from
anything.
one place,
Minister, I'm
one
asking a
residential
question.
place to
It's
another,
quite a straightforward
I
question.
can say
Do you
that
intend to
the
report?
majority of the kids that have been transferred and placed elsewhere from these high-cost emergency arrangements from the unaccredited ACAs have gone into foster care arrangements. So the suggestion that we are just shuffling kids from one high-cost emergency arrangement to another is not accurate. We are providing and ensuring that these kids have
Minister,
safe,
I've just asked,
stable and
will
loving
you be
homes.
providing that?
We
You've
are
said
happy.
you are committed to transparency. Will you commit to releasing publicly on a quarterly basis, along with other data, the number of young people in residential care and by category?
Apparently we're already reporting on it. We are committed to transparency.
A total amount, but not by subtype of residential care.
Well, we provide high-cost emergency arrangement data, which your government never did. We report on the number of children, it's on the dashboard. We report on the number of children in residential care as well. So we are being as transparent as we possibly can. Since we came in, I've been open and honest about all the problems that we inherited, because unless you talk about the problems, you can't find solutions. And we are
Minister,
acting
we've got
on those
limited
solutions
time.
when your government never did.
I might move on to the budget announcement of the $224 million. Now, is that how much of that will go towards continuing existing programs, and how much is it for new programs?
Well, having inherited an $800 million black hole from your government, we have been doing everything we can to start fixing the mess that was left.
Minister,
So-
it's a simple question. How much of it is going towards continuing existing programs, and how much is it for new programs?
Well, the $224 million is helping us continue to provide child protection and out-of-home care for vulnerable children and families. It is also allowing us to re-enter the market as a foster care provider. It is allowing us
Minister, I've
to
asked
fill
specifically,
gaps in the system that exist
this is your only
now.
announcement in the budget. How much is being allocated of that money to new programs? How much of it is to continue existing programs?
What we are doing is fixing the mess you left, where there was an $800
Minister,
million
it's a simple
black
question.
hole, and we have
Clearly, you would have put forward a proposal to ask Treasury for the funding.
Indeed.
And how much of that is for new money, new programs?
Well, I'm saying these are the programs that this funding is allowing us to do. It is allowing us to start fixing the mess that you left. It is allowing us to step
Minister,
into the
that's not a
gaps in the
program.
market.
Minister,
and
that's
that
not a
is what the
program.
$224 million is allowing us to do.
Specifically, how is that money going to be spent? Do you have a breakdown? How much of it is to continue existing programs? How much of it is for new programs?
It is allowing us to start do the difficult work of turning the enormous ship around.
Minister, your announcement is
start-
actually not for anything new, based on your answer.
Ms McLaren-Jones, I
There's
don't
no
think
new
you're
programs.
listening to my answer.
I am.
There
you're not
are
actually,
a number
I've asked
of
you,
new programs. We are doing
Could you
things
name
that weren't
one?
done for a decade.
Could you
We
name
are
one
starting to
program,
provide
Minister?
foster care for
Minister,
the first
just one
time.
program.
And we are re-entering the market as a residential care provider. We are also, and this is the answer I provided to Ms Higginson just before, we are also recruiting family time workers. We are also undertaking carer
Minister,
authorisation
of that
assessments.
200 million,
We are doing a number of new
Is any of that money
programs.
going to NGOs, or is it?
This is allowing us to operate the system and to start stepping into the gaps in the system so we can fix the mess that you left us.
Minister, as I asked before, has any of that money been allocated to go towards NGOs or to support foster carers?
It is allowing us to operate the system, to continue to operate the system, to overcome the $800 million black hole that you left us, and to start filling the gaps in the market to ensure that when vulnerable
Minister,
kids
could you give a figure on how much will actually be spent to recruit new foster carers?
Sorry,
for the department?
I didn't hear the question because I was still trying to complete my answer from the last
But Minister, you're not
question.
actually saying anything new. The question is, of that 200 million that you announced in the budget, how much has been allocated to recruit new foster carers?
Well, it's going to be part of the resources
have a
that
figure?
we are using to recruit foster carers and long-term foster carers. We've already been
This is your only
using.
announcement in the budget and you have no detail.
We have already been utilising funding that we have to recruit emergency foster carers so that kids aren't placed in hotels, motels and
So
caravan
that's not a
parks
new announcement?
like they were under your government. So
Not a new
now
announcement?
we have got emergency foster care recruitment, longer term foster care recruitment, a number of new initiatives that is all being funded by the $224 million investment that was in this year's budget.
Ms Abigail Boyd. Yeah.
Thank you. Minister, can you explain why only 9 of the 131 recommendations directed at states from the Disability Royal Commission were accepted by or supported by your government?
Thanks, Ms Boyd, and I appreciate your ongoing and enduring engagement and interest in not only people with disabilities but ensuring that their rights are fully realised in our state. And as you know well, the Disability Royal Commission was a seminal piece of work. 4.5 years, 222 recommendations were made. 131 of those recommendations were relevant to us as a state. Since those recommendations were made late last year, we've been doing an enormous amount of work to across other states and territories and with the Commonwealth, but more importantly, with disability stakeholders to hold forums with them. We've held three targeted forums with our disability stakeholders to help inform our response to the Disability Royal Commission recommendations. So based on those forums and a survey also that we issued to the sector, we delivered our initial response to those recommendations. 95 of the 131 recommendations that are relevant to us as a state were either approved, supported in principle, in part or in full. So there's, and I say that.
Oh, sorry, just on those ones that are supported in principle, though.
Yes.
This seems to be a thing that we see in a lot of responses to recommendations. Supported in principle means, you know, yeah, sure, we like the vibe, but we're not going to do the thing. Or we need to go and, you know, maybe we'll do this one day in the future. It's not the same as supporting it outright and saying very clearly, we are going to do this thing. Why were so many only supported in principle?
Oh, I accept that appearance. But it's certainly not the intent. So as I said, our response is only an initial response, and we're going to be working closely with disability stakeholders on the way forward on implementation. So even those, I want to be really clear that even those recommendations that are noted as being under consideration, that's not a no by any stretch. And in fact, in our implementation plan that we issued with our response, one of those items is to hold another stakeholder forum to work through those items that were still under consideration. So and as you know, like the Royal Commission covered a whole lot of policies, legislation, systems across multiple agencies.
Yeah.
So our disability task force that has been responsible for responding has engaged across 16 different agencies across government as well as all states and territories.
So I guess, so from the disability sector's perspective, or from people with disabilities perspective, what I'm hearing in the community is there's a lot of pain because they saw the Disability Royal Commission as doing that work. They turned up, they gave their stories, they spent hours on submissions. We had a Royal Commission with commissioners who came together and deliberated for a long period of time. They've done the work of saying what needs to happen. That's already happened.
Yes.
And then they've delivered these recommendations. And then both federal and state governments have said, yeah, okay, we'll think about that and maybe we'll consult with people with disability. And they're saying, but we were consulted. That's what the Disability Royal Commission was. And so they're really frustrated that then they're being told, oh no, you can't have that yet. So I guess what's your response to that? Because people are really disappointed, and I think we've moved through anger to being just really sad about it.
I acknowledge that there is a lot of anxiety and concern in the community at the moment, particularly with the complexities involved with not only the Disability Royal Commission recommendations landing, but also the NDIS review.
I'm glad you mentioned that.
Those two can't be unpicked.
No, but people with disability are feeling under attack by the Labor government at federal level. They're looking to the state to actually help out, and with the recently passed NDIS legislation, there's more focus than before on the states providing support. They're looking to the states for leadership, and they're not getting it.
Well, I don't accept the categorisation, and I haven't heard from people with disabilities saying that they feel under attack by the federal government.
You just have to read the releases from people like People with Disability Australia. They are very clear, all of the organisations, all of the disability orgs, all of those peaks, all of the advocates have been opposed to the NDIS reform. They are very upset by the response to both from the federal and the state governments to the Disability Royal Commission. They're feeling under attack and unsupported by Labor government. Now is the chance to stand up and show some leadership.
Well, we are working very closely with the Commonwealth, and the NDIS review is important work to ensure that the NDIS is sustainable into the future, not only for participants now, but so to suggest that all disability stakeholders are opposed to reform that the Commonwealth is undertaking, reform. I think, is a miscategorisation.
Well, you just need to read the press
releases. Because it is it's important work that we are working hand in hand with the Commonwealth on to ensure that the NDIS remains available to support people and realise their opportunities. Unless we get it, and unless it...
Can we talk about the most obvious one that really annoys people, and one that becomes even more relevant now that we've got fewer supports through the NDIS, and that is New South Wales' failure to sign up to the minimum accessibility standards under the National Construction Code. As you know, New South Wales is only one of 2 states not to do that. This is something, if we had this bare minimum level of accessibility in all new builds, that would make a humongous difference to people. And it's never been explained to me by your government or the government before why we can't do something so simple that the rest of the country can do and that would make such a significant difference. Why can't we implement that?
I will say that we as a government are committed to ensuring that people with disability have greater access to homes that are safe, suitable, connected to community. Yeah. In this budget, we have made a significant investment of $5.1 billion into delivering 8,400 social homes, which we are responding. And if I can finish, we are responding in that way because it will be the greatest investment of accessible housing in this state's history.
Yeah,
because
if it
all of
happens,
those
that would
houses
be
will be at
great.
the silver standard.
But why not mandate it for all new builds when everyone else can, every other state can except you and WA? This is something not just for people with disability, but for anyone who has a friend with people with disability who wants them to be able to access their home. It's for anyone who wants to age in place. This will save the government money in the long run. There is no doubt about that. Retrofitting is so much more expensive. Why? What is the hold-up? Why won't New South Wales just say, of course we'll sign up to it like everyone else has?
Well, as I said, all new social homes...
No, not social homes.
Yeah, but
New
they're the ones the
builds
government will be
across the
responsible for
board.
retrofitting
No,
if
but
they
you have
weren't.
the power, like every other state does, to say all new builds have to have these minimum standards.
And
Why?
the other work that we are doing is, and I've been having conversations with
why?
the Minister for Planning around and with the New South Wales architect about the pattern book
But with respect,
program
you're not
as
responding
well.
to my question. Why will New South Wales not sign up to the minimum accessibility standards that every other state except New South Wales and WA have signed up to? Why?
And what we are doing is looking
Why?
also. It is.
Give me a reason why we can't do it and everyone else can.
Well,
what is wrong with New South Wales?
what
that we
I
can't
would
do
say.
it?
The Minister is answering the question posed.
Respect, she's not. She's answering a different question.
The member may not like the answer, but
Well, it's
the
not an
Minister...
answer to the question.
Well,
She's directly relevant.
directly relevant on point, and I asked that she be allowed to complete the answer to the question posed.
Thank you, Mr. Donnelly. And
uphold the point
to your question, Ms. Boyd, and it is an important question. I understand.
I just want to know why. It does my head in. I don't understand.
Your commentary around other states and territories having signed up, the issue that we are seeing across those other states and territories is the difficulty that they are having actually implementing it. We are in a housing crisis.
Yes, they're
Every
trying.
government across the country is trying to work out and to not that no one wants to be implementing any measures that is going to increase any cost of any housing whilst we're in a cost of living crisis.
No, but it doesn't.
This is the difficulty
There's
that
no
all
evidence
states and
showing it
territories,
does.
whether they've signed up or not,
Yeah, there's no
is having
evidence
in
for that.
terms of implementation. So what we want to be able to do is actually be able to implement anything that we are signing up to, and we are looking to see how
Minister,
how
are you
other states
aware
and
of
territories are
any
doing that.
evidence at all, any evidence that it will increase the cost of housing?
Absolutely.
Where's your evidence?
Well,
Where
there-
is it? Where's the
Are
study?
you suggesting that changing or ensuring that there is silver standards in housing, if you're suggesting that that's not going to increase the cost of housing,
That's right.
I think that isn't accurate.
Okay, well, I encourage you to go and look at what the Property Council or whoever has provided as any evidence to show that there will be any... The most I've ever heard from the industry is that it would be a 1% increase in housing costs, which
Well,
is...
that's an increase in itself, but the
But
industry...
most of the evidence shows that there wouldn't be an increase because it gets built in as opposed to doing it retrospectively, which is incredibly expensive.
Well, certainly the
Thank
industry
you.
representatives that I have
It's
spoken
okay.
to have
Thank you.
talked to me about
The industry
the
reps, I'm
increase in cost as well.
Yeah,
Thank you.
So-
industry.
Minister, thank you. Just want to go back to your commitment to improving pay and conditions for frontline child protection workers. Will you increase the wages of caseworkers by 15% in line with the PSA's demands?
I'd love to be making announcements today, Ms Higginson, but I'm not going to be. What I will say is that caseworkers are essential frontline workers that our system, our child protection and out-of-home care system relies on to keep children safe. They do such important work, and I've met with more than 1,000 of
Can
them
we expect an announcement soon?
since I became minister. What I have said really clearly is that not only have we lifted the unfair wages cap imposed by the former government and delivered the largest increase in pay to caseworkers for more than a decade, but there is more to be done. And I'm also really clear that this is not just a pay and conditions issue, it is a systems issue. That's why we are undertaking significant systemic reform, and it's why a critical element of our reform will be about attraction and retention of caseworkers. In order to do that, we must support our caseworkers better. So we've, and if I might, we are not just waiting for the reform, because I heard that loudly and clearly from so many overburdened and stressed caseworkers that they can't wait for the reform. So we're being responsive to what we've heard, and we are now putting specialist caseworkers that previously had no caseloads back onto the front line. So to lighten the burden of our frontline caseworkers, we're going to have these specialist caseworkers working alongside them, mentoring them, as well as relieving some of their load. That's the first initiative. We've also got a mentoring and leadership program that's going to be rolled out from top of the department to all of our caseworkers on the ground. There's a lot more with our workforce strategy that we are working on, in addition to pay and conditions, so that we can start looking after our caseworkers a lot better.
Thank you. The New South Wales Ombudsman has commenced a maladministration investigation into the conduct of DCJ in responding to reports of children at risk of serious harm. What do you know about this investigation?
Well, I know the Ombudsman's latest report has just been released. The commentary around the maladministration, I'm not. I mean, I was obviously aware of it, and it's really concerning. Everything in his report that he's already released is concerning, and I'm well aware that there are other reports and investigations being done by a number of different oversight bodies. And I've got to say, since coming into government, we have been open and honest and transparent about the problems. Those problems have been laid bare in the reports that we've already seen. I have no doubt they will continue to be laid bare in reports to come.
And so if findings of maladministration are made, then you as the Minister will do whatever is recommended to deal with that?
Well, if in the event of maladministration, of course, we won't be waiting for reform, but it is in light of the reports that have already landed and in consideration of those that are yet to come. I did bring together, as you've already raised today, 100 of the Department of Communities and Justice executive to talk about what we need to be doing to make sure we are a fit and healthy organisation ourselves, ready for reform, ready to embrace the opportunities that we've got to ensure children and families are safe together, and when they can't be safe together, that they are placed in that vulnerable children who come into the system are in safe and loving homes. And importantly, a really important part of the work that we must do as a department, and something I said is low-hanging fruit, we must support our caseworkers and our foster carers better, because unless we are looking after our foster carers and our caseworkers, we can't truly be doing the work that we need to be doing to look after vulnerable kids as well.
Thank you. You've provided some promising results in terms of the department about children existing certain forms of emergency care. How many of those children are First Nations children?
I can provide that data to you. There is, as you are well aware, Ms Higginson, and as the committee is well aware, there is a significant overrepresentation of Aboriginal children in the out-of-home care system. That's reflected in the children in high-cost emergency arrangements as well. So whilst I think we're sitting still at around 45% of children in the out-of-home care system as Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander children, in the we'll be able to provide that figure to you.
Thank you.
In a moment,
so
I'm sure.
in terms of that, with that 45%, what is your view on when New South Wales will actually reduce that rate of over-representation in accordance with the Closing the Gap targets? What are we looking at? When can you and I or someone else sit in this room and talk about something that is different from the catastrophic numbers that we are seeing now? We are committed to closing the gap, and our commitments, particularly Target 12,
under closing the gap. The Secretary, just to your previous question, the Secretary's just advised me that the figure is
47.5%.
Okay, thank
So
you.
it's 47.5% of the children in high-cost emergency arrangements are Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children. In terms of the percentage of children and overrepresentation, I can inform the committee that in raw numbers, the number of children, Aboriginal children entering the system has been gradually reducing. That's not necessarily represented in the percentage because they're not reducing at the same rate as the overall cohort. So whilst there's obviously so much more work that we need to be doing to support Aboriginal children and families, firstly to support them so that they don't enter into the system in the first place, there is at least data to show that we are starting to head in a better direction in terms of entries into care for Aboriginal children and young people.
How many times has the Ministerial Advisory Partnership, Aboriginal Partnership Group met?
I think 4 times. I might be corrected in that. They've also held a workshop and about to hold another workshop. It's an important group that we have stood up on the back of the...
Are priorities being set from that group? Is that group telling you what the priorities are, and have you got a plan to take on those priorities and communicate them to the ACOs?
Absolutely. They are talking to me of their priorities at every single meeting. And I'm advised that there were actually 5 meetings of the MAP Ministerial Aboriginal Partnership Group already, and obviously more to come, because the work that we are doing together is really, really complex, and they are tasked with helping me and advising the government on implementation of the 9 urgent action items that we took out of the Reform Forum, the Aboriginal Child and Family Wellbeing Reform Forum I held in August last year. Of those 9 action items, we are, the department is working to progress every single one of those, and we are reporting that back to the MAP group, but they themselves are determining their own path, as they should, and I'm working collaboratively in partnership with them to firstly determine what their priorities are so that they can play a pivotal role in our reform.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minister, the OCG's carers register shows the number of authorised carers as of June 2023 was 17,121. Of June 2024, the number was 15,871. That's a loss of around 1,250 carers, and the majority of those have come from DCJ. Minister, why has your department lost close to 800 carers in 12 months?
I think, thank you for the question, and it's an important question about foster carers and the shortage of foster carers in the system. I will say that trend of foster carers leaving the system was well and truly in play when we came into government. It speaks to a system that is broken, a system where foster carers haven't felt supported or valued for years. So when we have seen a decline in the number of foster carers, it reflects the same that we're seeing in caseworkers. It shows this lack of value.
I'm focusing on foster carers. So what have you done to reverse that trend? You've seen 800 from your own department leave in the last 12 months. What have you done about that?
We are, as I've let the committee know already this morning, we are already recruiting our own emergency foster carers. We've recruited almost 200 emergency foster carers. We are now also...
But Minister, this is about foster carers who are leaving, so I'm asking you, what are you doing to prevent foster carers from leaving? 800 in 12 months.
There is a lot of work we are doing, including a reform of the entire system where foster carers in the future will feel safe themselves and supported by the system. At the moment, there is a real sense amongst foster carers, I have met with them, that those that have stayed in the system are only there despite the system. So we are doing everything we can to create a system into the future where we will be able to attract and retain and recruit foster carers, and we are going to be doing that ourselves as a government for the first time in more than a decade.
So, Minister, of the 200 million that you announced in the budget this year, how much, specifically, a dollar figure, how much is actually going to provide additional supports or incentives to attract new foster carers?
Well, I think there is
just a dollar figure.
It is a proposition that's interesting because unless we fix the system,
it's not interesting, Minister.
we're
It's
not
quite
going
a
to be
simple,
able to
straightforward-
attract more foster carers.
That is my question, Minister. Of the 200 million that you announced as your major announcement in the budget, how much of that money is actually going to initiatives or programs to attract foster carers?
Well, as I've already said, of the 224 million that was in the budget, some of that, part of that, has gone to
How much,
us,
Minister?
has gone towards recruiting emergency
You obviously
foster
put this
carers.
proposal together. Do you know
It is-
how much you actually asked for?
This is work that is being done across the department in many ways to start fixing the mess
What
that
I'm
you
gathering
left.
from you, Minister,
So-
is that no money has actually been allocated to new initiatives to attract foster carers. No new money.
That's just false and
But you can't tell
completely,
me how much has been allocated.
And to suggest, in the light of the evidence that I've already given, that we are undertaking emergency foster care recruitment, I don't understand how you
I'm
believe
asking
that
you,
that's
Minister,
happening
how
without
much
any
has actually
resources.
been allocated to new programs or initiatives?
I'm just going to ask, are you suggesting that we are undertaking work without resources? The work that
No,
I've
Minister,
already
I'm
set
asking you
out
how much has
is,
been
is work
allocated,
that we
and
are
you don't
using our
seem to
resources
know.
for.
Minister, last estimates, you were asked about the cost of a recruitment campaign, which you said you had undertaken. At the time, you then took that question on notice. The answer that was given, and I quote, "In February last year, DCJ commissioned an independent review of its foster care recruitment and authorisation process. You paid the Department of Customer Service $140,000. Minister, to clarify, was that a review or a campaign?
I am uncertain as to what you are talking about in terms of,
I'm
you
referring-
said there was a recruitment
I
campaign.
asked
What, a
you-
recruitment for what?
Yes,
Ms.
Minister, at the
McLaren-Jones?
last estimates, you advised us that a campaign was underway to recruit more foster carers.
Right.
And when asked about the details and the costs, your answer that came back in writing was that you had commissioned an independent review where you paid the Department of Customer Service $140,000. I'm just asking, was that the review or was it a campaign?
That was a review. There was also funding that goes to My Forever Family to recruit foster carers. Every single PSP provider in the system also recruits foster carers from funding from our government, and we also have a campaign of our own, which I understand is valued at $1.3 million to recruit foster carers.
And that's just to the department or to NGO as well?
That's just the department's, but that's $1.3 million is the department's investment in recruiting more foster carers. We also obviously invest in PSP programs and providers to do foster care
I'm
recruitment
familiar with
as
that.
well,
Just back
as
to
well
that,
as investing in My
thank
Forever
you.
Family
Thank
to
you.
recruit and support foster carers across
Thank
the
you
state.
very much,
So
Minister.
there's a significant
Just
amount
back
of work.
to, Minister, I'll draw you back to that $140,000 that was spent on a review of foster care recruitment authorisation process. What was the outcome of that review? Was a report produced?
I'm going to ask Mr Tibble to provide you with more detail on that.
Yeah, there were a number of recommendations that came out of that review which have been implemented, and I'll just quickly, if I may, go through them. Reordered and streamlined the eligibility screening and application process, centralised the early administrative components of the authorisation process, delivered the proposed emergency care support and retention strategy, with a lot of detail as a part of that, implemented a communication strategy including establishing a contemporary DCJ emergency care foster care webpage and information resources. And since that time, 90% or over 90% of inquirers are contacted within 2 working days of submitting an inquiry. And finally, if I can just say, the average time frame for an applicant to return their application form in centralised districts is 3 working days, reduced down from 20 days.
Thank you very much.
And so it was.
I might move on. Thank you very much.
If I might add, that the review was undertaken in response to concerns that we heard from foster carers how complex it was.
Thank
to
you. That
become a
actually allows
foster
me to move to
carer.
my next
And
question, Minister. The auditors, the Audit Office report actually recommends surveying foster carers annually. I'm interested to know when you'll commence that.
Well, we've already done that.
Yep.
And
will you release those
and we
figures?
are doing it.
Will you release that
regularly.
information?
I have sought, I've created a newsletter for foster carers, and as part of that, sought their response to a survey as well, which we heard loud and clear how.
When was this
how many-
survey? When did you commence this survey?
I think that was in February, I'm going to say, but I'll stand to be corrected on that.
And will you be doing those annually?
The intention is to be doing those annually.
And
the
will you
intention
release-
is to be providing a newsletter with additional resources and information and support to foster carers across the system, which we have
Thank you.
instituted since I became
The
Minister.
results of the survey, will you release those publicly?
They haven't been issued to foster carers on that basis, so I'll have to have a look at that.
Okay.
I mean, obviously open to being, transparent as we can about the system that we've got in the constraints of the privacy issues. But yes, we are open to that, and I've met with a number of foster carers, both individually and as a group, to hear from them directly, as well as surveying foster carers. I hear from them regularly. I hear how difficult they are finding their jobs, and we are determined to help them more.
The another recommendation that came out of that same report stated the need to train foster carers to support children with complex needs. Is there anything in your budget announcement that will specifically go to support foster carers looking after young people with complex needs? And again, I'm just asking for the dollar figure. If you don't have one, I prefer you to say that then.
Well, what I will say is that the $224 million is also going towards us, as a government, standing up professional foster caring, which will be for the first time, and they will be to support children with really complex needs. So and
to clarify, this is only for foster carers within the department, or is there allocated money from that 200 million that are going to support existing foster carers that are caring for young people with complex needs, as per the recommendation?
The department, the way that we operate, and the department has a system for supporting foster carers with children with complex needs.
But there's no new money.
And so the funding that we have got in the budget goes towards supporting foster carers to do their
Minister,
jobs.
the question is, from that announcement, which is the only announcement you made in relation to your portfolio, of that money, of the 200 million, does any of it go to support current foster carers who are caring for young people with complex needs? Is there any new money to help them, and how much?
Well, what I will say is that you keep saying $200 million, and it was $224 million, and that's a significant difference.
It is significant, Minister.
And also
so is supporting foster carers who are looking after young people with complex needs. How much money of that has been allocated? New money has been allocated to support foster carers caring for these young people.
What we do is operate a system where PSP providers already support carers.
Minister, I'm
as
not
their
talking about what
and
has previously been supported. I'm actually asking you, in that 224 million that you announced, Is there any new money going to support foster carers who are currently caring for children with complex needs? Now, based on the fact you're refusing to answer the question, shows that there's no new money to support them.
I'm
So
not
I'll move
refusing
on
to
my,
answer any question at all, Ms McLaren-Jones. I am saying that this system, as is, ensures that children who have complex needs are getting the support that they need.
So, Minister, from the announcement you've made, all that money is going back into your department. What evidence has there been, or what recommendations from the various reports that have been undertaken since you've become a minister recommends that more money should be spent on the department as opposed to supporting foster carers that are with NGOs?
It's entirely an inaccurate portrayal of what's going on, and it is a $224 million injection into a broken child protection system.
But none of it's
to
actually
ensure,
going to help current foster carers.
To ensure
Minister,
that we
I
can
might
run a
move on
system
to
which
another area.
includes
The
foster
time is
carers.
actually limited. I might move on. Minister, what is the latest quarterly caseworker vacancy rate?
So this goes to my point earlier in terms of the preliminary data and the
I'm
fact
happy
that,
for you
and
to
the
go with
fact,
what's
and I'm
publicly
just
available.
flagging for the committee's benefit and to be completely transparent that these figures may change once they've had the opportunity to be fully aged as they always are. So what we are seeing at the moment appears to be promising results that the
Minister, the question was quite simple. So your public
could
data
I
is 10%.
answer the question because it's a really important one.
I know, Minister, but you're not answering it. The question was specifically,
Point
what
of
is the latest
order.
quarterly data?
Point of
That's
order.
10%. That is what's publicly available.
Yes, and what I'm trying to get to,
So I'll
if
move
you'll
on to the
allow
next
me to
question.
answer.
I'm moving on to the next question.
I've raised a
Ms
point of order.
McLaren-Jones, you asked
Point
me an
of order.
important...
Point of
Time
order.
wasting.
Point of order. It's your choice to waste the time. Point of order, Chair. The Honourable Natasha McLaren-Jones continues to interject, talk over the top of the Minister as she is about 2 seconds into her answer. I would ask you to draw her to order, remind her of procedural fairness resolution, paragraph 19, which is to treat witnesses with courtesy at all times. Thank you, Chair.
Well, you've done that for me, so I uphold the point of order.
I might move on.
Ms McLaren-Jones, if I would really like
No, Minister,
to
I'm
answer
actually
the
moving on
question
to
that you
another-
asked, and I haven't had an opportunity yet because it's a really important question.
And
so you're talking about caseworker vacancies.
Minister, I'm asking you a question. I've already provided the answer to you, which was 10% based on your last quarterly data.
And Ms McLaren-Jones, I would
Minister,
like to offer you...
Minister, please.
This is preposterous, Chair. The
Well, this
minister
question's not
gets asked
answering.
a question.
This is indeed preposterous.
The opposition purports to give the answer that suits them, and then the minister tries to correct the answer, and then she's spoken over and says, "I don't want the answer." I mean, the minister has a right to answer the question
It's a
as
simple question,
she sees
but she doesn't
fit.
seem to be able to.
Order. I uphold the point of order. Can we have some orderly questioning, and the minister can answer the way she likes? It doesn't really matter to me, but it matters to her.
I'm actually
Thank
moving
you,
on to
Chair.
another
And if
question.
I can answer the
Point of
question
order.
that was asked.
Point of order, Chair. I'm actually asking the questions. It's not the minister's chance to ask questions or comment when she feels free.
To the point of
I've moved
order,
on to
Chair.
another.
To the point of order. The previous question was
She's quite
asked,
capable
and then
of running
the
her own
honourable member
interference.
interrupted as the minister was attempting to answer. And you, in your previous ruling, you upheld that she was being treated with discourtesy. So I would ask that the minister be given the opportunity to answer the question, which she was previously asked.
But she's already answered it.
No, which she
And I've
was
moved
previously
on.
asked.
I'll uphold the point of order, but I also understand that it's your role, Minister, to answer questions, not ask them. So...
Can I
as
move
far
on
as
to my
that's
next?
concerned, can we
Thank
move
you.
on?
I'm moving
Being
on to
allowed
another
to answer the
question.
questions anyway, Chair, so you know.
Minister, in January to March 2024, the quarterly dashboard showed that the Nepean Blue Mountains Western Sydney District vacancy rate was 15%, while other areas in the Sydney District were around 5 to 8%. In the Mid-North Coast, New England, Northern New South District, the vacancy rate was 17%. And then in the far west, Murrumbidgee, Western New South Wales District vacancy rate had gone from 0 12 months ago to a staggering 10%. Obviously, you would have seen these reports quarterly when they come out. What did you do when you saw that particularly Nepean, Blue Mountains, Western Sydney had gone up, and also the far west Murrumbidgee and Western New South Wales District had gone up?
This is a really serious issue, and I would appreciate the opportunity to answer the question if I could. So the caseworkers on the ground are really struggling, as you've said. There are enormous caseworker shortages, and they reflect the system that we inherited, where they are struggling to work in a system that is broken. So, and they have told me directly that they haven't felt valued for years, and I am not just saying that because it's something that we want people that's
Minister,
good
I'm
for a
asking you
headline.
what action you took.
We are taking a lot of action to recruit more caseworkers
No, I'm asking
to
about
these areas.
There are over 30 people that left in 12 months from the Far West. Did you ask for exit surveys? Did you ask why they've left?
We do a lot of work to support our current caseworkers. We do a lot of work
I'm asking
to
about the people
understand
that
who is
left.
leaving and why. And we
It's
are
gone to
recruiting
10% vacancy rate.
We
What
are
did you do?
recruiting specifically for areas across the state that have more acute shortages than others, and we are doing targeted recruitment for those areas. But I will say this, and it goes to the question you asked before around the percentage of caseworker vacancies across the state. It was at a rate that was really
So, Minister, I've
difficult,
established you've
and
done
the
nothing when you
current-
found out that over 30 staff left the Far West. You've done nothing.
The current statewide rate of vacancies is looking like it's reduced to 8% now, so we are starting to see a turnaround. What I'm hoping is that there is across our workforce the glimmer of hope that they are starting to see with the announcements that we
Minister,
are making
I've
to
got very
provide them
limited
with more
time.
support.
Minister, I've got limited time. Soon after the audit report came out, your department announced a new workplace surveillance policy that included child protection caseworkers. Which recommendation from the various reviews recommended that you implement a workplace surveillance policy?
What I will say is that we are, as a department and as a government, we expect the department to be accountable, like we ask all of our NGO partners to be accountable and transparent as well. That is us being fit for purpose for reform. So it is about ensuring that there is accountability across the system, and we're doing the work that we need to do.
And so you think
to
strengthening
ensure
surveillance policy is going to increase morale? Minister, are you confident?
I will ask the Secretary to respond to this because it was something issued by them. But we are ensuring across the department, across all of our private providers, that there are accountabilities in everything that we do, and taxpayers would expect nothing less. Children and vulnerable children and families would expect nothing less of us to be accountable for the decisions that we make. But
Minister,
I'll
are
ask
you
the
concerned
Secretary
your
to provide
department-
more information
Minister, are you
to you.
concerned your department can't retain caseworkers?
Of course I'm concerned.
Then what are you doing about it?
I'm concerned. I hear the struggles that caseworkers are facing. I hear from them directly.
I know you do a lot of listening, but I'm asking what you're actually doing.
Well, what
What are
I've
you
already,
doing as Minister?
What I've already informed the committee, and I'm happy to elucidate on what I've already said. We are now standing up specialist caseworkers on the front line to ensure that our best and our brightest are supporting
I'll
and
come to
reducing the
those this
load
afternoon.
on our caseworkers who are struggling so much on the front line at the moment.
Minister, there's just a few minutes in this session left. I'm just going to ask you a couple of just about data. And 6 months ago, you told us that 100% of data from major providers failed to meet reporting requirements. Are you receiving better data from NGOs yet?
Ms Higginson, if I recalling the last budget estimates and the questions you asked there, that was in relation to the information that we were seeking from representations made to my office, not so much data, but the accuracy of information. And I've got to say that there has been an improvement, both in terms of the timeliness of response and the accuracy of the information that my office is receiving. And as you'd appreciate, a large part of my work involves responding to a lot of representations and ensuring that people who are the representations being made on behalf of are receiving responses to their concerns. And so the accuracy of that information is obviously key that we're getting from the providers. So we've had fairly robust conversations with our NGO partners, and everyone wants to ensure that the information they are providing to us is accurate, and we have seen improvements.
And so you're satisfied things are improving?
They are improving. There's always more room for improvement, Ms Higginson.
So the new dashboards, they're okay. They're quite hard to navigate, and they're a bit hard to look at in some ways. And the data is on a 6-month delay. We get that. And as you keep telling us, it's necessary to properly age the data. I'm just curious, the press release this morning cites a figure from a fortnight ago. So how does that work? Did you use inaccurate data, fast data for a press release? How did that actually work?
When it comes to numbers in our high cost emergency arrangements, it's much more easy to be granular because we're talking about much smaller numbers, and it is something that we are keeping a track of every single day in terms of the numbers of children in these arrangements.
So does that mean we can improve on other data in terms of time framing? Is that something that's in your purview, that you have an intention on better improving the data and the accessibility and the making it readily?
We're always open to being as transparent as we can, but when you're operating a system that is the largest child protection system in the Southern Hemisphere, involving more than 14,000 kids, there is a difficulty when we're talking about data that's capturing more numbers in it being available sooner. So
can I ask, when will the data for March, June be available? When does that come up on the dashboard?
End of September, as I understand.
Okay, that's right.
Okay, and so is there work? I mean, maybe this is something for Mr O'Reilly after the session with you, Minister, but I'm really interested, and so are many people, interested in if there is further work planned for the dashboards to make sure to improve them. Is there work happening?
Certainly, we want to, as part of the reform process, we want to ensure that there is that accountability and transparency and integrity in the systems. So that will invariably be an element of it as well, Ms Higginson.
And so it's our understanding that in the last financial year, the department changed the way it measures face-to-face assessments of children at risk of harm or in state care. Is that correct? Was there a change to the assessment?
Sorry, I'm just trying I'm trying to understand the question.
Just in relation to face-to-face assessments and the way that you measure those assessments in terms of children at risk of harm.
I don't believe there's been any change in the way that they're being assessed.
Okay.
And how that data's being captured. I don't think there's been any changes on that front.
I can confirm there's been no change. So a face-to-face assessment is where a child protection caseworker physically goes out and sees a child. There's been no change in that.
Thank you.
What we are doing differently now, and maybe we can talk about this afternoon if it's helpful, is capturing where other services might be working with children that have been reported at Roche, as well as any intervention the department is providing.
Okay,
All right,
thank you. We'll talk about that.
Government questions?
No questions.
No government questions? In
Not
that
at this
case,
stage, no.
we'll take a break now and come back at 11:15. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Chair.
From the crossbench.
Thank you. Ms Boyd, did you want to go
Thank
first?
you very much. Hello again. So just coming back to finish off on this National Construction Code, are you familiar with the Australian Building Codes Board?
Yes.
Yep. So this is a board that is, obviously it's an initiative of the states and territories and the federal government, and it's comprised of representatives from all of the different governments across Australia, as well as industry and others. They, as of April this year, estimate that to the cost of implementing minimum accessible standards, depending on the type of dwelling, is between $2,900 and $4,400. They say that if you are instead to retrofit to meet those standards, you're looking at anywhere between, I think they say around $27,500, but it could be as high as 22 times that much. Given that they're the amounts we're talking about here,
Yep.
why won't the New South Wales government implement the mandatory requirements for minimum accessibility?
Thanks, Ms Boyd. And again, the issue is something that we are still considering, and I'm working closely with the Minister responsible, which is Minister Annalak Chanthavong, alongside Minister Rose Jackson and myself. The conversations are continuing when it comes to the NCC and the silver standards. The costs that you've just outlined show that there is an additional cost that comes with building to accessible standards, albeit obviously less than a retrofit, which is why we have the $5.1 billion investment in social housing, which is as I said, the largest investment in accessible housing in our state. So when we come to the cost of retrofitting, it won't be the government that's paying the retrofit, because it's going to our social housing will be at the silver standard already.
So you mentioned before that there was, that there's perhaps part of the reluctance is to do with the housing affordability crisis and not wanting to impose additional costs on new houses. Is that correct?
Well, absolutely. I think that is improving and increasing housing across our state is a clear priority of our government, and anything that puts additional cost on delivering houses is an issue.
Sure. So when you're thinking about the new buyer of a house who wants to come along and have a house that's affordable, are you only thinking of the people without disability, or are you also thinking about the people who then have to add on an additional $30,000, even more, to retrofit a house to become acceptable for them?
Absolutely. We are looking at everything we can do to ensure the rights of people with disability are realised in this state. And in terms of the cost, the additional cost to providers, and when I've met with some, they have also shared with me the additional cost of redoing all the plans that they have for their existing houses. So as you know, when people go to buy a new house, they look at all of the different styles of houses that they could get.
This isn't new. We've had this in the construction code now as something to be accepted for 4-5 years now. It's just that New South Wales hasn't got up to speed with that, because the previous government were very concerned about the impact on the property industry and what the property industry was saying. But now that you know that what the property industry is saying about the cost is not correct, and that we're looking at an additional $4,000, why wouldn't you implement the minimum accessibility standards with a lead time to allow people? You could even exempt if you've already got a plan. But they're able to do this in the ACT, in Victoria, in Queensland. Why are developers struggling so much in New South Wales?
Well, as you said, the former government did not sign up the state to the NCC silver standard, and we are doing what we can to look at what's happening in all other states and territories to determine how how
isn't-
they are going on their implementation.
Yeah, okay.
And I've got to say, they are really struggling on their own implementation.
This
A lot
isn't
have been delayed.
a new issue, and Labor in opposition was also opposed to implementing the National Construction Code because he didn't want to upset the developers either. We're talking about accessible, affordable housing for the huge percentage of people with mobility issues and those people who are going to age in place. All you need to do, it doesn't cost the government anything, is to pass a law that implements the National Construction Code. People have been asking for it for so long. I don't understand. I'm honestly asking you to tell me the real, genuine reason why you will not implement the minimum accessibility standards for new housing in this state.
Well, I've been really clear that we put people with disability first, and their access to housing is an issue that is ongoing, and the discussions are ongoing.
Yeah, how does that-
there is no
how does that
way
statement
that
vibe
that
with-
the suggestion you're making that we're putting developers or building industry first. That is not the case. What we are wary of, and that we are weighing up, is the issue that does involve invariably additional cost of housing when we're in a housing crisis.
For people with disability, why don't they matter when you're talking about affordable housing? Why are we only ever talking about able-bodied people when we're talking about affordable housing? It's got to be affordable for everybody except people with disability.
Well,
for them, we don't care. They can spend an extra 30 grand retrofitting a place.
As I've already said earlier today, we've also having really good conversations with the Planning Minister around the program involving the New South Wales architect and the pattern book competition and program.
Not the same thing.
That is also going to see.
This is an indefensible position, isn't it, Minister?
Yeah,
It's indefensible to say on the one hand that you care about people with disability, on the other hand not to make this very, very simple change that the rest of Australia has done except for New South Wales and WA.
Whenever we make any decisions, we want to make sure that they are implementable and that the impacts on the ground are what they ought to be. And in a housing crisis, putting additional cost onto that at this point means that these decisions have to be made very carefully. So we are continuing to have the conversations around with my other colleagues, with people with disability, with the industry, about how we can best deliver more accessible housing for people with disability.
And I think that's the key here, right? Because you know very clearly that people are asking for this, that stakeholders are asking for it, that it's doable, it's been done in other jurisdictions. But what you are saying to me, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the consultation is into how you do it. If you were to give the community your guarantee that you will be implementing them, but there will be a staged implementation because you need to, look at things, that would be very different to just saying, oh no, we're not doing it right now, we're considering it. So would you do the former? Would you do we're going to do this?
What I'm saying clearly is that we are considering it, but I'm also saying that we are making the biggest investment in accessible housing that this state has ever seen.
And so that's all
that is something that our government is very proud of, a $5.1 billion
and it keeps rolling
investment.
it out as an excuse for not doing all of the other things we require. So if you're looking at a person with disability today looking to the Labor government and saying, I really want to buy a house, but they're all, I can hardly find any that are actually accessible. And if I do find one, I have to pay $30,000 plus to retrofit it. What are you saying to those people about what the New South Wales government thinks of people with disability?
People with disability,
it's
we
are...
Point of order.
I know, it's...
No, point of order. I mean, just straight on the Minister, who got barely 2 words out of her mouth by saying indefensible. Now, that's not providing sufficient opportunity for the Minister to answer the question. Now, you might not like the answer you're getting.
Well, I don't think anyone likes the answer, Mr. Strong.
Well, you're lecturing the Minister. That's what you're doing. The Minister, you're entitled to ask the question. This is budget estimates. And receive an answer. This is not an opportunity for the Greens to grandstand.
No, it's an opportunity for the people with disability to be represented.
No, it's not an opportunity for the Greens to grandstand.
Do you want to speak to the point of order?
No, it's fine.
Okay, all right. I uphold the point of order. The Minister barely got 2 words out when you were asking another question.
I know, because it's the same answer over and over. I'll hand back to my colleague.
Thank you. Minister, I'd like to talk now in a little bit more detail, if I could, about the First Nations outcomes and children. So you said that the Ministerial Advisory Partnership Group has met 5 times. What is your plan? Sorry, firstly, is there any intention to provide the public with a communique of any sort, or, you know, and I recognise that this is a First Nations-led group, it was your intention, but just from your understanding, is it the intention that there will be a communique of some sort to communicate what's actually happening in there? And I suppose I'm referring to groups like COAG and other groups where, or, you know, Council of Attorney Generals, where we have clear communication so we can understand what's happening. And I say this noting the commitment to transparency in closing the gap.
It's a good question, Ms Higginson, and it is a question that the partnership group itself has spoken about. And the group is designed to be an advisory group to me as the Minister. It's a group whose membership was all selected by others and not by me as Minister or the government. I think that's the first time that that's happened in government before, where those people on the panel have all been selected by Aboriginal organisations, ABSEC and SNAKE. So in terms of the work that we are doing, it's by design a conversation and advice, and where there are issues, and we had this conversation, and where there are issues that we want to take to community and they want to take to community, we're going to be having conversations with community. So if there's a particular issue that they want to get more voices involved in the decision making, that will happen as part of this group as well. There is by the nature of the conversations, there is no secrecy around the projects and that we are discussing there, but just the conversations themselves. We are seeking to keep it in terms of an advisory group, and my door is open to any Aboriginal stakeholder anytime. I meet with a lot of different ACOs individually, collectively. I meet with a lot of Aboriginal families and groups as well. So at any time, I'm happy to have a conversation with any of these organisations whilst the MAP group does its work.
So if the MAP group would like some form of communique coming out of the arrangement, the partnership, is that something you're open to delivering?
Well, I want to be clear, I'm not trying to hide anything at all, and no one in the MAP group is either.
I'm not
We
suggesting
are just
that.
trying to work out... shared decision making is where we are, what we're trying to achieve. And I suppose we are in the process of working out how to work together differently in genuine partnership. And what that looks like is still a matter for conversation regularly. My fear is that, frankly, if we were to have a communique, we might spend a long time in the short time that we have working out what's in a communique, let alone instead of actually
But if that was something...
focusing on the work that we want to be doing.
If that was something that the stakeholder organisations in that group would like, that's something you would be open to
Absolutely.
facilitating. Thank you. So in terms of the number of First Nations children that have been transitioned from providers to ACOs, so non-ACOs to providers to ACOs, how much does this vary region by region and provider?
That's an interesting question. The transition issue itself is a really... I guess it's a really frustrating issue for us in government that it's been so slow to see the transition of Aboriginal children who are placed with non-Aboriginal providers, transitioning them to ACOs. The numbers of children generally is not nearly where we need it to be. In terms of the regional aspects, we'll have to come back to you on that.
Thank you. Are there any particular factors, Minister, that you've been made aware of or that are being discussed, particular factors, tactics or circumstances where we're actually seeing the successful transition for children out of the high-cost emergency arrangements, and particularly First Nations children? Like, are there things that we now can see and that we're learning, and they're the things that we will repeat and replicate in terms of those successful outcomes?
Certainly the high-cost emergency arrangement team have been learning lessons from the moment they stood up. So we centralised the placement of children in these arrangements for the first time, and we did that in November. That's the difficult work that's been done by that team has seen the turnaround and the decline in the overall numbers of kids in the high-cost emergency arrangements, which has allowed us to announce today that we're banning the unaccredited alternative care arrangements, for example. So I think through that process there have been a lot of lessons learned, and particularly when it comes to ensuring there is placements that are stable coming from this. This is safe, stable placements for these children is what we've been achieving, as opposed to the hotels and motels. I'm not sure that that's answered your question, Ms Higginson.
Yeah, sort of. And I'll dive in a bit after. I know there's probably more to the granular components of what's working and how we've managed to do it, and I can come to the department after the lunch break. Can you tell me, Minister, what percentage of total funding for ACCOs and NGOs is currently going into targeted early intervention?
What I heard loud and clear at the Aboriginal Children and Families Wellbeing Forum that I hosted in August was the clear importance to all stakeholders to increase the amount of support Aboriginal children and families and communities have to stay connected to community, country and culture. So the targeted early intervention program is really critical in terms of ensuring that families have the support they need where they need it. What we have seen, and we've been trying to do in a program that's already contracted, any opportunity that we have had, we have been ensuring that there's been a return to a transfer of resources to Aboriginal community-controlled organisations. So we've seen already, despite contracts being in place that we inherited, we've already seen a slight increase in the resources now from targeted early intervention going to ACCOs. I think it's gone from 7% to about 10% now. So it was 7.2%, and it's now sitting at 10%. Not nearly where we need to be. So we are heading towards a recommissioning of targeted early intervention programs, and we are, as part of that, working on a significant uplift in the resources that are going to the Aboriginal community-controlled organisations.
Have you got a forecast? Sorry to interrupt. Have you got a forecast in your line sight in terms of when contracts will end and new? Have you got that kind of in your line sight?
Definitely, Ms Higginson, because I know, and the department certainly does, because there's an enormous amount of work that goes into recommissioning these large contracts. So they're not rolling, they all come about at the same time. So the different programs come to an end at the same time. Targeted early intervention is a program, and the contracts will end mid next year.
Right.
So that's what we are working, and the department is doing an enormous amount of work in terms of that recommissioning process now, speaking with currently funded organisations and working out how we can significantly increase the amount investment going into Aboriginal community-controlled organisations.
Thank you. In my last 30 seconds, can you tell me a little bit about the new system reform diversion at DCJ and how will it be working with the Transforming Aboriginal Outcomes division? I reckon it might be something for later, but Minister, do you have a view around that new system reform division?
Oh, sorry, I heard diversion.
Oh, sorry, I may have said diversion. Sorry,
The system review is underway. The system reform decision that's been stood up by the department and led very capably by Mr. O'Reilly is doing a very large piece of work. It's been stood up to drive our significant systemic reform and create the path forward for us, being informed by the reports that have landed on us since we came into government and reports that were made and recommendations ignored in the past under the former government.
Thank you. And I'll obviously come back to Mr. O'Reilly and get some updates later. Over to you, colleagues.
Thank you very much. Minister, if I could just pick up the issue of cost of living. Minister, the Audit Office report revealed that foster carers are under pressure and carers do not receive the financial or practical support they need. We know with increased cost of living pressures, there's increased pressure on both partners to work full-time. Added to that is the unaffordability and also unavailability of housing, meaning fewer households have spare bedrooms. Minister, what steps have you taken to ensure adequate financial and practical support for all foster, kinship and relative carers who are struggling amidst the rising cost of living pressures?
Ms Merton, you are spot on in terms of the pressures being felt across the state by all communities, but particularly by families, and those that are putting their hand up to be foster carers will no doubt be the same. So what we have done in terms of understanding the drivers and the costs that we've got in the system that we inherited is we've referred pricing to the Independent Pricing and Review Tribunal. We're expecting a report from them early next year. Part of that, the work that they are doing involves the review of the supports provided to foster carers. So I don't want to preempt anything that's going to be in that report.
No, I recognise the review, but in terms of immediate relief and support, we've got we're trying to keep foster carers in the system. What are we doing now? Not just another review.
What we inherited when we came into government was a system where there was immense pressures on all families in the system. So we have been ensuring that our partners, the NGO partners, they are the ones that are funded by the government to support foster carers. We have been asking them to do everything they can, and they are contractually required to support foster carers in the important work that they do. Carer allowances have also increased by approximately 9.5% in the past 16 months to help them in the cost of living crisis as well.
Minister, we know there has been an increased cost of travel, which impact families, particularly getting children to appointments, which is a major barrier to foster caring in rural and remote areas. Minister, what are you doing to support foster carers in rural and regional areas?
Like all families across the state, yes, cost of living and travel pressures, cost of living pressures are affecting them, cost of travel included. There are a number, on a daily basis, I've got matters that are on my desk that we are reviewing and ensuring that where families are feeling particular pressures, that we are doing everything we can as a department to help them deal with those pressures.
Maybe some examples, Minister. What
Well,
would some of those examples
unfortunately,
be?
I can't go into individual
We've got the
examples.
review. We've got the
but
review
I can say
happening.
that, you know, when there is a family that is struggling because they don't have a fridge or they don't have a washing machine, and if they had those things, it might mean that they can keep the kids with them. We will work with our NGO partners to ensure that that family has what it needs to help support them in the important work that they do.
Okay, thank you. Minister, NCOS research highlights that across New South Wales, low-income households and those below the poverty line are at breaking point. It gives an indication of the distress that the rapid increase in everyday living costs is causing and the extreme steps households are taking. Minister, are you, in response to this, are you aware of the critical work local community services play in the form of neighbourhood and community centres in helping support families at this time?
Ms Burton, great question. The neighbourhood and community services play such an important role in communities across the state. They are critical infrastructure across the state that delivers support to families in need. As a minister and as a local member, I see it regularly, and I recently opened the conference for LCSA, which is the peak organisation for neighbourhood and community centres, and shared with them how valued they are by our government and how much the work that they do is appreciated by us.
Mm-hmm. And Minister, and I join with you in, you know, also recognising the enormous volunteer commitment that goes into back these services and the value on the community. Minister, what assistance are you providing the neighbourhood and community centres in New South Wales in providing this service?
You mentioned volunteers. There's also funded positions in neighbourhood centres are all sorts of shapes and sizes, as you'd be well aware, and the committee would be well aware. Across the state, they look quite different because they are, and this is why they are so valuable, because they have designed their services to meet their specific community's needs, and that's the true value of neighbourhood and community centres. So some have some volunteers, some have larger programs. Those larger programs are usually funded by the department in the form of targeted early intervention programs. It helps them run supported playgroups in certain environments. It helps them run classes to help people parent. They run an array of services funded under the targeted early intervention program, funded by our department to help strengthen communities and keep families together.
Mm-hmm. Minister, have you considered a formal partnership in terms of with the local Community Services Association, being the peak body, as you mentioned, for neighbourhood and community centres in New South Wales?
Well, we have a partnership in the sense that we fund LCSA as the peak body to provide support to neighbourhood and community centres. I recently attended a roundtable that they hosted, as well as the conference that I went to, where I got to hear from different community centres and neighbourhood centres from across the state about programs that they're delivering, that we are funding, and what's working on the ground. So there's a lot. I feel like there's a lot more.
Yeah.
I will say that there is. I feel like there is more opportunity to be harnessed with neighbourhood and community centres, and the department is having good conversations with LCSA to determine what that might look like going forward.
Yeah, they cite partnerships that are in place, like in Queensland, and the Queensland government reports, that there's the social value of being $4.81 for every dollar they're investing. What's the time frame on New South Wales's discussions with them in terms of a similar partnership?
Well, as I said, we already have a significant partnership, not only with LCSA, but with neighbourhood and community centres across the state, because we fund many of the services that they provide. Yeah. So that's an ongoing arrangement, and we are having continuing conversations about how we best support them in the really important work they do, supporting families in need.
Minister, if I could just touch on disability. The research shows that Australians with disability are twice as likely to be unemployed than their peers without disability, and the unemployment rate for people with disability, is rising. Minister, as the Minister for Disability, just checking what you might be doing in this space.
Great question again, Ms. Merton. It's an area of great passion to me, and also particularly, I've got to mention the Parliamentary Secretary for Disability Inclusion, Liesl Tesh. We are working within government to try to improve the employment of people with disability in public service. We've got a number of programs being led by different agencies, and we've got a lot of work to do when it comes to improving our employment of people with disability. But it's one of our priorities to increase employment. We've got a government commitment that we're delivering on with Get Skilled, and a partnership with Get Skilled Access, which is it's a disability owned and operated organisation founded by founded by Dylan Alcott, and they are assisting us in terms of changing the culture that's needed within public service, so that we can. So more people feel comfortable both applying for positions and also identifying as having a disability within different government agencies. We're also
Minister,
looking.
are there any outcomes? Are we on track? Are we getting results we want?
This is as the former government also found, it's a difficult ship to turn around. But we are also introducing and developing a passport for reasonable support, so that when a person with disability moves sections or moves agencies or departments, that they don't then have to go through and describe their particular needs in a different employment setting. Across government, we've been doing an enormous amount of work to try and improve our culture to attract and retain people with disability into the public service.
Thank you. Minister, if I could look at the out-of-home care and homelessness, Minister, the last estimates, you were asked about the close to 2,500 young people, some as young as 12, who are homeless, sleeping rough or couch surfing. You said, and I quote, "We are working closely with the Minister for Housing and Minister for Homelessness on that particular cohort." Minister, what have you done since last estimates to address this issue?
Again, the safety of children is and the protection of vulnerable children is the priority for our government. One element that we are doing now that wasn't done before, and Ms Check touched on it earlier, is that when children are considered at risk of significant harm, that we are now tracking where they are referred to other agencies, both tracking that referral and then what happens with that referral. Now, this is a key element in understanding when kids aren't in the system yet, where they are going and what supports they have. That's something that we haven't before had visibility on, and it's really important in terms of that particular cohort that you're speaking of, to understand what's in place to ensure that they are safe in their communities.
Thank you. And Minister, further to that, at the last estimates, you said you were working on capturing the data in terms of exiting out of home care to homelessness services. How much has been allocated in the budget to that work?
Well, Ms Merton, we have a very, very large budget for child protection and out of home care. allocate that budget according to need. And in terms of supporting children and making them safe, that is where the bulk of our budget is invested, and our resources go towards ensuring children and young people are safe and that we know where they are, and ensuring that they are safe.
Yeah. And when will the data be made public?
That which particular data, Ms. Merton?
Well, the data specific to my question about capturing the exit of the out of home to the homelessness of this cohort.
I'm not. What
in terms
I
of
want to say
tracking
is,
them, you know, where are they?
Well,
on in that transition.
This is now treading well into the territory of my colleague,
Sure.
Minister
I'll take
Jackson,
it up this afternoon. Yep.
And that she funds youth homelessness services, and there is different data that's captured by her. And so, yes, it might be a question that you can put to her as well.
Thank you. Minister, according to the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, 7,900 children on a care and protection order required assistance for a specialist homelessness services. Of these 226 who required the assistance, Minister, I'm just wanting to ask you again, what are we doing to give these people a safe place to stay?
Sorry, Ms. Merton, I'm not clear of the question yet.
Okay. It was capturing young children in the cohort on a care and protection order requiring assistance for a specialist homelessness services.
Oh, okay.
In terms of those young children, you know, at risk, and I make reference to your colleague and homelessness services, but just in terms of immediately today, what are we? How are we providing a safe place for these young people?
Well, again, that in terms of youth homelessness, it's very much in the remit of the Minister for Homelessness, Rose Jackson. But obviously, she and I work closely together to ensure that where there are intersections between children in out-of-home care and homelessness services, that we have an understanding of where they are and to ensure that they are safe.
Yeah, no, thank you very much.
Minister, can I actually just to clarify, we're talking about, from this report, 2,262 young people who are in out-of-home care who are accessing homelessness services because they've either left the place that they were at, whether they, for whatever reason. I'm asking you, what exactly are you doing to ensure that these people aren't leaving out-of-home care and going into homelessness services? These are kids that are in your responsibility.
Well, Ms McLaren-Jones, what we are doing is ensuring that we know where these kids are, and so that if they are going between one of the services that we have to another service, that we know that they are safe.
So they're going to refuges or sleeping on the streets or couch surfing. How is that keeping them safe? When they should be in, whether it's a foster care, residential care, whatever.
If they are accessing the services and they've been captured in that report, that means that they have. They're accessing homelessness services that are helping
But Minister,
keep them
they're leaving.
safe. And the Secretary.
You are responsible for ensuring that they have a safe place. They are leaving that place and seeking refuge at a homeless service. These are kids as young as 12. These are in your responsibility, and you're saying we're just capturing the data. We're just watching them go.
Absolutely not what I'm saying. I'm saying that we are ensuring that these kids are safe, and the Secretary can
But how are you doing that?
Further
2,262.
If it's important enough to ask the question, it's important enough to hear the answer. The Secretary has some information that he can provide to you.
Know. I'm asking if you know where these young people are. At the last estimates, I asked about those that had left care, that couldn't be necessarily identified where they were living. I'm asking you, of the 2,262 that are leaving your care and going to homeless services or couch surfing, What are you doing? What have you done? Have you
Ms.
asked the question?
Ms. McLaren-Jones, as I said, if it's important enough to ask the question,
I'm asking
it's
if you know,
important enough
Minister.
to hear the answer, and we are ensuring that these children are safe, and the Secretary can provide more information about that.
I'm happy to examine that in more detail this afternoon, but I'm interested to know that you're actually unaware that there are
absolutely.
2,262 young people who are in your care the last 12 months that left.
It is absolutely not the case that I am unaware.
And you're saying it's somebody else's job.
No,
That's
I am
effectively what
absolutely
you're
not.
saying.
There is a dashboard being developed which came out of the Ombudsman's interrogation, the More Than Shelter report, and various processes. The place of capture and measurement is currently being developed through dashboards, and we're working with the Ombudsman's office, as I understand it, in order to allow more precise capture to ensure that we have connectivity between the statutory system and the homelessness reports, which should be made available.
And will that be managed through this portfolio or the portfolio of homelessness?
Both Minister Jackson and Minister Washington met last year on this, and it was agreed that because you've got the statutory child protection system and the homelessness system, that the two systems need to speak to each other.
Thank you.
Ms McLaren-Jones, I know we might be out of time and I'm happy to take this up this afternoon, but just in addition to the Minister and the Secretary's comments, we do have a protocol in place between the department and the homelessness sector, or the youth homelessness sector, and that outlines all of the cohorts you just mentioned, so children by age, children by care status, children who might be at risk of significant harm but not in out-of-home care. And in that protocol outlines our response and our mutual obligations to make sure that those children or care leavers are safe. And we can provide a copy of to the committee if it's helpful, but there's also an escalation process in there if any of the homelessness services feel like they're not getting a response from the department in a way that they should. There's an escalation that comes to me, and providers have reached out to me, and I've been able to make sure that that young person or that child is looked after.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Turning to what I hope will be a more positive discussion, I saw there was a $7.1 million funding included in the budget for a cross-agency disability reform task force. Can you tell us what that is and what it will do?
Thank you for the question, Ms Boyd. It's something that is critical to driving our ambitious reform in disability reform. So the task force has been stood up, being led by the Cabinet Office and the Department of Communities and Justice to drive our ambitious disability reform agenda. It's necessary because, as you would be very well aware, under the previous government there was virtually a complete privatisation of the sector, and with that we lost a lot of capacity within the department when it comes to disability. So we, in a way, are ensuring that we have the capacity within the department to be able to implement, to design and implement the reforms that are before us, both in terms of the Disability Royal Commission recommendations and the NDIS review. Particularly in the NDIS review, I'm going to mention the F word, foundational supports, which I imagine that you are heading towards in terms of questions.
So if we have then this $7.1 million, is this, so this isn't for implementation of the recommendations, this is for, I guess, coordinating and getting to work out what we do next?
Well, it's everything that you said.
Okay.
So why it's really key to have the Cabinet Office involved is because we need reach into all of the different agencies and departments that the Disability Reform, the Disability Royal Commission recommendations go to. This has to be a whole of government piece of work when it comes to acting on and implementing the reforms and the recommendations from the Disability Royal Commission, but similarly, it's inextricably linked with what's happening on the NDIS review and our ongoing conversations across states and territories and the Commonwealth about our shared responsibilities when it comes to NDIS review
So is that
reform as well.
$7.1 million for 1 year or across 4?
It's across 2 years.
Across 2 years?
Yes.
And what does it actually pay for?
Well, it's paying for a team
Okay, so
that is
salaries, yep.
that is doing the work needed to ensure we have the all the stakeholder engagement that we need on implementation.
Yeah.
And I know that you mentioned that the disability community feel like they've already been consulted in terms of the Disability Royal Commission. Agree 100%, but there's also an enormous appetite and importance of ensuring that our disability stakeholder community is part of the implementation.
Oh, absolutely, 100% agree. I think when I was talking, I was saying they were frustrated with the question whether or not you implement the reforms, but if you are implementing a reform, then absolutely they need to be co-designed with people with disability. So how many, if that's the salaries expectation then, so over 2 years, how many people then are going to be working on that?
I will ask Ms Campbell to
Please.
respond to that question.
So in terms of the Cabinet Office, 10 FTE, and for DCJ, 9 FTE over 2 years.
And are they new positions or are
They are new positions.
Yep, brand new people.
Brand new. Well, maybe not brand new people in the public service,
brand new, but brand new, yes. They're not babies.
And whilst I have the opportunity, I want to say that the work that's been done by both the DCJ team and the Cabinet Office team when it comes to responding to the Disability Royal Commission recommendations and the enormously complex and difficult work involved in the NDIS review, it has been a really impressive group that have a leading really important work. And Ms Campbell and her team and her leadership, but also everyone in there. New South Wales has been playing a significant leadership role when it comes to coordinating the states and territories and our responses, so much so that we are now also going to be the state that's coordinating the 6 monthly updates on reporting on our implementation of the Disability Royal Commission recommendations. So we're coordinating all of the states and territories' work on that.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because when I was talking about the criticisms from some of the stakeholders in relation to your response to the Royal Commission recommendations, so I'm sure you will have seen the Physical Disability Council of New South Wales response to your response to the Disability Royal Commission. And in a vast majority of the ones that were noted or said to be supported in principle, what the PDCN said is obviously New South Wales has a real opportunity for leadership here. Given your position, why aren't you advocating more strongly? You could have, instead of said noted, you could have said New South Wales will be pushing for this at a national level or something along those lines, and you didn't. So I guess what was the decision making behind that?
Well, I would say that of the 131 recommendations that were relevant to New South Wales, only 2 were noted, and those 2 were the recommendations that relate to education and the commissioners with their competing, with their different views. So that they are the only 2 that were noted. All the rest that we've got under consideration, or we've got the 95 that are supported in principle, in part, or in full, And as I said earlier, we want to be really clear that this is our initial response. This is going to be an iterative process whereby we continue to understand what the priorities are of the disability community in order to know how best to implement the recommendations. I mean, just by example, like there are some that there just have to be in principle because there are other processes already in place, like the referral of the Anti-Discrimination Act to the New South Wales Law Reform Committee. Like that is something that we can't preempt the outcome of that. So
Sure,
there's
but it was your decision. So
we can't
your decision
accept a recommendation when we have got another process in train in our state.
But yet we do see a lot of examples of where we're still making changes to things even though they've been referred off. It is within your power to say, well, actually, no, we will introduce, for example, a positive obligation on people to not be discriminatory against people with disability. It is within your power, for example, to not exclude private schools from anti-discrimination legislation when it comes to people with disability. You don't need to have referred that off. You have chosen to refer that off. But in the face of a very clear recommendation from the Disability Royal Commission, why do you think that that's a good enough response to just say, well, yeah, we support this in principle subject to some process we've initiated?
Well, because it's a really complex piece of work that needs to be done in terms of the review of that Act.
But yet we've been making ad hoc changes to it in all sorts of places.
Exactly. So it's no longer...
Your government has been.
But it is no longer...
But it's picking and choosing which ones it wants.
And obviously I'm now stepping well into the territory of the Attorney General.
Yeah.
But it is an Act that we know needs review, and it has been referred for review. It's an important piece of work. It's really complex, and it's in the right place to get a better outcome for people with disability.
But what about something like the anti-vilification provisions that appear for every other protected characteristic in the Crimes Act, but not for people with disability? That's something within your power. That's not something that's been reviewed. Been referred across.
Has been as part of the law reform.
Yeah, that's not to do with the Anti-Discrimination Act. That's to do with the Crimes Act. Another piece of legislation we keep changing ad hoc whenever the right-wing media tell us to. These changes are being made to both the Anti-Discrimination Act and the Crimes Act, despite a referral. So it is within your power. Will you change that one?
Well, this is now well and truly into the remit of the Attorney General, and obviously and he will be here tomorrow, and you can ask him similar questions. But obviously we have a very close working relationship with the Attorney General where these matters affect.
But you have to advocate for people with disability.
And doing so on a daily basis amongst all of my colleagues on many fronts.
Right. They're just not listening, maybe.
Thank you. Minister, I just want to turn to some of the detail around the overrepresentation of First Nations children, and I just want to know about the structured decision-making tools, obviously referring to the OMBO report, and I think that identified that we haven't really addressed the issues yet. So I'm just curious, are you aware of the biases presented in the structured decision-making tools?
Yes, Ms Higginson, I am well aware. And again, this was something that came out of the reform forum that I held in August last year with more than 100 Aboriginal stakeholders. Their deep concerns about the risk assessment tools were made very clear to me. And on receiving advice, I've made a decision in terms of the future use of those tools. So where we are at right now, and we have wanted to walk this path with our Aboriginal stakeholders and communities to ensure that any decisions we are making we are working with them. And so we now have, we are about to formalise a partnership with ABSEC and with the ALS to review those tools and for their future use, so that they are much better suited to and address the concerns that have been raised by Aboriginal stakeholders with us. In the interim, whilst that review is undertaken of a future state of those tools, there will be an interim decision-making process put in place to ensure that whilst we are looking at the longer term situation in partnership, that we aren't continuing to work in a system where those biases are present.
So when will the interim approach commence?
I understand that is imminent.
This month.
This month.
This month.
This month.
This month.
And so, with that then, how are or will caseworkers be trained in this new approach? What's the plan there and how, yeah?
I will ask Ms Check to respond to that, but I know that there has been a lot of work undertaken with our caseworkers, and also recognising that they are doing already a lot of work in a really high pressure system. But when I have spoken to caseworkers, they've said that they will feel relief when these tools are turned off. And I just want to clarify that the work that we are doing with ABSEC and ALS is not to review the current tools, but to redesign the tools that we will be using. So I might ask Ms Check just to explain.
Of course, and we can go into more detail this afternoon. So there's a range of activities underway. We've just launched the e-learning modules for the new risk assessment, which is a professional judgment. It removes the actuarial components of the risk assessment. So e-learning that's compulsory for all casework staff, and that's underway. There's a range of what we call lunch and learn sessions, which are opportunities for caseworkers to come in their lunch and ask any questions, do some additional training. And in addition to that, there's a range of guidance material, review or updating of policies and procedures that caseworkers can lean on as part of that.
Are there safety nets built into this in terms of the cultural loads that Aboriginal caseworkers will have to carry? Because I think there's that real fear that we say, oh, here we go, this is how it should be, without actually acknowledging how heavy that load can be.
Oh, it's incredibly heavy, and as a non-Aboriginal person, I can only imagine what Aboriginal staff go through, and walking in two worlds often, because they're often caseworkers or managers, and then they go home to community and cop it from a whole range of different people. So there's a range of things in place. We have recently, and I think we reported on it at the last estimates hearing, introduced what we're calling the safeguarding decision-making panels for Aboriginal children. And that's really about slowing down decision-making as it relates to Aboriginal children. And we have seen a reduction in the number of Aboriginal children coming into care. I'm not saying that's the sole reason why, but certainly we've seen a reduction. There's cultural support for Aboriginal caseworkers, and that entails things like supervision. We are working with our Aboriginal reference group, which is a elected group of Aboriginal staff that come together on a bi-monthly basis, working with them about what cultural group supervision might look like. That's still a work in progress, but we're designing that with them at the moment, and I'm hoping in the next few months we'll have some new initiatives.
So with the introduction of the interim system that will commence this month, does that mean that the scoring on the SARA tool gets discontinued, or does that because that's
it moves from an actuarial tool to one of professional judgment.
Okay, thank you.
And if I can just add, to remove the judgment around family history and dynamics to going to positives such as family strengths and support networks. So it's a more positive view, which we hope, as interim as it is more culturally aligned.
And so this is coming from direct advice from the partnership group and ABSEC and the snake groups. Is that how this has been developed?
If I may answer this, so at least during the time I have been secretary, there has been a constant stream of critique and concern that this was a culturally biased tool, and there would be, Ms Higginson, there would be a complete consensus around that. So in terms of the fix, the need to go interim was just urgent and compelling. However, the place of co-design, Aboriginal Leadership Group the MAP group, ABSEC, and even the ALS. That is work that needs to be done, but there was an urgency, and in a sense, a call was made. A call was made about going interim, but not loading that onto community, because they have long protested and expressed serious concern about the bias. So we're in that period of the interim response. It would be unfair on community to say that this interim phase has been co-designed. It is not.
Right.
It is dealing with a problem
Yep.
as a matter of priority and urgency.
And to be frank, Ms Higginson, once I received the advice about the and the concerns and heard the concerns around bias in the existing tool, I wanted it gone and out of the system as soon as we could. And this has also been an exercise in me understanding how long it takes for system change.
So in terms of...
It's really important, the question you asked around caseworkers and making them ready to be able to apply the new tool, that all takes time, and we have to act carefully on any of these changes to ensure that we aren't increasing risk that there's biases in the decision making.
So are you satisfied, Minister, with the interim system, that is a big positive step forward on the advice of the consensus complaints of the biases and the racism inbuilt in the system, that this will be the first step out? But if your leadership, partnership, Aboriginal groups say there's things that are going wrong still and we need to change those, then that's what the interim system will allow in designing the final or the next steps.
Absolutely, and the interim position will allow us to learn what works going forward and will no doubt inform the discussions and the co-design work that will take time with ABSEC and ALS to determine what those tools look like in the future.
Can I just ask as well, has there 30 seconds, has there been any progress on the appointment of an independent First Nations Children Commissioner?
On the Independent Children's Commissioner, I will say that this is a priority of the MAP group.
Yeah.
I have heard that loud and clear.
Yes, I'm hearing it too.
Yes, and I am wanting to work with them on...
Is there any resistance? What is your resistance at this point for just saying, look, we should be doing this, let's do it now?
The only resistance is... and I should say it's... an open discussion, and it's an ongoing discussion, and it's important to have oversight of a system, particularly when it comes to Aboriginal children and families, but when we are still undergoing significant reform of the system.
But it's a good idea, isn't it, Minister?
The oversight always is imperative in a good functioning system. So what we are undertaking is significant systemic reform. I feel like it's putting the horse before the cart if we are looking at an oversight system before we know before we've landed what the system will look like. So we want those conversations have already started, and they will continue, because it will take time to understand the best oversight mechanism for the new system that we are designing.
Thank you. Over to you, folks.
Thank you very much. Minister, on the 2nd of June 2023, Premier Minns called on government employees to return to the office, calling for a reduction in working from home days. Minister, did you support that?
Yes, Ms Merton.
The Premier also said in-office collaboration was especially important so younger workers could learn from their senior peers. Do you agree?
Yes, Ms Merton.
Minister, what are the benefits of workplace collaboration?
Being able to work together, sharing spaces, sharing purpose, sharing their opportunities and seizing them as we particularly in our department, it's about all working together to seize opportunities for an improved child protection and out-of-home care system, and working together allows us to do that. But I will say that most of the workers in child protection and out-of-home care are field-based, and they are in community, working with families in their homes, and that's you know, whilst we have workers that work in offices as well, the majority are out in the field doing the work, the important work that they do to keep children safe.
Yeah. Thank you. Minister, how did you respond to the Premier's call for public servants to return to the office in June 2023? And further to what you just said, I would say in your department it would be the non-case workers, the operational staff. Yeah, how did you respond?
Well, that was definitely something that the department would have been putting into place. But more importantly, the Secretary can update the committee on what's been done more recently in terms of the recent announcement by the Premier's department as well.
Okay, I'll take that up this afternoon if that's okay. Minister, on the 9th of November 2023, in estimates, you confirmed that no instruction or advice was issued by yourself relevant to the Premier's call for public servants to return to the office and reduce working from home. Do you still stand by that?
Sorry, you're saying, do I stand by what I said?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Minister, Premier Minns issued a memo in August 2024 calling on government employees to work primarily from the office. Did you support that?
Yes, Ms Merton.
Mm-hmm. Minister, what were the details of the memo?
Well, this is something that I know that the Secretary responded to on the same day that the issue was communicated by the Premier's department, and I know that the importance of working together with a shared purpose was communicated directly to as part of the directive from the Premier's department. But I can.
Was there any detail in that memo that might have been as the Minister responsible for? I think the last count was 3,504 operational staff. Was there was there anything in the memo that alerted you as a responsible minister as to how best to respond?
Well, it's a matter for the department to implement, and of course we are undertaking that work and ensuring that our teams are working collaboratively and together in where they are in office spaces. But as I said, primarily our workforce is out in the field doing the important work of keeping kids safe.
Yeah, thank you. So in summary, Minister, there was no statement, there was no memo or no directive issued by yourself to the public servants.
Ms Benton, I don't hold the employer function. The
as
Secretary of the Department
minister,
does. As the
Premier makes a call. He's made it on 2 occasions, and I'm asking you, what action have you taken?
As the responsible minister, I ensured that the Secretary ensured our staff had the information that they needed, which was issued to them on the same day as the Premier's department issued their statement as well. So, as a responsible minister, I ensured
there was no statement, no memo, no directive issued by yourself following 2 calls by the New South Wales Premier for government employees to return to the office and reduce working from home days.
I 100% support the Premier's directions and the information that came from his department across to all public servants, which was clearly communicated, and I ensured was clearly communicated so well.
Does the Minister need to issue a third memo for ministers to follow in the instructions? Put pen to paper. Return to the office. Reduce working from home.
Is there a question there?
The question was, does the Minister need to provide does the Premier need to issue a third statement, a third memo, clarification, reminder, encouragement? Ministers, are you listening?
If what you're implying is that somehow the Department of Communities and Justice staff are unaware or aren't doing what has been asked of them, I strongly refute that suggestion. They were clearly informed. As Minister, I ensured that they were clearly informed, so capably by the Secretary, about
So just step me through
about
how
the
you
new
ensured
working,
that. You
the-
ensured
about their
they
new
were
working
informed. How did you do
relations.
that?
And this was all done through the Premier's
Minister, there was
department.
no memo, no directive, no statement as the responsible minister, but I ensured.
It was reported to me by the Secretary of the actions that he took. If the goal is for our staff to know what their obligations are, that was well communicated and capably communicated and immediately communicated after it was issued by the Premier's department.
Minister, at an earlier estimates meeting, it was also established that working locations in terms of government employees are not monitored or tracked by the department as to whether I'm working in the office, I'm off-site, I'm clients, I'm case. Does that concern you?
Ms Merton, we operate across the state. We've got community service centres operating across the state, and decisions are made about where people are best placed to undertake the important work that they're doing to support communities, support families and support vulnerable children. Everyone across our department understands the importance of the Premier's department message, and particularly in our department where we are having to really roll up our sleeves and work hard to clean up the mess that we were left from the broken child protection system that we inherited.
Minister, it also appeared at an earlier estimates discussion, given the absence of reporting of working locations, that office occupancy was established by observation when I was asking about members of the public reporting to me unoccupied government offices, vacant government offices.
What is the question, Ms Merton?
I'm just saying, in terms of observations were made, occupancy was established by people being present, people appearing to collaborate. There was no data in terms of the working locations of government employees and what office occupation might mean.
I still don't understand if there's a question in there, but I will say that when, as I've already said, a lot of our workers are out in the field, so if people are observing that there aren't people in certain offices, it's not to say that there aren't people doing their jobs, and the most important job that they can be doing is supporting families, supporting vulnerable children in community and often in their own homes.
Minister, members of the public report this looking at value for money. They're the taxpayers. You know, does the government not have an obligation to readjust the office space?
So are you suggesting that we should not have office space for workers that use that office space occasionally in between when they're doing the difficult work of being in the field? I don't understand what you could be
the
possibly
public are asking these questions in terms of the taxpayer and value for money.
Who exactly is talking about seeing office space, observing office
Your
spaces?
Clients of the department. These are reports that have come to us.
Have you shared them with me?
Yes.
Okay.
Minister, it was also established at an earlier estimate.
Seeing those?
It was also established in earlier estimates that there are no agreed working hours for public servants. Now, the experience from this is when you're trying to make contact with a government employee, it's going to be, we don't know the working hours, not sure of the availability, email's the only way to contact them, not sure when you'll get a response, they might be away. Is this good enough?
Ms Merton, I need to understand the context in which you are...
agreed working hours.
In which you were trying to portray our hardworking caseworkers as somehow not being responsive to people and communities and families. What I have seen instead are caseworkers that are dedicated to their jobs, that are determined to get better outcomes for vulnerable children and families. The suggestion that somehow they aren't being responsive, I need more information from you on that. I'm not aware of that coming to me from you, but I will back our public servants, I will back our essential frontline caseworkers every single day.
Yeah. The questions came to you as the responsible minister, just as to what the client experience is. Members of the public are reporting unoccupied government offices. What is the cost? They're reporting, that they never know when they can actually make contact with government employees because there's no set working arrangements in terms of, remote working. I put those to you. I have the highest respect for the caseworkers and the energy and the commitment they give, but just from what the taxpayer experience is, I put that to you as the responsible minister.
Well, I don't believe there's a question in there, but I do refute the attack on public servants that somehow they are not responsive to communities' needs, and particularly our hardworking caseworkers. That wasn't
the question, Minister.
I don't. Well,
it wasn't the question.
Well, I could not understand any question in there. Instead, there's these descriptions that seem to have no basis, in fact. So I'm struggling. All I'm hearing is attack on public service workers and our caseworkers, and I will back them every single day.
Minister, I might just go back to the task force. So it's been established, 7.1 million is being spent on establishing a department task force, is that correct?
This is the Disability Reform Task Force, yes?
Yep, and that'll be to employ more staff within the department, that's correct?
Correct, and in the Cabinet Office as well, working in partnership.
But, just interested to know what level of consultation is planned with the sector, particularly around foundational support, because there's a level of confusion out there. A lot of these providers obviously have to forward plan with staff, with budgets, what services they need to provide at a state level versus NDIS, and I would like to provide clarity to them as to what is actually happening.
Yes, it's a very fluid area at the moment when it comes to foundational supports. And obviously, as you well know, it was a recommendation that came, and a significant recommendation that came out of the NDIS
I'm just
review.
interested in sort of time frame around consultation. If you don't have that yet and the task force is still working on it, I'm fine for you to take that on notice, but just a bit of an idea of time frame specifically,
I just want
rather than background, because we've got the background.
Well, I just want to explain the context that we've got the NDIS review, significant recommendation of foundational supports, which is to set up an ecosystem that sits outside of the NDIS. National Cabinet then agreed in December last year.
Minister, I'm aware of the time frame. When is the sector going to know what's happening? Just a time frame. Is it 6 months, 12 months, 2 years?
The National Cabinet in December last year agreed that we would work across state, territories and Commonwealth to design foundational supports. That is what's currently the parameters.
Okay,
the parameters of
Minister,
foundational
is there
supports.
a time frame? Yes or no?
I don't want to.
Okay,
I don't want to descend into another unedifying to and fro.
Minister,
I'm
just asking a very simple question. The sector would like to know what is the time frame. If you're still working on it, that is the answer.
I would like to provide the answer, Ms McLaren-Jones. If
Please,
you
we've got limited
allow
time.
me the opportunity, important to ask, it's an important the question, it's an important answer I would like to give. So we are now in that stage where we are working out the parameters of foundational supports with the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth, and in partnership with us, we'll be going to consultation about general foundational supports in the next month.
In the next month, thank you very much.
For consultation with stakeholders.
Thank you very much. In the next month. The next question is in relation to wheelchair accessible taxis. Obviously, this has been an ongoing issue for a while, and I'm just interested to know, and looking at your disclosure documents, I think you've had a number of meetings. What is the next steps in relation to that, and will there be any incentives to support the sector?
Well, the work that we've been doing on wheelchair accessible taxis and making them more available across the state was necessary as a result of the deregulation of the taxi industry that occurred under the former government. So what we have seen since the dereg of that industry, we have seen wheelchair accessible taxis leaving the market. And so we've got communities and people with disabilities, particularly in regional areas, that are
That's why I'm
suffering
asking, Minister,
acutely.
is there anything that's being done
And so
that you have planned?
So we have held 4 wheelchair accessible taxi stakeholder forums, 3 in regional areas, and I've done it in partnership with the Minister for Regional Transport, the Minister for Transport,
is an announcement
and the
imminent?
Parliamentary Secretary. And so from those roundtables, the findings from those roundtables are still being pulled together, and we'll be getting advice on those soon.
But do you have a timeframe of when an announcement might be made?
We are still waiting on the outcomes from those important stakeholder forums that we held, and the ministers involved, as I said, in partnership with Minister for Transport, Regional Transport, will be all, and the point-to-point commissioner was also involved in all of this. So we are all working together, and we'll be looking at the outcomes from those stakeholder forums when they're presented to us.
Thank you. Just moving to Disability Inclusion Action Plan, is there any reason why your own department's 2023 22-23 progress report hasn't been released? It's September now, and it hasn't been released.
On disability inclusion action plans, I can say that there's a lot of work being done across government, including for the first time with fire and rescue and police also
Minister,
doing their
I'm referring to the
disability
annual
inclusion
report
action
that should be
plans
released
for the
each year.
first time.
This is not a laughing matter. This is actually reporting on the work that you've done over the last 12 months. It's September and you haven't released last year's report. Why is that?
I'm certainly not laughing about this. I know it's a very
Have you
serious
seen
matter,
your own
and
report?
we will be doing that. I might refer to Ms Campbell to see where we're
I
at
can
on
go
that.
into the detail this afternoon, but why have you not released that report?
Well, what we are actually focusing on is timing for all disability inclusion action plans to come to be aligned in terms of timing. So the first piece of work is the disability
Is it
inclusion
true, Minister, the
plan.
only department that actually has done one is customer service?
Sorry, what was that?
The only department that has actually done a report from last year is customer service. Your own department hasn't. Have you followed up any other department as to why they have not provided you, under the Act, last year's reports?
We are all working together on our disability inclusion action plans and ensuring that the outcomes in those plans are delivered on the ground.
But
in
if you're not tracking
in terms of
year to
reporting
year-
on progress, we are currently undergoing a piece of work where we are trying to align our timing on all of our disability inclusion action plans and in terms of reporting and in terms of rolling them over. But I will ask...
Minister, again I ask you why you have not released your own report
But I will ask...
from last year.
I will ask the department...
Did you ask the department yourself as to why it wasn't done? Minister, have you even asked the department where the report is?
We've been doing...
Yes.
No, I'm asking
I'll
you,
ask Ms Zendel...
Minister, have you ever asked the department since January this year to now, September, where that report is?
Well, I'm trying to understand right now, and I'll ask Ms Dendel...
Minister, I'm asking you if you know what you've done. I'm not asking you... It's a simple question. Has she asked the department for the report?
Refer the question. You well know. The Honourable Natasha
But the
McLaren-Jones continues to interrupt the Minister and both myself as I'm attempting to make a point of order. Paragraph 19 of the Procedural Fairness Resolution is to treat ministers with courtesy at all times. The Minister is trying to refer the question.
So,
asked to be allowed to do so.
Time has expired.
if I might add, that report has been tabled. The 22-23 report, the progress report, has been tabled in Parliament, I'm advised.
Okay, but it hasn't been uploaded onto the website or anything. I'm just pointing out, Minister, that it's not publicly available. I take the word for it
That's
that
a
it
very
was
different
tabled.
question to the one that you asked, Ms
But Minister, I
McLaren-Jones.
asked you in detail about the report. You didn't even know if it existed.
Time now.
You're now saying
A few more
it's been
minutes.
tabled.
That's absolutely incorrect.
Minister,
Thank you. We're here. Minister, I just want to take you back to something that I know you and I have had discussions about in the past, and I know I've asked you about this, but I just want to ask you again, but in light of where we're at now in terms of your responsibility and looking at the reforms and where we are up to. I know that you have, on a number of occasions, acknowledged that separating a child from their family is harmful. Would you consider supporting a bill introducing a presumption of harm to the separation of a child from their family?
Ms Higginson, what I'm really looking forward to is the outcomes from the system review that we have stood up, and to the work that I'm doing with the MAP group, to the work that Mr O'Reilly is doing on the reform division. So we there's a number of pieces of work that will all be coming together towards the end of the year,
So
which will be informing our approach going forward.
Is it fair to say, though, Minister, sorry to interrupt,
Yep.
I know, and I thank you for the answer. Is it fair to say that that's not off the table at this point then, that we are considering all these things, remembering that this was very central to the Families Culture Review and the recommendations of the FIC review? It was a very central, it was a tenet, it was a very important aspect to that review and the findings of that work. So is it fair to say that that concept is not completely off the table at this point?
Well, what I would say is that we are looking at significant changes to legislation, and so we are which will be informed by the work that we're doing with the reform as well, so that it can complement the work that we are doing. But more broadly, the system that we want to see in the future is less complicated. It's simplified to the point where we are keeping more children and families safer together, and where that's not possible, that they're coming into the system and being supported in safe and loving homes.
Thank you. I know, but you know, and I think we both know that this comes from a place of, law setting, reforms, modes of operating, systems, functions, and the building of systems. And we know that these presumptions are important in the terms of, in terms of the way systems operate, in terms of the way courts interpret things. So is it off the table?
Well, I guess going forward with the reform, there is very little that is off the table. We are looking at all options in terms of improving outcomes and seeing more children staying safely home together, particularly when it comes to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children. We want to see more of them supported to stay safely at home, in community, on country, with culture.
And can I just ask, when do you anticipate having legislative reforms brought to the Parliament?
Can I might just defer to Mr Tidball on where we are at in terms of the legislative side.
Can I come back with you, Mr Tidball, later?
Yeah.
And I've just got one question before I hand over for the last 3 minutes in this session with you, Minister. I'm just curious, and I would like the breakdown. If you want to take this on notice, you can, but it's a question about how did you spend, or how are you planning on spending the 224 million of new funding that went to the system and reform, and how much of it will be spent on Aboriginal children and young people and their families?
Well, thanks for the question. The $224 million is an investment into our system to allow us to meet the needs and to do.
Are you able to provide the breakdown
deliver
to First Nations, or is it not that clear?
It isn't something that is it's not a line by line allocation. It's an investment in the system to allow us to do to deliver more programs, as well as continuing to support vulnerable families and children now.
Thank you. And I'll talk to Mr Tipple a bit more about that this afternoon. I know
And
we've
I
got
will
2
say,
minutes to
and
go.
I will just say that that
thank you very
invariably
much. Sorry,
means
we've only
Aboriginal
got a
children
couple
and
of minutes.
families will benefit from the programs that we are delivering.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to follow up on a couple of things from last or previous estimates, particularly around educational plans. I asked about the number of young people enrolled in New South Wales schools that were under your care. I was advised that the data sharing had commenced between the Department of Education and DCJ, and that at the last estimate we were told that the 2023 school data was being cleaned and analysed. Do you have that information now?
I'm pleased to say that that piece of work has been progressing well, and for the first time, we are starting to see the rate of children in out-of-home care that are going into the public school system, because that's the system that we've got visibility on. What it doesn't capture is data in relation to independent or Catholic school
That's
attendance.
okay. I'm interested
So,
in how many young people, what data you have from last year about the number of young people enrolled, but also those suspended.
So what I'm advised is that in the 2023 school year, there were 12,215 school-aged children under my parental responsibility. More than 2 in 3 of these children were enrolled in New South Wales government schools. So that's 70.5%. What that doesn't capture, as I mentioned, is children enrolled in Catholic or independent
I'm
schools
aware of that.
as well.
And of that, how many what was the suspension rate?
That is something that I would have to come back to you with. I'm not sure that we've got that data, but if we have, we can provide it. But I will say that we recognise, and why we are doing this work is because we recognise the importance of ensuring kids' engagement in schooling. Schooling engagement is critical to their
And
to their
that
outcomes.
brings me to my next question, which is of those 12,215 students enrolled, how many had an education plan?
I'll have to take that on notice, I'm afraid. And can I just confirm that the 22-23 DIAP is on DCJ website, so it's available for everyone to see. So that line of questioning, I don't understand where that came from.
Government questions?
Not at this stage, no.
We're very satisfied with the answers.
There being no government questions, Minister, thank you very much for your attendance this morning.
We
I
didn't get any
don't
of
think
that.
there was any questions you took on notice. Am I right in that? Questions on notice? One question on notice, apparently. The Secretary will be in contact with you and your department. Thanks very much for coming, and we will return at 2 o'clock to do it all over again.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the committee.
Thank you.
Okay, we might get started again. Before we start, Ms Mackenzie, could I have you please swear an oath or an affirmation?
Thank you, and hello, committee members. Catherine Mackenzie, I'm the Acting Ageing and Disability Commissioner, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Kinmond.
Stephen Kinmond, Children's Guardian. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll commence with crossbench questions.
Thank you.
Ms Higginson.
Thank you. I would very much like to start with, and I think it's probably you, Mr O'Reilly, but through you, Secretary, you say who should start, but really want to understand the systems reform program. And we heard from the Minister there's a lot of moving parts, but if we could, just for the record, get an update on precisely what's happening in terms of that reform program, the streams, the heads, the categories, and what the timeframes are.
All right. If I may, before handing over to Mr O'Reilly, just assist the committee by explaining one thing, if I may, and that is in terms of the structure with the Reform Division. One of the things during my tenure that I have learnt is that the child protection system and the out-of-home care system around the clock 24/7 deals with families and children in crisis. That constricts the ability of, I believe, the department to reform as it should. And for that reason, the work which Simone checked, the operational work which it runs its course, it's difficult to embed system reform responsibility in that division because of what I've just described, the crisis-driven nature of the work. So the thought of having a separate division with somebody who is well acquainted with both the care as well as, can I say, the youth justice work of the department and the statutory system. It needs a leader, but you really need a separate reform muscle, a divisional reform muscle, and that is what we've established. I could go through the various heads of reform, but I suspect that Paul O'Reilly, if he can deal with that in an integrated way, so dealing with child protection, out-of-home care, ROSH, recommissioning and anything else. So handing over to Mr O'Reilly, if I may.
Thank you.
Okay. The Reform Division has been established, as the Secretary has said, to have a much more focused approach to reform. And there are a number of drivers of that reform, some of which we've discussed a little bit today. But one of the very big obvious drivers is the number of independent reports that are out, some of which are very new and some of which are not. For example, Family as Culture is now 5 years on and work is needed. So the more obvious and recent reports include 2 from the Auditor General, 1 from the Ombudsman, 1 from the Children's Guardian, 1 from the Advocate for Children and Young People. And we know the Ombudsman's working on more reviews as well. We also mentioned earlier today the out-of-home care system review that's looking at the financial settings in the out-of-home care system, and the independent pricing tribunal report will come soon as well. All of those inputs are really important. So the reform plan must respond to every recommendation in all of those reports. It really must. This is our one chance to get the reform right and make it comprehensive. And I accept that's challenging because there are a lot of recommendations and they're not always perfectly aligned. So we need to work with those regulators and independent bodies to make sure that the reform plan adequately responds to those recommendations. But there are other drivers as well. There's feedback from the community. There is our commitment and arguably our failure under closing the gap commitments. Is a massive driver of the reform given the overrepresentation. So the reform plan has to reflect the 4 reform priority areas in closing the gap that government really needs to be better at. For example, sharing decisions. The way we approach reform has to implement better shared decisions. Strengthening ACCOs is a really important part of the reform, and that is one of the priority reform areas in closing the gap. We need to be transforming the institution as well. That is another area of reform in relation to closing the gap that DCJ is committed to and must manifest in this reform. And we must achieve data sovereignty and better data governance for Aboriginal people. So those two big areas, reform drivers, the independent reviews and closing the gap. And then there is the challenges in delivering a very complex set of programs for a very complex set of people, and the financial challenges in doing that effectively and in a way that's sustainable. And so to do all of that, the reform plan has to have a very clear structure, and there's sort of 3 or 4 key areas which I'll take you through, but at a very sort of strategic level, we want the statutory system to be only as big as it needs to be. That is a really important principle of this reform. We don't think that families should be experiencing statutory intervention if they don't need it. And so part of getting this right is ensuring the statutory system is strong and clear and efficient, but the non-statutory support system needs to be more effective as well. Families, we know from the Australian Child Maltreatment Study published last year through the Australian Medical Journal that childhood maltreatment, difficulty in families is widespread, more widespread than we thought. And so we need a less stigmatised system of supports that families can access when they need it. And so we'll be working with other systems across government and the community to improve those supports. And that puts us in a much stronger position around statutory reform. But we mustn't wait for that to happen before we start changing the statutory system. So the first area of statutory reform or pre-statutory reform is around in DCJ, is around the child protection area. And what are the programs that work to keep people out of child protection? It's targeted early intervention, it's family preservation services, and they're being recommissioned currently for new contracts next July. And there's some really careful local planning and consultation around those 2 programs. In the statutory area, we are doing some really important work around that first point of contact when people are reported. And again, if you think about the recommendations in all of those reports, there is a lot of challenge, I suppose, in getting that right. And so this means that the work we do around our prenatal policy, that needs to be, we need a new policy around prenatal intervention and supports. We need a new policy in relation to the triage and allocation of reports. That's going to be really important as well, to make sure that a statutory response is applied where it's needed and a non-statutory response is applied where it's appropriate. An overarching child protection policy framework that will come out of this process needs to be very different to the framework that we have now. And the Minister this morning touched on the importance of partnership in developing that policy. And so we will be working very closely with Aboriginal leaders in the sector, including ABSEC and ALS and others, to ensure that the child protection policy is culturally responsive. And it's a policy and a set of policy frameworks and practices where families start to feel like the system is treating them fairly, and where staff feel like they're being supported in the work that they do, and they have enough resources to do the work they need to do. So that child protection policy is really important, and I think can't really overstate the need for new ideas and leaving everything on the table at this stage, and the potential review of the legislation is connected to that as well.
And so what's the time frame around, what's your kind of forecast for that really important piece?
Well, the really urgent thing is the risk assessment, which we touched on this morning. And so the interim changes to risk assessment to remove those actuarial elements, that commences this month. And we've already started some work around the other policy work. There's a prenatal policy discussion paper that's been out already. And we will be negotiating with our partners, particularly Aboriginal leaders, around how we then structure the rest of the review, whether that's the triage policy, the allocations policy, and the other elements of risk assessment further down the continuum of care. But we really want to start that work in earnest now, and between now and Christmas, we want to have some more information out in the public domain, more discussion papers to be making sure that we're not missing anything from the community in terms of assessing that. And we want to come back in the next 6 to 12 months for discussion with the Minister and others to try and get agreement and consensus around the nature of the changes to the child protection policy framework. There's a lot of feeling, I suppose, in the community about how important this is and how we need to get it right, and that's very understandable. And we need to make sure that the changes we make in child protection set us up for success in other areas too, like restoration and like effective placements. I think it's really important in this complex area to think of it as a system and not just look at these policy questions in isolation, because they genuinely are connected. As we move through this child protection policy area, at the same time, we're working with, is that for me or for?
It is, but you can finish where you're finished.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right,
and
thank
we
you.
can come back. But
Sure.
yeah. Yep.
Sure. The out-of-home care reforms are the next, I guess, work stream in relation to this whole reform plan. And we talked a little bit today about some of the early changes in the out-of-home care reforms, you know, getting back into foster care recruitment, getting back into residential care, developing more sophisticated care models, professional care, intensive care. DCJ is rebuilding its capability in an area where it has lost capability for a number of reasons, but one of those is to try and respond to where there have been gaps in the market so that we are not reliant entirely on external agencies, and so we are less likely to need emergency arrangements. And so there's a large sense of urgency in getting those new models up and running, particularly to meet the Minister's commitment to remove ACAs. And the work that the ACA team has been doing the last 6 to 9 months, I suppose, has been really instructive in helping us decide or think about how we might organise ourselves more effectively to provide better service. So centralising some critical decisions, working more closely with caseworkers and supporting them to stabilise placements so that placements don't break down, trying to work out what's it going to take to hold this placement together. And how can we drive a much stronger focus on restoration. Later in the year, there will be some further work happening on more long-term changes to the out-of-home care plan, a long-term out-of-home care strategy, if you like. That's going to be really important. And that will need to be informed by some of those other reviews that are yet to land, the out-of-home care system review, the IPART review, etc.
Okay, thank you. We might come back. I'll come back when it's
Sure.
back to more. Thank you. And we'll go to Ms Abigail Boyd now.
Thank you. I might start with you, Ms Mackenzie. In previous estimates, the former Commissioner told us about how sort of depressed the funding was for the Commission. I don't think there was a significant increase in the budget. Can you tell us what the funding looks like at the moment and what the funding needs are?
So the funding issues that the former Commissioner, I think, eloquently talked to previously continue for the ADC. So the budget submission that we had that we put up last year was unsuccessful, as has the budget submissions that we've put up every year that we've existed, so for the previous 5 years. So at the moment, we have our baseline budget for the ADC, including the OCV scheme, which is approximately 4.8 million. It's what we had when we started. I think Robert has talked to previously that the budget, the initial kind of indicative budget was much higher than what the ADC ended up with. From my perspective, I appreciate why there weren't many figures at that time that the ADC was being set up to identify what the likely demand was going to be, new agency, new area of adult safeguarding. But 5 years on, we have pretty strong data. We just put out our data from the first 5 years of operation of the ADC, which identifies, just in terms of calls, since the start of the ADC, we've had growth of 66%. In terms of the number of statutory reports, it's twofold increase in the number of reports. It's significant growth that, from our perspective, is positive. There is demand because there's need there, and we've been effective, I think, at getting the message out about the helpline and particularly with service workers about understanding, better identifying abuse, neglect and exploitation and reporting those matters through. But there are significant challenges for us in meeting that demand. So we're highly reliant on DCJ providing top-up funds for us, which obviously also presents significant challenges for DCJ. It's not that they don't have significant need in their critical areas. So for us, those same challenges exist, and we'll be seeking to do that same process again this year to try to resolve them.
So the budget bid, when you put that in, just from a process perspective, does that go to the Minister or does it go directly to the Treasurer?
No, it goes via DCJ.
Yeah,
so,
okay.
yeah.
And how much did you ask for in that?
What we had sought was funding of 14 million over 4 years. That was for to address the baseline budgets of the core kind of ADC work plus the OCV scheme and provide for some growth given the already existing significant demand. So yeah, it was 14 million over 4 years.
Yeah, right. Okay. Thank you. I'll do what I can to try and press for more funding for you, because I agree it's an incredibly important thing. Can I ask just a cheeky one to you, Mr. Kinmond, while you're here, to something has been bothering me. I understand that the working with children checks aren't required to be renewed for certain emergency services people. Is that correct? So if you say you get a job in the police or in the fire service or wherever, and you get your working with children check on day one, are you required to update it over time? Do you know?
Well, I suppose there's two questions as to whether you're required to have a working with children check, and you know, the police are a case in point where they're not required to have a working with children check, because the argument is that there's other checks that are carried out in relation to people who work with police. But there is a requirement at the end of 5 years for the application to be renewed. One of the areas, we've got the upcoming working with children check discussion paper, and one of the areas I think that will be ripe for discussion arising from that paper will be the issue of the coverage of the working with children check system.
Yeah, okay.
You know,
because I understand it doesn't capture the rural fire service at the moment either, that they're not required.
So that there are areas, and it's very important for us to be clear about that. The other problem that we've got here is, you know, I can sit there and do a detailed analysis of what's in and what's out. The question, in fact, I was only reading something on LinkedIn last night, I think it was, where a lawyer was making the point that it's incredibly complicated. And so what we've had over time is, via the regulations, we've adjusted what's in and out. And so we're going to take the opportunity with the review of the Act, and the Minister, I think, will be very supportive of this, to make it clearer in the Act itself who's in and who's out.
Yeah,
because
okay.
it's a source of confusion for many.
And the rationale. I mean, you have a lot of people who are obviously working with children as a sort of instance of what they're doing, and not being required to have working with children's checks.
Absolutely.
Curious.
And of course, the Channel 7 news story of a couple of weeks ago led to some, I think, very useful discussion on that issue. And so it will be an important issue, I think, for us to, well, it is already something that we'll be raising in the paper.
Yeah.
As to, okay, is the community satisfied with where things have landed as to who's in and who isn't?
Yeah, okay. Thank you. And I don't want to leave anyone out, so I'm going to go to you, Ms. Dendall. Can I ask, your position title at the moment, we've got it down here as the Executive Director, Early Intervention Disability Inclusion Strategy. Has that changed? Were you something different in March? Did you have... Yeah.
Yes, it has. So with the standing up of the Homes New South Wales division in the department, some of the functions that related to social housing and homelessness moved over under the Homes New South Wales division.
Okay.
And therefore the portfolios that sat within my remit changed and my title was updated to reflect that.
Okay. There are some wicked rumours that you're going to get additional responsibility given to you, particularly, say, seniors and women and things like that as well. Is that true, or are we staying with just having disability?
Under the title of Early Intervention, Disability and Inclusion.
Mm-hmm.
So I now have the oversight of the Targeted Early Intervention program.
Yeah.
I do have some domestic and family violence functions where they relate to homelessness.
Mm-hmm.
So Women's Refuges and the Core and Cluster program, which has been
Yeah.
under my management pre-Homes New
Okay.
South Wales.
Yeah.
Disability, and I already had the seniors portfolio, so that
Okay.
hasn't changed.
Okay.
And I've also got carers and volunteering.
So, are you the only, I guess, the only person who has disability as sort of in their title? We struggled to find someone else who was responsible within DCJ for disability inclusion.
Yeah. So under my portfolio, it's disability policy, reform and inclusion. So all of the functions that relate to that sit within my directorate.
Yeah.
So the reason that the portfolios that sit within the directorate is because there are really linkages from that sort of early intervention through to
Yeah.
inclusion. So that there's the rationale of the portfolios that
So,
sit
how
there.
many people report to you then?
Across the directorate or
Yeah.
within disability?
Both. So, across the directorate, and then how many are specifically for disability?
Okay. I might have to take it on notice just because it can be a bit fluid in terms of staff onboarding and offboarding, so I don't
Yeah.
want to give an inaccurate figure.
Mm-hmm.
But I can get that within this session just so I know that I've got
That would be
figures
really
current
useful.
as of today.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And were you involved in the response to the Royal Commission that was prepared by the government? Was that something that you were
Yes, I was. So
assisting with?
one of my teams led on coordinating the response to for New South Wales to the Disability Royal Commission. So at the time we'd stood up a Disability Royal Commission task force which had members of represented across all government agencies, and then my team was responsible for collating that. And then we also work really closely with other states and territories and the Commonwealth from a policy perspective and in coordinating the responses for the joint recommendations.
And will you be involved in the group of people who are doing the, whatever it was, the 7.1 million reform piece?
That's correct. So the Disability Reform Task Force that's been established, there's staff that's sitting within the Cabinet Office, and then there's some staff that have come into my area as well to drive that work. So sort of in more historical times, the remit of the work in my space was more around that disability policy and inclusion, with a lot of the resources stepped down sort of when ADAC was dismissed and NDIS was stepped up. And now obviously we've got more of that reform portfolio where we really need to drive the implementation in response to the Disability Royal recommendations and the NDIS review and foundational supports. So that's correct, that team sitting within my area.
That's very useful. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. I might go back to some of the questions around residential care from this morning. I just want to clarify, so when you talk about residential care, you're only referring to ITC care?
The numbers that I provided were
Yeah.
ITC.
So are there any other forms of residential care?
I would, I'm happy to be corrected, Mr O'Reilly, but I would say the Shield program would be strictly residential care, and you will know of that program. That would be the main other one.
Yeah, I'd have, just to be completely thorough, not mislead the committee, I started this role in June, so I'd be very careful to double check that there's no legacy resi care still in the system. I'll check that.
Yep.
So when you refer to resi care, it is all forms of I suppose, residential care. There's no subcategories.
Non-home-like care.
But no subcategories. Okay.
Yeah.
What's the difference between a high-cost emergency accommodation step and residential care?
Yeah, just bear with me for a moment.
And how does the placement differ?
Yeah, sure, I understand the question. Just need a moment. I guess the key difference, I suppose, would be that it's a fee-for-service agreement as opposed to a contracted vacancy in a say an ITC contract.
Okay.
So it's a temporary arrangement for up to 3 months ideally. That's the objective of STEP, although sometimes, as you are aware, they do go for longer than that. but it's really put together for a short period of time on a fee-for-service arrangement because there are no other suitable vacancies.
And then for a ICM, what's the difference between that and a ResiCare model?
Well, again, ICM is temporary. Again, it's up to 3 months, and it's ideally in a house as opposed to a hotel-like environment. Otherwise, it would be an ACA.
Can I add?
Yeah, please
Mr.
do.
O'Reilly?
Yeah.
Just in terms of the interim care model, there are some very real differences between that and ITC or other forms of residential care. So one example is an ICM. Apologies for the use of acronyms, but
as long as it's recorded once.
Yeah, that's right. An ICM is for 9 to 14-year-olds, and for those 9 to 14-year-olds where their child assessment score is a low or moderate need, whereas ITC is for children over 12 typically, and children who have a child assessment score of high. They're both therapeutic models. As Mr. O'Reilly mentioned, the ICM is a short-term option until we can identify either a foster care, returning children home, or a relative or kinship carer for those children. It is for a period initially of up to 12 weeks. There is an option to extend that past the 12 weeks, but we make sure, and Paul's team leads this work, that we have very robust exit plans in place, detailed tasks identified about how we're going to achieve a particular exit plan for a child in one of those arrangements, because the last thing we want is that lack of permanency and children drifting in care, of course.
So from the ICM, they can go to residential care or?
Typically not. Like I said, the
Because of the
ICM
age
is
group.
for low and moderate needs children. And I have to say, I hate describing children in that way, but it is really an emergency placement until we can do the work, or our caseworkers can do the work. Like I said, either trying to get children home or identify a foster carer. And I know everyone on the committee knows this, but while we've had some success finding emergency carers and we've been able to divert children, for that older cohort, it can sometimes be a bit trickier to identify carers who might be able to take children on a bit of a longer term basis.
And what's the, I suppose, the physical placement like for an ICM?
Usually a house, and it's rostered staff, as I understand, and it's delivered by a set of non-government organisation. It's contracted care. I understand from memory, I wasn't directly involved in it, but there was a procurement process that those providers went through and ultimately was successful. It's home-like, and it's not a foster care arrangement, clearly.
And then for STEP, what's the difference between that and ResiCare and ICM?
So STEP is an emergency arrangement for children over 12, typically, with high support needs, and again, delivered by accredited, contracted providers. It, like ICM, is for a period of up to 12 weeks with a possibility of an extension, and detailed exit plans for those children. And often those children, and my colleague can correct me if I'm wrong on this front, but most of those children will transition into an intensive therapeutic care placement. Mm-hmm. And I think the Minister mentioned this morning, we've had some success working with providers to decrease the vacancy rate in our contracted ITC providers, which is great. But sometimes, and to be fair, they need some time to work out placement matching and making sure that they've got suitable arrangements in place. So STEP is like I said, an emergency arrangements until those other arrangements can be made.
And what's the, again, the physical location?
Home. I understand home-like, or houses.
And then also for IPA?
Yeah, IPA is slightly different. So IPA is a fee-for-service arrangement with accredited providers, so they are our PSP providers.
They can care for children across all of the categories that I just mentioned. There are exit plans in place for those children as well, and again, can be going home, can be trying to find a carer, can be moving into other forms of contracted care. Those arrangements, in terms of where those children are, can be a bit of a mix. So some of them are houses, some will be serviced apartments, and we do have this information, and one of my colleagues might have it at hand, but we do have a breakdown of those different arrangements that we can provide the committee if that's helpful as well, in terms of the physical location.
Sorry, I don't need the locations. It was more just the style of...
Sorry, that's what I meant,
Yep.
like whether they're houses or other types of accommodation.
Yeah, that's fine. So, in light of the Minister's announcement this morning around banning of ACAs, the existing other emergency accommodation placements of ICM, STEP and IPA will still exist, which are all emergency placements, ideally for no more than 3 months.
That's my understanding.
I might move to Sherwood program, just to get a better understanding. It might be Mr. Kinmon, but I note that there's notice of conditions in relation to Sherwood to vary what is provided and include a special out-of-home care action plan. And I'm interested to know what that means.
We will impose special conditions on particular agencies. I'll probably have to take that on notice if that's okay. Unfortunately, it's not in my briefing material, so...
Or maybe Ms. Check, you might be able to comment on
the
conditions.
program, I'm just trying to find my note, Ms. McLaren-Jones.
I've just received advice. Sorry, I do apologise. I've just received advice. There's probably the reason why I haven't is that there's no conditions on Sherwood. So,
sorry.
Yeah.
It says here, condition 2 is in relation to 6 monthly thereafter on the progress and review of safety in care mandate and associated policies and procedures to improve practice relating to child protection, allegations against authorised carers, adult household members or staff members.
That's broader than Sherwood, so that is an accreditation condition that applies to all of our designated agencies, with our designated agencies, including Sherwood, but also each of our districts. So we've got 16 districts that are accredited, and their expiry dates are at various times. The safety and care condition, and I'd have to check my notes, it was probably 2 years ago now, after I think it was a monitoring visit from the Children's Guardian, identified some gaps in practice. Some of those gaps included needing to have a robust policy in place that is now in place. We needed to update our assessment tool that caseworkers use to assess those matters, which is now complete, and we're still working through implementation of that. We also implemented a range of training modules for caseworkers to complete and also track the outcomes of those investigations and just generally how many happen and what we can do in response to those findings where they exist.
And that was across all districts?
Yes, and it was imposed in 2021, and the advice that I've received is that that's very close to met, and it's good to see the system work like that, where there were issues that were identified, significant actions taken, we're comfortably satisfied that there's been progress, and we're close to saying, okay, there are other issues we need to move on to.
Yep. It was actually, what I was referring to, was the Special Out-of-Home Care Action Plan, and it's for a number of the districts. So I just wanted to clarify what that was.
So that was separate.
Implementing the action plan.
I don't want to speak on behalf of the Guardian, but that was, my understanding was that was separate to the safety and care work. The Minister mentioned a very small cohort of 11 children who have very significant disabilities and or psychiatric conditions, and through those needs mean, in most cases, the broader service system that we contract is unable
to actually look after those children. So we often access quite specialist disability providers, more often than not, that are NDIS registered providers. And again, we had a few years ago now, and Mr. Kimon could, I'm sure, get the dates for me, but some issues identified, particularly around the entry of children into that category of care. And I think at the time, the numbers of children were in the 40s or even nudging 50 from memory. So there were some practice concerns, and we've since addressed those. There was also, similar to the safety and care work, we had to improve the quality of the advice we were giving to caseworkers so that they knew what the requirements were, and some guidance provided to them as well. So that action plan was in response to the Children's Guardian asking us to prepare that about how we're going to remedy the issues. And I think the numbers, well, it doesn't tell the entire story. To get the numbers from close to 50, and I can get the actual numbers, down to 11, and that's been relatively stable, I think is a pretty good news story.
Yes, I'm happy to confirm that I think the advice I received was that it was around 75. And so, you can have these pockets in the system which need to be identified. So it was around 75. And so, it was a form of residential care that was in operation for very, very high needs kids in these circumstances because of the nature of the service being provided, which is often a specialised health service. It is a special care arrangement. And the Secretary can embark upon. But it needs to be monitored because of the kids. And so, yes, it's an area that was allowed to slip. The numbers were up. We did the work in 2022. The numbers were up around in the 70s. And the numbers, let me confirm the Deputy Secretary's advice, the numbers are down to around 11. And we hope that will continue. And so that's an example of, once again, the spotlight being put on an area, us being very specific about what was required. We built it into the conditions, and the department responded accordingly.
And just to clarify, the Minister said this morning that the specialist out-of-home care model came under the HCEA, not residential care. Are you saying it's
a separate category within the high-cost emergency arrangements?
So it's not residential care?
No, it is residential care. Because it's, as Mr. Kimon mentioned, it's a separate section of the legislation. There's very particular requirements around entering into a special care arrangement, and that's the reason why we keep it separate. And Mr. Kimon touched on the monitoring requirements, which is another reason why we keep it separate. And also we work quite hard, or our caseworkers do, looking to exit those children into a funded option as well.
So to clarify, residential care can be ITC and also the specialist out-of-home care?
It can be.
And are there any other?
So I think we touched on it earlier. Intensive therapeutic care. Yep. Intensive therapeutic care specialist disability. Interim care model. ICM.
Yep.
Some forms of IPA, special out-of-home care.
And so when it's reported, specialist out-of-home care is not reported as a high cost?
No, it is.
But not on the dashboard. It's kept.
My understanding is it's separate on the dashboard, but we can take that on notice and provide that clarification.
Got a couple of minutes. I might, just to follow on from my colleagues' questions around the restructuring, and particularly around ACOs, and Mr O'Reilly mentioned strengthening ACOs. I'm interested to know how much of the out-of-home care budget is allocated to provide that, I suppose, intensive support to ACOs to upskill them, recruit more foster carers, to allow for that transition?
Yeah, so ACOs, my understanding is around 13% of all funded services, DCJ. 13% of the funding goes to ACOs. In addition to that, there is around 10% of the funding for foster care recruitment goes to ABSEC to support ACOs to recruit foster carers, and the department is developing an ACO sector development strategy currently, which will mature hopefully later this year, which will provide more support for ACOs.
And is there I suppose, a line item or an actual budget allocated to that?
Sector support strategy?
No, we're at the moment, in terms of the development of that strategy, we've sort of reprioritised our internal resources. Yeah.
Got a couple of minutes. So just following on from last estimates around the 9 Aboriginal child and family centres, we were advised that there has been funding allocated for the additional 6. And I just wanted to know if the sites for the additional 6 have been identified and when they're likely to be up and running.
So in terms of the sites, I just don't want to say more than I should, then have to correct it. So I might take that on notice, but I may come back by the session. In terms of the remaining centres, the anticipation is that they will be, the actual physical infrastructure will be completed by the end of 2026, but that does not include them being commissioned and operational. That would happen in the following period.
And if I can add to that, so it's 42 million to build 6 new centres between 24 to 26, as the Secretary said. 22.5 million to upgrade the current 9 centres between 2024 and 2026. And the visits to those centres for upgrades has occurred, so they've done some of the scoping. And there's also been an increase in operating funding provided to the centres from 535,000 per centre per annum to 1 million per centre per annum. And that additional funding was provided in 22-23.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I might hand over the last 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. Can I please ask, I'll come back to you, Mr. O'Reilly, if that's okay. Ms. Check, I just want to ask you, you have now overseen child protection in New South Wales for almost 5 years, and in particular the children in the hotels and the alternative care arrangements, and the reports that have come in have been really unbelievable. So the current, and as I understand it, and I put to the Minister earlier, the department is currently being investigated for maladministration, for failure to respond to children at risk of serious harm reports. What responsibility do you take for the failures identified in the department by the Minister, the Ombudsman and the Audit Office?
It's a good question, and certainly one of reflection for me whenever you get those reports where you get that level of critique, and we welcome that critique, and I welcome that critique. We work in, and I lead a operational section that is incredibly complex, and we work, as the Secretary said earlier, with incredibly vulnerable people, sometimes at their worst in their life, that need support. And also a system over many years that has seen significant increases in demand. And up until recently, we had been improving, and I was quite proud of that, but the last couple of years has, I suppose, been disappointing in terms of some of the downturn in our performance data. But it is challenging, and working towards how we improve that and better support our staff in particular, and that in turn should lead to better outcomes for children and young people.
So what happened in the last 2 years while you were overseeing it? How did it slip, and why, and so badly?
There were certainly some things outside of our control and my control. So some of the challenges in the labour market in particular meant that we'd gone from having child protection caseworker numbers that in most locations, and I'm careful in saying that because there's always, for many, many years, been locations where they've been hard to fill, particularly in regional and remote areas. And the labour market meant in the last few years that's been incredibly difficult to achieve or to fill those vacancies, and people often leaving, particularly caseworkers, where they had a better offer on the table, both pay and conditions, or even work-life balance, and some of our exit survey has indicated that. But as the Minister mentioned earlier, we're certainly starting to see some improvements, and there's lots more work to do, but certainly we are hopeful that that is going to turn around, and the data is certainly suggesting that.
Thank you. And so from what you've seen and, you know, what you've overseen, do you really believe that the department is now capable of the reform that the Minister is positing and leading us all to kind of give us some guarantee that things are able to change to the extent that I know clearly Mr O'Reilly is working on, but also I accept what the Secretary said. We are talking in some ways about separate systems as well in terms of the approach to them. What about in your sector where you're saying, in the parts that you're overseeing, that we are dealing with, you know, the most vulnerable children in the whole state?
Yeah, it's again a good question, and I'm working very closely with Mr O'Reilly on the broader reform, because it's not just fixing the statutory system, it's broader than that. So it's everything, as Mr O'Reilly said, from prevention and early intervention right through to children in out-of-home care. So the breadth of the reform is enormous. The Secretary mentioned earlier that the creation of the reform unit means that we can dedicate the time and effort and thinking to what that reform looks like over time. So I'm very confident that we're going to be able to achieve the reform that is desperately needed.
And do you think that you have the trust instilled in you in all of those kind of executive roles across all the teams?
Do you mean in my area?
In your leadership?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask if I can just head to you, Mr Kimman, if I can. Has the Office of the Children's Guardian received an increase in funding beyond indexation over the last 4 years?
I haven't looked over the last 4 years, but I will provide some information in terms of last year or this year's budget. So in terms of this year's budget, the budget papers will show that we received an extra. We were to receive an extra $2 million. That comes from. It's a situation, however, where our appropriations will be at $22.8 million, and that's a reduction from last year of funding, and we're expected to get $37.8 million from the worker screening checks. And so, in total, our situation was in the budget was meant to put us in a position where we were going to be $2 million better off. But there was a reduction in the government funding, but then that was going to be offset by additional revenue of $9 million. So a $7 million reduction in our government funding, but a $9 million increase in revenue. That was the prediction. But, you know, and we knew this was going to happen, unfortunately. We've got an ACIC increase. The Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission has put a $1.8 million on us in terms of an increase. Maybe they saw the increase coming in terms of the Working with Children check and the NDIS worker check fee, so they've increased that. In addition to that, it took a month to introduce the new fee structure, and that 1 month has cost us $700,000. So we're immediately, instead of being $2 million better off, we're immediately $500,000 down in terms of our budget, and in circumstances where the budget estimated that from the Working with Children check and the NDIS worker check fees, we'd be generating this year alone $9 million, and over the forward estimates, we'd be generating $47 million.
Yeah.
And therefore, but we'll only receive of that $47 million, $14 million. So we are in a difficult position. We've got, if I take, for example, the reportable conduct scheme alone, over the last 2 years, the number of notifications that we have received has increased by 51%. And already, year to date, we're up another 50% in terms of reportable conduct notifications. We've got substantially increased numbers of risk assessment work we have to do in the NDIS worker check area. We've got increased risk assessment work in the Working with Children check.
So have
areas.
you got, sorry, can I interrupt there? Have you got increased, have you got full-time equivalent positions that you've increased over the last period, the last few years, to be able to deal with all of this?
We did last year increase the number of temporary staff, but because of our budget position this year, we're facing, off our estimates, if we were to continue those staffing, we'd be looking at about $5 million in the red, right? And so we've then got this difficult decision to make in terms of how we're going to continue to carry out our functions with our existing staffing levels. So we've got, from last year, there was a $3.65 million carry forward where we put in a request to Treasury to allow us to carry forward that $3.65 million, and we've pointed out, as I've said, we lost $700,000 as a result of the fees not being increased until the beginning of August, so that's another $700,000 we're asking for. And then in addition to that, the $1.8 million ACIC fee. If we get those amounts of money, then we're in a situation where we're hoping, without having to reduce our staffing numbers against a background of substantial increase in demand on our services, that we'll be able to keep our head above water for this financial year. And the government, and let me acknowledge this, the government has said to us that what they want from us is a business case moving forward. For example, we have the Child Safe Regulatory Scheme, which has over 30,000 agencies that come under our oversight, but we have yet to receive any ongoing funding commitments in relation to probably the most critical of all of the Royal Commission's recommendations, namely the need for child safe practice to be rolled out across organisations that work with children. And so it is a difficult position that we're in, and we're keen to work with government over the next 12 months to see how we might be able to provide the services that we require. We have risk assessments, for example, that are large numbers of risk assessments where there are large waits by people who are seeking to get an answer one way or the other as to whether they can continue to work with children or continue to work with people with disability, and we have to get that work done.
Thank you. It's a bit dire. It sounds quite dire, realistically, in terms of that, being able to afford the costs of continuing to function. We
assumed, we were asked by government to come up with a revenue proposal, which we did with the
Can
increase.
I just ask about the increase in the cost for Working for Children checks? Was there any expert advice relied on in terms of introducing that? I know that we've had concerns put to us about, what is the appropriateness of increasing fees for, nurses, teachers and the other critical staff. Is that something that you had to grapple with?
It is something that we had to grapple with. It was a request made of us by government to look at that. And I think what one needs to bear in mind is this. The Working with Children check fee had not been increased since 2013. The NDIS worker check fee had not been increased since the time that was introduced about 3 years ago. What would have been preferable, frankly, is to have had an indexation system in place year in, year out. And so That needs to be recognised. The other thing that needs to be recognised is that this has not put New South Wales as an outlier in terms of fees across the country. And so it is important to recognise that the proposal that we put on the table to government concerning the fee increase doesn't put New South Wales as an outlier, and the fee increase is $5 per year, right, for each worker. And so that needs to be borne in mind as well. It's not $125, a lift from $80 to $105 for every year. No, it's over a 5-year period. I'm not wishing to minimise it, but in all the circumstances we thought that was reasonable. Where we got it wrong is, having been given a request to come up with an approach to fund our operations moving forward via looking at the revenue side of things, we assumed that we would not need to go back to government, cap in hand for money. We assumed that that revenue then would be available to us to then build the child safe scheme, then ensure that we carry out timely assessment works in terms of people who are working with disabilities, and in terms of the 500,000 applications that we're processing each year in the Working with Children Check area. To enhance our out-of-home care accreditation and monitoring work, we assumed that we would have those funds available, but that was a false assumption on our part, and it's a lesson learnt for me, can I say.
And so have you made those views known to the government, to the Treasurer, to the Treasury Office?
I'm interested in having a productive relationship with government and with Parliament, but a productive relationship includes putting one's cards on the table, and so we've made it clear in our discussions with government that we're keen to work with them so that we don't end up having a regulatory system that then becomes part of the problem. That's my concern from my decades of involvement in this area. I don't want to be part of the problem.
Thank you. Can I just go to some of the considerations around? I think I addressed it a bit earlier with the Minister, and I think it's for you, Mr. Tibble, and I really am just trying to understand about how we can reconcile the money spend in relation to First Nations children's outcomes. Yes. And I think the Minister, when I asked this morning in terms of the 224 million of new funding that went into the out-of-home care system and reform, and I was asking how much will be spent on Aboriginal children and young people and their families, and the Minister sort of answered, it's too hard to do that. I'm just curious, is it too hard to do that, or is there a way of doing that? And what I'm very interested in kind of understanding is the over-representation of First Nations children. Right. Are we doing the spend commensurate, and how do we have transparency over that?
Thank you. You've started to answer. You've almost started the answer that I was going to give to your question. So, I think the opposite question is not, is a lot being spent on Aboriginal children? It's about the quality of that spend and what that spend is doing. So we know that we have way too many children, a serious misrepresentation, over-representation of Aboriginal children in the child protection system and the out-of-home care system. So if you were to pro-rata that, there would be, of the amount that you specify, there would be a very significant amount of that money being spent on Aboriginal children. But that is not to say that in the system that were fit for purpose and reformed and were in the place where it should be, that money should be spent on the things that is being spent on now, is a thoroughly honest answer to your question. So of that 224 million, some of it is focused on services which have been spoken about this afternoon, yeah. But there also are a number of reforms being stepped through by the Reform Division, and Mr O'Reilly can speak to the items, but there are a number of new things that will be happening. So I think the quantum of money is one thing, but we need to move to a system where we, through partnership with Capo and with community, build the strength of ACCOs and build through co-design a stronger system of care for Aboriginal children, but before we get there, a stronger system of support for Aboriginal families.
So I suppose what I'm trying to also, I hear that and I understand that, but I think that, you know, the stakeholders are really keen to understand, because the Minister talks consistently about we need to know each dollar is spent going to children, good, better outcomes for children. In terms of all of the ACCOs, the First Nations advocates and stakeholders, they want, and rightly, want to understand, you know, how that money is being taken from parts of the system that, say, have been failing those outcomes of decreasing Aboriginal representation in the system, and how they can see that money commensurate to the effort. Is there a way, I'm just trying to understand, and the answer may be no, we don't have a clear line of accounting to see that yet or at this point. But I'm just trying to understand for them how we see that.
Yeah, my response to that question would be that, and I'm happy to be corrected by Mr O'Reilly and others, but we need to move to that system, but there is work to be done to take us to that place. We simply are not there. I think writ large in the reports of the Audit Office and the Ombudsman, there is a pathway that will assist taking us to that place, which is why we, with the work that is being done in the Reform Division, there are a number of reforms that need to happen. In my view, the pathway, as painful as it is actually well developed and articulated in those reports, and that is why we are aligning the response of those reports with our reform program.
So do you think there will be a matrix where we can look at the spends we're making right now through the various programs? There will be a time in the next 12, 24, 36 months where we can actually say,
absolutely.
Right, okay.
But yes, but there is a significant amount of work to be done, but that is the work that has commenced.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And just in terms of that, you know, like, I know it's completely frustrating, but what are we looking at? Actually, if we could just go to that point, Mr O'Reilly, about when we expect, or it might be you, Mr Tibble, when we expect the legislative reforms, because I feel that kind of does put us in a position of understanding timeframes.
All right. Can I talk about the framework? And it's not my job, so that there is discussion within government, and there are relevant parties here, the attorney, there are matters that need to be considered. But in terms of the matters which I think are important, and I think I can faithfully reflect the thinking of the Minister appropriately in making these observations. The first one is that the department should not be reviewing the legislation of which it has been the keeper for the last, 150 years. I think there needs to be a degree of independence in the mechanism for review, point one. Secondly, there needs to be, the department reviewing its own legislation, I think that the proposition which is important is that that's not acceptable. Secondly, there is a need for experts to inform that process. And when I say experts, that then takes us to questions such as voices of young people and the vital place of giving appropriate expression to working closely with community, Capo and other experts, particularly with an eye to culture, because the overrepresentation of Aboriginal children and young people within the system, child protection child protection and out of home care systems, says that we need to be dealing with community differently, and there needs to be involvement. So we need to work out, government needs to determine what form that will take, but there's some of the things which at the moment are considered to be fundamental considerations.
Thank you. I know it's over to my colleagues' time. I feel like we're back on the FIC review. Weren't we here back then, an independent review of the whole system that could have made changes? Anyway, we're back to you guys, I think.
Another 20 or is it a break? 20?
Oh, 20.
No, you're right.
Yeah,
Another
20. Yeah.
That's
break
perfect.
later.
Sorry. Just on that, Mr. Tibble, you referred to, saying that the department shouldn't review its own legislation. I'm just interested to know, how does the final review that's being done, that the Minister announced, the system review, which is a joint review by the DCJ and I think it was one of the assistant police commissioners, how does that fit into all of this? The terms of reference for that review, I believe, are documented and are available. Yep. I would suggest that out of that may come a number of recommendations and findings and commentary which may inform contracting, they may inform auditing requirements, they may inform non-financial reporting requirements, data systems and a whole lot of things. Whether there is specific recommendation that or recommendations which deal with legislation, to be quite honest, I do not know. I don't think strictly that it would be out of scope. What I do think, though, is that I think there comes a point in time where any significant piece of legislation, and the Care Act is no exception, there are, over time, there are amendments and there are tweaks and things which happen. There comes a point at which there needs to be an end-to-end review of that piece of legislation, which looks end-to-end at the family system, primary prevention, the child protection and the out-of-home care system, and there comes a need to just specifically and on an integrated basis in a contemporary way to look at that piece of legislation. So I think there would be a number of inputs into the process of legislative reform, regardless of who does it. The work arising from that review, in theory, could be a part of that. Right. But I don't know whether there will be legislative recommendations or not. And what's the time frame for that review?
The
systems
review, I believe, end of October, it finishes. It will then be considered by government.
And will that be released?
I believe it will be. I think the Minister dealt with that this morning. It's subject to appropriate redaction and other confidentiality compliance requirements.
I might go back to the TEI and Family Pres redesign, and those contracts are up for renewal next year, July next year.
That's correct.
I just wanted to get a better understanding of, I suppose, where you're up to in consultation with the sector and who you've been engaging with on that.
Okay, but I do family preservation. My colleague looks after TEI. Do you want to start with TEI?
I'll start with TEI. So there was an early intervention central council that was established this year, or re-established, to act as sort of the statewide implementation and consultative forum. Districts at the moment are currently finalising their plans in terms of looking at needs, resourcing, those sorts of things. So before the end of 2024, we intend to advise existing TEI and Family Connect services whether they'll be invited to negotiate a new contract. So there's been a lot of work. Obviously, there's the evaluation, which I'm pretty sure is due out shortly, of the TEI, which will go out to providers in the next few weeks. That will tell us about the performance of that particular program. And we do know that the numbers of people in that program, I think, are up to, for the last financial year, about 170,000. So it's a significant increase. And we're obviously looking at the issue around increasing ACCO investment as well, because at the moment, I think in the TEI program, there are about 10% of the funding goes to ACCOs. So we're really wanting to look at how we can significantly increase that, as the Minister mentioned this morning.
So presumably you've identified how much will go into each district and based on need?
Yeah, correct.
Do you have that breakdown available?
No, I don't at this point, but I'm happy to take that on notice. Obviously, it's not yet public,
yep.
And we're certainly waiting to see the plans that come back from the districts to look at how doable some of that will be.
And I suppose, how are you determining how much is allocated to each district?
Based on need, so looking at the demand data, looking at obviously the number of Aboriginal children and young people and families, and that would factor into the modelling, I guess, in terms of the resource allocation model.
And that demand is based on the number that are currently wanting to or accessing TI, or projected. I suppose, how are you projecting the future demand?
Look, I think that program obviously it has a certain bucket that's allocated to it, so we've got to obviously look at it within the $190 odd million that we do have.
And that's over the 4 years? Is 190 million over? Is
192 per annum.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we are doing it within the existing envelope. Historically, I think if you look at how it's been allocated, it tends to have been much more in the metropolitan areas, and what we're wanting to do is make sure we've got good coverage in the regional areas, which have, you know, much more sparse service delivery.
And then you said that providers will be able to, will be invited to tender. Mm-hmm. How are you determining those? Is it based on purely those that are currently operating, or is there an opportunity for new entrants?
I think it's a bit early to tell, and that's why we're doing the district planning to look at, do we have the right number of NGOs, do we have new emerging NGOs, particularly ACCOs, that are ready to deliver services. So it's quite a complicated picture, I guess, but we will get that advice coming back shortly.
Okay. But currently anyone who is providing that has, I suppose, ensure that they've been compliant and reached their expected KPIs, they won't be prevented from applying?
At this point, I probably can't comment on that because, as I mentioned before, we're looking at an envelope of roughly 192 million, and what we're saying is we do need to look at how we cover regional areas as well. So it'll really depend on the feedback we get back from districts shortly.
I suppose, how do you determine preventing a current provider from, what would determine or make, ensure, what would you be looking at to prevent a current provider from being able to apply? What criteria would you be putting?
You'd be looking at their performance, you'd be looking at whether there are any issues, whether they're targeting the right cohorts where we know there's need, those sorts of factors.
And if they ticked all those boxes, they would be allowed to apply?
Assuming we needed those services in that location.
Okay. So yeah, on to the family preservation.
Sure. Family preservation is a slightly smaller budget, 170 million per year, and that funds around 4,500 places a year, but places are fixed term, and so that supports around 12,500 children. And obviously the name preservation, the program is really about trying to keep kids safe at home and keep them out of the statutory system. And so there has been some deep consultation around how to recommission that to get a better impact. There was a discussion paper published a few months ago in April looking at redesigning options. That information has all come back and the department is now working with the peaks on, I guess, some high-level options around what we should do differently. So some of the things under consideration would be how much of the program should be focused on community-based referrals compared to people being diverted directly from the statutory system through reports. That's a really important decision point about how to, I guess, allocate a pretty precious and limited resource. So decisions will need to be made around that. They've not been made yet. And there's also a really important, not just opportunity but obligation to make sure that preservation resources are applied to Aboriginal families effectively. And so in that redesigning conversation, there's been a lot of work done around what a Aboriginal-led preservation model would look like within the program, and so there is an intention to pursue that. And then there's the question, similar to the TEI conversation, about the level of investment for ACOs in the program. It's currently around 10%, and there is an intention to increase that. But I can't tell you what that increase will look like at this stage, but decisions will need to be made fairly soon.
And I suppose what is being done is probably across both programs to actually ensure that ACOs are ready to be able to go to tender. So what is the groundwork that's being done now to support them?
Yeah, well, for family preservation, the discussion paper was very widely distributed and lots of conversations have happened. And certainly the team in my division leading this work is well connected in the community, and ABSEC is a very strong partner in this work with DCJ. And ABSEC, as you know, are the peak, who are incredibly well connected with ACOs. And so in all of the work that they do, and I can't speak for ABSEC, but we do work very closely with them. They're doing a great job of making sure that ACOs who might be interested in this work are aware of what's happening, and we're trying to work alongside ABSEC to do that. It's important to note that whether it's early intervention work, preservation work, and statutory out-of-home care work, it's very different work, and I think that we need to think of ACOs as a diverse cohort of businesses, not a homogenous cohort of businesses. So some ACOs might have a different level of interest in this preventative work than they might have in the care work. So it's it requires a really specific and careful approach to get the engagement right. But we're planning on putting some options to government for decision very soon around those key decision points.
So has there been any funds, again, allocated to actually helping to upskill ACOs? And this is across, I suppose, the whole child protection space, because it's great to have a target of transitioning or saying that these tenders must go to ACOs in certain areas, but unless they've got the skills, the resources and the staff to do it.
Well, again, we need to find funding sources to fund that kind of sector development. It's difficult.
And is that within the existing funding?
Well, that's an important decision. So we have to be careful to get the balance right, because the funding needs to go to preventative casework for families, and so we need to work out how else we can fund sector development work alongside our partners.
I think program specifically, we have allocated some funding, but I would need to take that on notice. There's one program that comes to mind. We might come back on that.
That'd be great. Thank you. So, Mr. O'Reilly, you talked about getting the balance between community referrals as well as through the DCJ pathway. Concerns have been raised that there could be an unintended consequence that could drive up ROSH reports so that families can access services. What's being looked like to, and I understand that it's sort of draft stages, but what is being put in place to prevent that?
Yeah, I'm familiar with those concerns, absolutely. And I can't really talk to what it's going to look like, because those decisions have not yet been taken, but it is certainly part of the consultation process to work out how we deal with that. And it also goes to my earlier comments earlier this afternoon about the broader system reform that needs to take place to support statutory reform. Since Keeping Them Safe many years ago now, we've had a lot of awareness of risk to children and a lot of reporting, and the kind of system we want to shift to broadly beyond statutory care is reporting and supporting, and not just reporting. So that's a much broader question than the family preservation program can respond to, I think. But I am absolutely aware of that concern and the unintended consequence.
And you probably also would then be aware of the concerns raised around the hours of, I think it's 200 hours or between 150 and 250 per family, and the allocation of that time. The concerns that sometimes you need more, sometimes you need less, whereas making that blanket 200 hours could be detrimental to families and children.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't want to underservice. We also don't want to overservice, because that's not helpful either. Yep. Absolutely. Ultimately, this would be stronger if there was more funding available, but we have to work within the budget, within the envelope that we are given. And so that's another decision point that will have to be resolved.
And do you have a time frame for all of this?
Well, the time frame is new contracts are expected in July, so we have to be counting back from that. We really want to be going to market in the next few months.
Okay. I'll go to just a couple of things in relation to reviews and the IPART review, which I understand is due to be released in the interim one in September. Will that be then made public as well? And then the final one's next year, is that correct?
Those timeframes are correct. I would have to get some advice on whether the interim one is to be public or not.
Okay. In relation to the Ombudsman's report, recommendation 6, which is about the 2022 out-of-home care health pathway program, is anyone familiar with that?
Yes.
Oh, there they go. Even Suri's aware. That's great. So I'm interested to know, I suppose, where that's up to, and I'm mindful that it is a joint initiative along with health and also DCJ, but the progress on the implementation of the evaluation recommendations.
Due in December. Due in December.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think it's due in December, Mr. O'Malley
December?
said. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So turning to the disability inclusion action plans, now as indicated this morning, that was tabled in the Parliament. That's the actual action plan. Do you know what date?
The 16th of August, I believe. Is that right, Zoe? Ms Dendel?
And I just want to know what's happened with the More Jobs, More Care. There were 2 evaluations done. One was phase 1, and then that was the Apprenticeship Carers Australia, and then phase 2, which was the Yellowborough Solutions. They conducted it. I understand both were completed last year.
That's my understanding. Yes, the funding finished as well.
The funding's finished.
Yeah.
First of all, in relation to the 2 reports, have they been released?
I'm pretty confident they have, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
And if they haven't been released, can they be released?
I'll take that on notice, but yep.
So, considering that the More Jobs, More Care was actually part of was part of the disability inclusion plan, what's replaced it now? Like what work is being done to upskill the sector?
Just to add, I think before I answer that question, this particular program came about because of COVID, and particularly because there were significant issues getting staff into disability group homes, those sorts of things in New South Wales. So that funding has finished, but there are other initiatives we're looking at in terms of employment options and support options.
And what are those programs?
Zoe, I don't know if you want to talk to that.
Sorry, just confirming that the evaluations report haven't been released, but we can absolutely upload those. In terms of the disability inclusion planning and employment options, so specifically there's a range of initiatives that corporate services in our division are looking at across our department, and then there's also the work that Get Skilled Access are doing across agencies. So there was the 680 K election commitment as well with Get Skilled Access, so the department's working closely with them on that.
Okay. Okay. I've only got a bit of time, but I might just quickly touch on disability housing, which I cover off each year. Just checking how many, at the last estimates we were advised there was 804 homes. What's the current figure?
I'm just getting that for you. I think it's 804 still.
So, perfect. And are all of the, or I suppose, where are they all up to in relation to their contracts Because some operate month by month. Are they all still in that?
I think most of them operate on a month-by-month basis.
And what's the long-term plan for them?
We've started to do some consultation with the sector. So I think, Ms Dendel, we've done a couple of sessions and we've got others planned. Obviously, there's a mix of properties within that. There's the group homes. I think there are 724 group homes, 46 respite, 3 large residential, and a small residential, and there's some undeveloped sites, so just the land. So we're currently assessing those properties and working with the providers to understand what the needs are. So it's still in pretty early days.
And there's no intention of moving them over to Homes New South Wales?
Not at this point. Yep. There are, I think, 12 properties that are owned by Land and well, what is now Homes New South Wales.
Oh, yeah. Homes New South Wales. Yeah. And you said 12?
I'll take that on notice, but I'm pretty confident it's about 12.
And do you know if they're being used for people with disability?
Need to take that on notice. I know a number of the properties that became vacant are now being repurposed for meanwhile use, so that includes women and children escaping domestic and family violence, children in out-of-home care, and I think some for disability as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Do you need another 2.5 minutes? Do you want to share it? Or?
That's fine. Yeah. Just to clarify, on those homes that are being used for children in out-of-home care, what do you mean by that?
In terms of an NGO that may be delivering services, particularly in those high-cost emergency arrangements or even in out-of-home care, because there has been significant issues being able to access rental in New South Wales. So this actually contributes to making sure that those homes are, stable homes for young people. Yeah.
Before I hand over, just to have a better understanding, what is specialised substitute residential care? Is that non-out-of-home care?
Correct, like voluntary out-of-home care it used to be called. Yep. Many moons ago, Mr. Kimond.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yep. I think that's, I'm happy to hand over.
Thank you. I just want to ask one thing, and it is, I realise we've talked about, 10% of funding being allocated to the First Nations and ACO organisations. Given that we are talking about pretty much 50% of children in the system are First Nations children, why are we not allocating 50% of our resources into First Nations specific, early targeting, ACOs and so on? Why do we not have that?
Well, as a reform person, it is absolutely our intention to increase it significantly. That is the intention.
I know, I really appreciate that. So I'm just,
in place to do that.
What is the resistance to just making a decision and going, right, okay, we're pivoting and this is what we're going to do if we genuinely want to deal with the fact that we've got half the kids in the system are First Nations kids, yet they're such a small percentage of the population of New South Wales.
Yeah, absolutely. And we also know that Aboriginal communities and organisations know their communities best. And one of the challenges with this business is decision makers will sometimes see risk and will not see strength, will not see protective factors in families and communities. And we know that ACOs are well placed to do all of that. So there is not just a shallow commitment to do this, but a deep belief in why it's important to do it. That's part of the work. I think there's a few reasons why it's difficult. One of the reasons is that the funding is the pool of funding is fairly fixed, and every decision to move funding to one place causes a disruption in somewhere else, and so we have to understand and manage the disruption that causes. It's not like we can switch it off easily and move it across, and there is not extra funding available to front load that adjustment, which will then allow us to turn it off later. I just think it's difficult to do it at scale. It's very difficult.
But the truth really of all of it is that that's where we should be, and at the moment the system itself is the resistance to actually making that change that we need to in terms of where the money should be spent, because we know, as you say.
Yes, except that I think to say the system itself, I think it oversimplifies the problem. It is a very complex...
I'm not placing judgment on it, I'm just saying it's the system itself that is just in that system of incapacity.
But there's an awful lot of complexity inside that statement of it being the system. It's very complex.
I'm just so cognizant that, the reality is children are suffering because they're not having the resources, and families and communities are suffering, particularly First Nations.
Yeah.
Children's families and communities,
there's
because
an
we're just not
opportunity-
putting the money where
there's
we
an
should be.
If there's an opportunity later to talk more about the reform plan, we can talk about more that we're doing there.
There is, there absolutely is.
Can
Thank
I just
you.
say that
Yes.
when we talk about the system, I would make the point, and your question speaks a statement, and I acknowledge the strength of that statement. What constitutes a system speaks of legislation, it speaks of policies, it speaks of casework practice, it speaks of workforce, it speaks of ACCOs, it speaks of the need for more ACCOs. To get to that place, which I'm sure you'd acknowledge, it's just not about a transfer of dollars. There are a number of other things that need to be developed and reformed to take us to that place effectively.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I hear this, but, you know, in every other sector, if we need to make change, we put the money where we need to make the change and we do it. I'm not the biggest believer in liberal economics and that's the thing, but it's just so strange that in this one sector where we could just do it, there's some resistance to it. I think we've come to time.
I think we have.
We're at a break.
We're on a break, 15 minutes, thank you, and we'll come back at 1:45.
Thank you.
That's good.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Chair.
Starting with crossbench.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Can I just go back to something I asked earlier, just to begin with, about the face-to-face assessment and the measures? I think, Ms Check, you were saying that there have been some changes, perhaps, or I was just trying to understand whether there have been changes in the way we measure face-to-face assessments of children at risk of harm within the system.
Yeah, so the public reporting hasn't changed. So on the caseworker dashboard, it includes, as you would be aware, the number of risk of significant harm reports we receive and the number of face-to-face assessments that are completed. So that, I think I've mentioned this morning, that's where a caseworker physically goes out and meets with a family and the children in that family. Recently, and I think we've mentioned this during previous hearings, we have asked our statistics and economics unit to look at other referrals for children that are reported at Roche as well, and we do have those numbers, but I'll just see if I can find them unless one of my colleagues can quickly. So that's what I was referring to. So it's where there might be, for example, a targeted early intervention service involved, another support service, or other support being provided to families.
Yeah, I've got that data. So for 2022-23, 13% of the children who were reported at Roche but were not seen by a DCJ caseworker received either a targeted early intervention or family preservation service. So that was about 11,290 children and young people. And then approximately 5,630 suspected at Roche are estimated to have received a consultation and or a referral to other support services before the case was closed. What was introduced was a new form and particularly targeted targeted early intervention and family preservation. So we're looking at expanding that to pick up the other service types that a caseworker may have referred a child or a family to another service in that local area.
Okay, all right, thank you. I just want to go quickly to accreditation and the system. My understanding from looking at what we can see in the last few years, Western Sydney in 2021, Nepean Blue Mountains in 2021, Western New South Wales 2022, and now New England 2024 have faced challenges to meet the out-of-home care accreditation requirements. Why do you think that is, and what are we doing to kind of try and make sure this doesn't happen?
The challenges differ in one location to the next. So Western New South Wales, as an example, was impacted by the number of caseworker vacancies at the time, and also the need to better support our caseworkers to deliver the critical services that children in out-of-home care need to receive. Western Sydney was slightly different. There were some failings of some systems that weren't tracking the casework that needed to happen in a way that we could be confident in saying that they had met the standards as set out by the Children's Guardian. So various reasons and different standards impacted. So for some, it might have been one or two standards that needed improvement. For others, it was more substantial. So they varied on that front as well. In terms of what we're doing, we have a very small team that's located centrally that supports districts in the lead up to their accreditation and then during the accreditation process, and we take the learnings from that and try and replicate that across the state. So if we notice a practice issue in one area, we're able to get on the front foot and prevent it from happening, hopefully.
So is it that small team that is ultimately responsible for DCJ meeting the accreditation statewide?
No, it's with every designated agency, and Mr. Kimon can jump in here if I get any of this wrong. Every designated agency has what they call a principal officer under the legislation. In our districts, the Director of Community Services is typically the principal officer, and that principal officer or director community services is the responsible officer and the decision maker for what happens to children. In the case management of DCJ, NGOs have their own principal officer, and that varies, as I understand it, in terms of what position that is an NGO. So we're only responsible for the DCJ managed children.
So when you say we, you mean like is it you who's that kind of responsibility?
No,
finally,
so
it's the each principal officer.
Yeah, it's the principal officer.
Okay,
and there's 16 of those around the state.
That's right. Thank you. Can I just ask about the child story licences? So I have been informed that the department has run out of child story licences. Is that correct?
Not that I'm aware of, but I can take that on notice to check that.
If you could, thank you.
My understanding, Ms Higginson, is everyone that needs access to child story, hence needing a licence, has access. But if there are examples that have come to your attention, I'm more than happy to follow those up.
Okay, thank you. And if you could, if there is in fact a shortage of those, or there's been a run out of those licences, I'm really interested to know, well, what impact has this had on the staff, and how's that shortage being managed, and how did it happen, and who is responsible for that occurring, and what action's been taken?
Like I said, that's not my understanding, but we'll follow it up. I'd be very concerned if anyone that needed child story access didn't have it because of a licensing issue. And if I'd become aware of that issue, I'd be instructing staff to purchase more licences so that we had them. But like I said, I can follow that up.
There is, Ms Higginson, nothing in my briefing indicating that there is a shortage of licences. If there is a perceived issue on a basis that's acceptable to you, if there's information that you have that can help us deal with the issue, we'd be very open to receiving it.
Thank you. I will, very happy to take it up. It's information I've received, so I can qualify that.
More than happy to follow that up.
Thank you. Also, just curious about the New England District's accreditation, and as of May this year, just interested in this conditional accreditation, and it's upon the action plan. So, what actions are detailed in the plan, and what's the department doing to make sure that kind of gets over the line properly?
Yeah, of course. Good question. So you might be aware, and again, Mr. Kimon can detail this probably much better than I can, but the Office of the Children's Guardian with any designated agency will conduct a program of monitoring, and that happens at varying frequencies. So New England had their monitoring visit earlier in the year. We knew that mainly because of some staff vacancies, there were some challenges, so had got on the front foot with that and developed an action plan in preparation for the monitoring visit. When the Office of the Children's Guardian had visited earlier in the year, that was confirmed that we had picked up the right things that needed to be picked up. The action plan covers a whole range of issues, so everything from staffing to practice to learning and development, and some additional support for the district. It was really about 3 of the community services centres in particular, being Glen Innes, Inverell and Moree. There's a number of other community services centres in the New England district that, and again, my colleague here can confirm if this is untrue, but actually had done quite well. So Tamworth CSC, for example, were able to demonstrate good practice, and the same issues we saw, or the Guardian saw in Inverell, Glen and Moree, weren't present in some of the other locations. So we have submitted an action plan formally to the Children's Guardian. They are monitoring us against that action plan. And I can double check this, but I think it's a 6-monthly report that we're required to submit to the Children's Guardian on our progress against that action plan.
Yeah, just to I agree with the sentiments expressed. The only quarterly reports. So the next report is due on. Next report is due on the 28th of September, and I can confirm that the challenge around caseworker numbers and so on if you don't have people or boots on the ground, then there's a challenge then in terms of providing the casework support. So there was a number of the standards, standard 1, 2, 3, 14 and 15, where we've asked for specific information, but the common element, I think, in relation to the failure to comply with the standards in that regard, or one common element, which is probably a more accurate way of putting it, is the whole issue of caseworker numbers. And so it is important. One of the things I'm pleased to see, having come in, as guardian in January of last year, is that what is good is when these problems are identified, people take it very seriously. Agencies take it very, very seriously, and there's been a number of examples I've witnessed of significant improvements over time, and fairly rapid improvement. And the department has demonstrated, in terms of our previous accreditation work, that this is not a window dressing exercise by the department. The department has taken substantial action to address concerns. So it's pleasing to see that aspect of the system works well.
Thank you. Could I just ask you now, Mr. O'Reilly, to talk to the committee and explain about what, in terms of the reforms and the work on closing the gap and our targets and what we're doing specifically, and where you have, if you can, where you have, confidence in the work that is in front of us?
Yeah, sure, thank you. I started talking about the reform plan earlier, and I got up to the out-of-home care program reform, and again, just to recalibrate that, the government will come back later with a long-term plan for changes to out-of-home care. But the next part of the reform plan focuses on restoration of children to their parents, their families, and I talk about that separately to out-of-home care because I think it's a very important piece of work that needs attention. So in addition to DCJ developing its own focused restoration teams, one of the most exciting parts of the reform is the Minister's announcement of an Aboriginal task force for restoration, which was announced some months ago. We're now working with a group of Aboriginal leaders to develop that model and come up with a detailed proposal for the consideration of government, which will be an Aboriginal-led approach to restoration. And that is critically important, I think, to responding to many of the very legitimate complaints that we get from families, from caseworkers, from providers, from some of the oversight bodies as well, about the problem where families become entrenched in the system, particularly over generations. I think that there must be a different approach, and that's what this is all about. At the beginning of my description of the reform plan, I talked about the closing the gap reform priorities. Priority Reform 3 is about transforming institutions, particularly colonial institutions, and an Aboriginal-led approach to restoration is going to be really important to that. And so it's an honour to be working alongside those Aboriginal leaders on that project, and I'm personally involved in it. And we are confident that that will lead to some significant improvements in the way families experience the care system and children maintain contact with families and build their chances of restoration. Of all of the permanency outcome options that are available in the care system, restoration needs more focus. Every child in the system has a right to every chance of restoration where it's safe to do so, and that's an important principle that we have to bring into this reform plan. Another important part of this reform plan is what is DCJ doing to transform, and there is a lot of work that needs to happen there that's planning. And so DCJ needs to be positioned to undertake partnership and co-design, and we are doing a lot of work to do that now, but I and I think my colleagues in the leadership team would probably agree we can be more effective. We need to do more to be better at co-design and partnership. That will then put us in a much better position to do things like proper shared decision making, shared governance, particularly in relation to those decisions about risk and those decisions about protective factors when dealing with families and communities. That is going to require a different way of setting up governance around programs, governance around these reforms, for instance, as well. We'll also probably have some findings coming through the various reviews around governance and commissioning and risk and audit, as the Secretary indicated earlier. That is another opportunity for us to think about what is the best way to make changes in those areas that serves everybody well and serves Aboriginal families well as well. Other changes in DCJ, the district footprint for our operations will need to be redesigned. The way the helpline functions will need to be redesigned to make sure that it's fit for purpose, to make sure that it's set up to partner with Aboriginal communities more effectively. The district structures have been in place for a long time. They haven't changed for a while, and I think this reform is really the best opportunity to redesign those structures around the way that we want to work. Earlier I talked about changing our child risk assessment processes and our child protection policy and our helpline processes. That sets up a different way of operating on the ground, and so the district structures need to reflect that. And where we can build in partnership, shared control in local areas, we should absolutely do that. So that will require some careful co-design with Aboriginal leaders as well. Workforce supports are really important. My colleagues have talked about what is happening, and the Minister also, in terms of supporting the workforce, particularly for Aboriginal staff who are feeling that load. I think that's a really important point to re-emphasise again in the context of the reform plan, and finding out the right mix of cultural supervision and leadership, and finding more Aboriginal people in leadership positions over time will be a really important change as well. In the reports from the Ombudsman and the Audit Office in particular, and in the discussion today, there's evidence and concerns around data capture, around gaps in information about what happens to families. Certainly, it's difficult for DCJ to demonstrate some of the way that it complies with its obligations. That's in the Ombudsman's report, of course. And you were talking earlier, Ms. Higginson, about transparency around expenditure following the dollar for all of our clients, but especially Aboriginal clients. So a much more comprehensive and contemporary system for data capture, monitoring, quality control, evaluation and outcomes and transparency is going to be very important. But in doing that, we must not lose sight of closing the gap priority reform 4, which is around the Indigenous data sovereignty and governance. We must not lose sight of that when we're developing new systems around
Can I
data.
just ask on that, and sorry to interrupt, because this is all, this is the work, isn't it, that we've all been waiting for many people for decades and decades. With the sovereignty and the data capture, is that kind of being pioneered in the sense of, or is there work that you are following, or is that work, is it having to be pioneered now?
It's a bit of all of that.
Nations?
And so in the department, we have the Transforming Aboriginal Outcomes Division, which works alongside my division. We work literally hand in hand every day on all of this work.
I was going to ask that, how that does work
the
actually.
The TAO leader and I work together on all of the work, and people in the TAO, that's a Transforming Aboriginal Outcomes Division, are involved in every single reform project. But inside TAO, there are 2 teams that I want to talk about in this context. One of them is there's a team that looks after data sovereignty alongside FAXIA in DCJ, and they are, I would say, pioneering a lot of the work in terms of the cultural expertise in that work. There's also work happening at the centre of government through the Cabinet Office around a whole of government approach to data sovereignty, so we must connect to that. But absolutely, communities, I think, I don't speak for communities, of course, but what I'm hearing from communities is people are being tired of being talked about and measured and evaluated. So data sovereignty is partly about addressing that as well, and making sure that the decisions about shifting to a more appropriate model of data capture and reporting suits people's needs. And so we look to our CAPO partners for a lot of that. We need to focus on government readiness for that. CAPO's focusing on community readiness, and that all needs to come together for a mature approach to data sovereignty. And in all of that, when that is landed, we are confident that we will be able to see where the dollars are going, and we'll be able to see if they're going to be effective, and we'll have a much improved picture of outcomes for clients addressing the issues the Ombudsman's identified in particular, and the Audit Office as well. And so those principles around data sovereignty are really important. The other team in Teo that I wanted to highlight is the team that focuses on anti-racism capability. I think a really important part of institutional transformation to drive this kind of reform is about addressing the reasons why reform hasn't happened and why it's difficult and why people feel the system is unfair, particularly Aboriginal families. An institution of this size needs to accept that it has a racism issue. I think all institutions of this size are like that, and DCJ is the same. And so we need to be better at the way we respond to incidents of racism, but we need to develop a capability, an anti-racism capability, which is a slightly different thing, I think. And so there's some terrific work happening in the Teo division leading that work, working closely with Aboriginal caseworkers, for example, to understand their experience of working in the system and setting a platform for how we might change that through really strong culturally led evidence. That's a very exciting piece of work, and I see that as a big cornerstone of this reform plan, working in partnership with them so that we can get that right. That experience of Aboriginal staff having complaints of racism dealt with more effectively, that might mean changing HR processes, for example, leadership approaches, leadership capability, but also I think that will translate to a much more culturally responsive and fair service delivery and partnership with ACCOs. But I think we need to make sure we don't understate the importance of that anti-racism work in driving the right reforms.
Opposition?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I could, Mr. Tidball, if I could start with you. In terms of this morning we spoke about the return to the office and workplace arrangements. If I could ask, Mr. Tidball, how many operational staff have returned to the office full time?
I do not know the answer to that question. Yeah. Can I, if I may, can I just provide some context?
Please.
So when the Premier's circular issued on the 5th of August, I subsequently issued a circular to DCJ staff being very clear about the importance of the fundamental proposition that work is principally done in an approved workplace. That, of course, needs to fit with our own policies in the department. We have, dating back to 2021, a flexible work framework, which is the relevant policy. We are in the process at the moment of updating that policy in the context or in the light of the Premier's memo. In terms of numbers of people coming back to the office, I can very accurately say that, well, I can convey the observation to this committee that Six Parramatta Square seems to have a lot more people in it. Over time, we will be able to measure that, and on all the reports I see, we actually do have people coming back to the office. Our challenge is to land that across a number of different workplaces in an appropriate way. We want people to actually want to come to work. DCJ, as was indicated in evidence this morning, has a heavily distributed work force across a number of operational areas, not just in the community service realm, but clearly corrective services, housing, and other areas. Many of our staff have never had the option of working from home. So the idea of large teams of staff coming back into the office, being better coordinated with operational work, being developed within cohesive teams, that is a very attractive option, but we want to make it as attractive as we can. There is a need for us to look to the needs of special groups within that. So the leadership team the week before last met with the Disability Employment Network within DCJ. We're being very careful to make sure that where there are special needs, that we hear those. needs that we respond to those, but I am confident that we are going to see a significant move back into the office, and I believe it will be to the benefit of the organisation. To go to the pointy end of your question, the numbers, the science is not yet quite in, but it increasingly will be over time.
Ms Mertens, could I just add from an operational point of view, because I think you said operational staff. I think it's important just to call out a couple of things. During COVID, our operational staff continued to go to offices, and as the Minister said this morning, they're field-based workers, so they were actually out there in the middle of COVID when there was so much uncertainty, doing the important work that they do. So we never shut an office, with the one exception, which was our child protection helpline. They did, during the lockdown periods, revert to mostly working from home, but they've come back into the office for the majority of the time now as well. So just wanted to call that out because I think it's an important distinction.
And Ms Check, if I could just say that this committee, together with yourself, absolutely recognise the standout service delivery, the resilience, the portability, the mobility that you guys delivered during the COVID, and absolutely. So this does not reflect at all on the record or the willingness or the flexibility of the staff.
No, I understand
it's just
that.
in terms of late, this is what we're hearing.
Yeah.
And I guess my question just would be, how is the department responding to this?
Yeah, absolutely. And I completely understand. I just wanted to make it clear because...
And look, my terminology may not be that accurate when I say operational.
That's okay.
Because really what I'm trying to say is non-case workers, because I appreciate the flexibility they need, and they wouldn't be doing their job if they weren't, if they were in the office the full time.
Yeah, that's right.
So, no, thank you. And Mr Tibble, if I could just come back, and I absolutely, recognise the work and it's not an easy job, this, given the diversity of the service and the makeup of the staff. Is there and I think the latest call from the Premier with the memo was about 3 days a week, he was saying, in the office, in terms of working from the office. How does that, in terms of the current arrangement you have in place, how would that fare with, the 3 days a week in the office?
Look, principally work in an approved office, which are the operative words, workplace or related work site. I would anticipate that needs to be 3 days plus. Having said that, there is a careful process as we update our flexibility framework. We need to do that respectfully and consultatively, which we are. We appreciate and respect that there are people with carer needs. There are patterns of people's lives, and there are unique exigencies in people's lives, notably people with disabilities, where we need to engage with them and listen to them and consult with them, and that is exactly what we're doing, but that does not change the quantitative outcome that we are seeking. We want to see people
And is there a time frame in which you're working towards on this?
The consultation process, I expect to be completed by the end of October. That would then, after the finalisation of the policy, there would be a communication strategy around that. And one of the key things with communicating this is also to get the communications right and engagement, so we actually have people coming back into the office. Yes, there's a requirement, but we also want them back because we believe that working will be better when they are spending more time in the office.
Okay, thank you.
So to answer your question, November plus will be where, in terms of finalisation of the framework, where the rubber really hits the road.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of the community services, in terms of the community services centre and just office locations.
Yes.
And I think you direct this one, Mr. Tibble. Just in terms of, if you could just update me as to where the current CSCs are located?
There are some 78 of them.
Sorry, 78?
78. It
Right,
would be
that's-
a
you don't have to-
Herculean
Shall
lead
go
of
through
the
the
committee's
list.
time for me to read the list, but I'm certainly happy to provide it to the committee. I might do it.
Are there any closures or relocations relating to the 78 that are worth having knowledge of?
There, of course, are relocations that periodically
Yes.
happen. We know that in Lismore there's been a centre just reopened because there was disruption in that community, but there are 78. What I might do is provide to the committee a list of the 78, and if there are any that are subject to changes recently or in the near future, I would be happy to footnote those on that list of the 78.
And in terms of sort of services from the CSCs, could you just recap exactly what's provided from there?
Yeah, I mean, now or on notice?
Just in terms of it provides a working office location
A place
for
for
staff,
clients to visit.
for
very-
caseworkers.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And look, can I just say that despite the respected and necessary critique of the work that DCJ does, one of the things that DCJ can do, which for my part I have a very ardent belief in, is the ability to, with common clients, to really do meaningful work with families. So the co-location of home staff along child protection staff, clearly there are some separations with corrections and the like, or there have been historically, but they are service centres which also provide a place where staff can come together to do to conduct conferences in going about family work and the full range of services, but they are also places where clients and families can visit.
Okay. No, thank you. And if I could move to Mr. O'Reilly, earlier we spoke about Local Community Services Association and recognising some of the important sort of community work they're doing. And I think it was more of in terms of the early intervention, I think it was I was just wondering if I could get an update about where the discussions might be at in terms of the LCSA wanting to form a formal partnership or a agreement with the department.
Yeah, I'd love to answer, but it's not my program.
Oh,
it's Ms.
sorry.
Campbell.
Yes, it's me. At the moment,
Sorry, Ms.
we're
Campbell.
working on with LCSA on a joint sort of protocol. So that's in development at the moment. So
Okay.
I'll be able to report back at the next budget estimates on that.
Okay. Would it be right that New South Wales sort of would be the only state that hasn't sort of formed a partnership with the LCSA?
I'd need to take that on notice.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Yep, all right. Yesterday, the Minister was quoted in the Newcastle Herald as saying that she believed the department should take back control of at-risk children from non-government providers. And the quote is, "I believe that the government's ultimate responsibility cannot be outsourced." I was wondering whether or not there's actually been any work done in relation to how cost effective it is for the department to run an out-of-home care sector versus out of the NGO.
What a great question. I have not, I'm not aware of any modelling that we have done. Can I make the point, if I may, that in terms of the work that's recently been undertaken, for example, with alternate care arrangements and high-cost emergency arrangements, that has predominantly been driven by the desire to get to find alternative placements rather than a relative costing. So we've not been doing relative costing, but what we have been doing is looking at the best human outcome in terms of the statutory obligations of the department. For me as Secretary, where my functions are prescribed in the Care Act, that is the basis and the fundamental setting upon which I proceed. Clearly cost is something which can vary within government provision, and it can vary within non-government provision. Cost is affected by controls and policy and reporting obligations, hence some of the work being undertaken by the Out-of-Home Care Review, but there is no modelling that we've been undertaking of which I have knowledge.
The other question, just in relation to the system reform, is are you, or as part of that design plan, is the NGO sector still a key part of that plan moving forward?
Yeah, we work in partnership with the NGO sector, and we'll continue to work in partnership with the NGO sector.
Just on casework, I understand that the specialist role, which was originally set up to provide support to caseworkers, including consultation, coaching, group supervision, training. Now, I understand, just based on reports, that that role they're now working on alongside caseworkers on the front line. Just wanted to get an understanding of does that mean that the specialist role no longer exists, or is that work on in addition to the role of a specialist caseworker?
The casework specialists have existed for many, many years now, and their responsibilities have changed in that time. So many years ago, as an example, they held a caseload. That changed about 10 years ago to be more of a consultative and coaching role. What we've, in the process of doing, it's important to note that they haven't taken a caseload at this point in time, and I'll explain why. But repointing them to districts, partly because we've got a particular need, as the Minister mentioned this morning, about how do we get to more children or provide more services to children at risk of significant harm. But we've also got a relatively inexperienced caseworker cohort, and the idea is that the casework specialists will have a small caseload of 4 to 5 cases, and they'll work alongside new caseworkers or caseworkers that are completing their caseworker development program to ready them, I suppose, to take a full caseload once they've finished their training. We had some really helpful feedback as part of the caseworker development program evaluation that caseworkers who'd been through that program told us that they didn't always feel comfortable once they'd finished in actually taking a full caseload. So some of the feedback from them themselves has been that that would be helpful if they could carry out tasks. So as much as the cases will be allocated to the specialists, the newer caseworkers, or like I said, the caseworkers completing CDP, will be supporting them in that work. Where we're up to in terms of that transition to them holding a small caseload is we are in a consultation process currently with the Public Service Association. So just over a week ago, the union provided some feedback on how it'll work. So we sent them a project plan of how we were going to implement it and track it over time. And we're just in the process of working through that feedback, and we'll get back to the PSA formally this week. We anticipate that casework specialists will hold probably up to 2 cases, at least for the next couple of months, because we want them to assist in the rollout of the interim risk assessment tool that's coming. So they will still carry out some of the functions they've been carrying out, but at a reduced number. And the final thing is, this is an interim measure, and it'll be evaluated, and we'll make further decisions whether it's permanent or not down the track.
And how many specialist roles are there across the state?
There's 72 being redeployed to districts, but we are retaining, let me just check the number, I think it's 8, could be 9, to continue to do the review work that happens in the Office of the Senior Practitioner. So that's where we might have a request from the Minister, the Secretary, or myself, or another a stakeholder to conduct a review of a particular matter, and they have historically conducted those reviews to extremely high quality. So we wanted to retain that important function. Let me just find that number. Maybe we could take that bit of it on notice, Ms McLaren-Jones, and come back to you, just so I don't waste the committee's time right now.
Just a little bit of time I've got. Just following on from caseworkers and I suppose the vacancy rates, I raised this morning around the far west, where they're up around the 10% mark, and the Nepean Blue Mountain area. I suppose starting with the far west, I understand did you undertake exit surveys of those staff leaving, and what was the finding as to some of the reasons, or have they been deployed to other districts?
So when staff leave, they're offered two things. One is an exit survey, so that's obviously electronic, and the second thing they're offered is a sit-down meeting, usually with the executive district director, to provide feedback as to the reasons that they're leaving and what we might have been able to do differently. There's some consistency regardless of location that caseworkers that are leaving site, they include workload, and in that the complexity of the work that they do with families and not feeling well equipped to do that. A lack of support from managers, and that usually consists of the provision of regular supervision and ongoing training post their caseworker development training. And the third thing is stress related to the work that they do. So they're pretty common across any location. Some of the additional challenges that you'd appreciate, particularly in the far west, but other locations in New South Wales, are access to housing, or just the ability for a person to move from one location to the next. And the final thing is some of the exits are people getting promotions into either internally to higher pay or more senior positions, or outside of the department. So actually that's the other reason cited is pay and conditions as well.
And in relation to the far west, do the majority of those people leave to go to other jobs in other departments or providers, or were they relocated to work in other districts, but within DCJ?
Specific to far west, I'd have to take that on notice and come back to the committee with that information. But I think it's fair to say there's a variety of reasons why people go. I'm not aware of far west caseworkers being redeployed to other locations, but I can absolutely check that.
Where the limitation with exit surveys is that they have their place and they're valuable, but they are after the fact.
Yeah.
The PMES survey is much more live in terms of telling us what is happening now, and that, to my mind, is, and we can go very granular with the analysis of the PMES. I think that's where our focus needs to be, because they're the workers we've got now. Their needs change over time, and the data tends to be fairly current from year to year.
The other initiative, which is relatively new, but I think a good one, and it's a bit more of a glass half full approach than not, and it's called stay interviews. So again, executive district directors sitting down or offering staff the opportunity to meet with the executive district director about, well, what are the reasons why you stay, so that once we've got that intel, we can actually try and build off some of those initiatives. And it's the flip side of why people leave. It's manageable caseloads, it's good support, it's good supervision, all the things that we expect to be delivered but aren't always in a consistent way across the state.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. I might just stick with that. And Mr. Tibble, the reason those exit interviews after the fact are very beneficial, realistically, is because they do often have that more candid
I agree.
View on, and particularly cultural issues within a system. So in that sense, I'm assuming that you weren't saying we don't
Not
take
instead
them
of.
Yeah.
No, but in terms of the workforce now, having lived through a high caseworker vacancy level, which we're just seeing come off, the supports that we provide now and the intelligence that we have about our live workforce now is very important. That's the point I'm making.
You know, naturally, just in the position I sit in, I get to hear from people who have left the system or are in the system and have experienced, you know, and the reality is I've certainly seen things where if I was exiting and I was doing an interview, I'd be pretty brutal about the experience I'd had. And I think that's really valuable. That's how we don't repeat errors and treatment of people, particularly, and I'd be saying particularly people in those regional areas where sometimes the isolation of the experience and in those leadership positions can be really, really gruelling. So
absolutely. Completely agree.
I just wanted to touch on as well, just following on from the last round, with the redeployment of the caseworkers. Have you received staff feedback on the change?
We have.
And what's the sort of what are you hearing?
We have received quite a lot of staff feedback, which is fantastic. People feeling comfortable to present that feedback. We've heard positive things and not so positive things, depending on who the feedback is from. So the feedback generally from caseworkers has been overwhelmingly positive, and they see it as an additional support for them in the field to do really, really complex work, as I know you know. So that's generally been the theme of the feedback from caseworkers and managers. The casework specialists, some of their feedback has been the flip side of that and worried about the change, and particularly from the perspective of the work that they currently do and how will that be maintained or how will that be managed into the future. So we're working through a set of guidelines that addresses that, and again we're going to consult with the PSA on that and actually with our staff, and we think, I can take this on notice, but from our staff I think in total we've received, it was around 180 pieces of feedback, which I think is quite high given the numbers. That's not just from the casework specialists, that's from, like I said, casework staff as well. And I think it's like anything, when you've been doing something the same way for many, many years, doing good work, when we ask you to do something different, like that can take a little bit of getting used to. So my job and the role of the executive district directors is to support our casework specialists through that change.
Thank you. I just want to go back to some of the First Nations factors. And I just wanted to pick up on something, and Mr. Tibble, I don't know if you can provide any insight to this, but the MAP group uses the name partnership, but the Minister interchanges with her description as it being a partnership, advisory. I'm just curious about, you know, the role of that MAP group from your perspective as Secretary and the relationship and how that group sees itself really as...
Thank you. And I have thought, as I ought have, about this a lot. I should say that I think the department is learning how to partner. And can I say, it's taken me some time, speaking honestly, to get my head around how we partner, what it means to meaningfully consult, what co-design means. We need to honour the letter and the spirit of the Closing the Gap agreement, and we need we need the apparatus to do that. Clearly the Teo division, which I think also has had to find its own identity and its own purpose from when it was established. I think there was a vagueness about what it was meant to do, and we've had to walk that journey with community, because the real partnership happens at leadership level. Secretary, deputy secretaries with Capo and the signatories to the Closing the Gap agreement. I would therefore see the MAP group, whatever its name is, as being one very valuable organ that helps us do those things better in the knowledge that we are not going to make progress on the closing the gap outcomes if we do not learn how to work with community. And we have made many mistakes. There have been many times where I think as an agency we have been defensive. We need to build trust, and we need to relate to leaders in the community as equals. I hope, whatever the words are, that the MAP group takes us closer to that place, but we are still working through exactly how it will work, but it is about partnership. It is because many of the decisions made by government are ultimately made by Cabinet and the like. There's a sense in which some of the deliberations of the MAP group do need to be advisory by virtue of the manner in which government works. But there are many things, and Mr O'Reilly's touched, for example, on restoration, elements of the work we're doing around data sovereignty, where we can genuinely work to partner. We're learning how to do that. The MAP group can play a vital role in enabling us to do that way more powerfully as a department, but it's established, but it's still in a very early stage.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I've got a few questions that they're a little bit detailed, but I think they're and so if you need to take some of these on notice, that's fine. But I'm just looking into the. I think we've touched on the specialist support and supervision. So yeah, I've got some in terms of numbers and workers. How many DCJ caseworkers made workers' compensation claims for mental stress or psychological injury? And what were the costs of those claims that you know in the 2021-22 year, 22-23 year, and 23-24?
I would be very reluctant to not take that on notice.
Yeah, I think so. And basically, and I realise some of those claims may not be settled, you know, if they're started. But so those figures, and I'm looking at what was the average period of leave taken per claimant, and really importantly at this point, how many of those were Aboriginal workers? And then I'm just curious about what proportion of those caseworkers returned to, one, caseworker roles within DCJ, or two, other roles within DCJ. And then, and now I'm assuming you might have this figure. What percentage or how many Aboriginal staff within DCJ quit last year?
Happy to take that on notice.
Okay, and also compared to this year, like yes. Whatever, if you can give us absolutely. A breakdown of those 2 years. Thank you. And then, yeah, so I just want to go to the district, the way you were talking about work through the districts. How many of the SDMAC panels are there, and in what districts do they currently work?
They're in every district.
Okay.
I think, Ms Higginson, just can I clarify, I think there's two questions in there.
Yeah.
So one is about the safeguarding decision-making panel for Aboriginal children.
Yep.
So they're in every district, and I think the other panel, correct me if I'm wrong, was the alternate care arrangement panel.
Yeah.
They are also in every district. We can come back with more detail on notice if that's helpful for the committee.
Yeah. Actually, it would be really helpful. I think it would, just to get some, lens on where that work is, and obviously if they're in all districts, they're in all districts.
They're absolutely in every district, and
no, you go. No, I was about to interrupt. I was going to try and be helpful. I was going to say also what I'm interested in is the Aboriginal community representation
That's
on
exactly
those.
what I was
Yeah.
going to
Yeah.
mention. They're at varying stages of bringing Aboriginal external representation into those
There's
panels.
Is it fair to ask, are there some panels that currently still don't have any Aboriginal representation on those
So
panels?
there's our Aboriginal staff are well represented. So part of the terms of reference for the panels is a minimum of 4 Aboriginal DCJ staff.
Yep.
Again, I can provide this on notice, but many of the panels have Aboriginal agencies now participating, which is fantastic. And I know it's an additional impost on those agencies, and I'm very, very grateful for that contribution that they're making. There are other panels that are still, or other districts, I should say, that are still in negotiation with their local communities about their involvement in panels. But like I said, we can provide all of that on notice in quite a bit of detail.
Thank you. Yeah, also quite interested in, the self-determination feature in the establishment of those panels, because
Yeah.
I understand that's, that's work.
It was really interesting. If you could just bear with me for 1 minute, I have sat on a number of panels. I think the secretary has as well. And while we've got some implementation challenges, because they're still new, so people are still getting used to it. But the panel that I attended had community representation on it, and I was blown away at the level of engagement and I suppose confidence that those Aboriginal people, community members, were able to make a contribution. They were listened to and their view taken into consideration. And I genuinely, hand on heart, believe had they not been there, we may have had a different outcome for those children, which may not have been either them living safe at home with supports or, in one particular case, identification of a family member. So it's just a small snippet of some of the work that's happening, but we're still trying to improve that, and community involvement is critical to the success.
I suppose this goes to Mr. O'Reilly's statement about, seeing past the risks and actually seeing the strengths of community, and that's where.
Yeah.
So just on that, and again, just in terms of a bit of detail around that, are you able to provide a number of how many Aboriginal children and their families have actually been discussed at the panels?
Yeah, we can provide that detail.
That would be great. And if I could get the total, but also the breakdown of each district.
Can I just put one caveat on
yes,
it?
Of course.
Because I can hear my colleagues in our Faxia area probably yelling through the screen at the moment. And it'll be about sample size, so we may have to aggregate it up to a total number if the overall number in a district is too small. But leave that with me, we'll work through that and we'll get you the data.
And look, we, just genuinely want to get as accurate a lens, and, if you think you have the best way of explaining that to us, we can deal with that. Thank you. And I think another thing that I am quite interested in, again, at that more granular level, is if in fact, and how many children and their families were discussed in more than one of the panels, if that's a phenomenon. Or
it is, and we have that data available as well.
Great, thank you. And really importantly, going to your point, how many Aboriginal children were not removed as a result of the input and recommendations of the panel?
Yeah, absolutely, we can provide that.
Thank you. Just want to turn to evaluation, and when the department is commissioning the evaluation of Aboriginal-led and design programs, does DCJ engage Aboriginal consultants or organisations to undertake those evaluations?
We very often do. The simple answer, we very often do. I would struggle to quantify that in terms of percentage, but certainly with Aboriginal programs, that would be the intent. I can drill a bit further if you'd like more specificity.
What I would love to also know, if it's okay, Mr. Tibble, and you'll probably get where I'm going with this, is in the absence of an Aboriginal organisation being engaged to do an evaluation, would and does DCJ engage with Aboriginal stakeholders or peaks to design those evaluation frameworks?
Can I give you a very specific example?
Yeah, please do.
For example, the evaluation of Teo at the moment. So we're really interested to see how Teo is configured to really sharply respond to the Closing the Gap agreement and behave in accordance and undertake its work accordingly, we are seeking to engage an Aboriginal consultancy or group to undertake that work, but Teo is working with community in that design so that we get it right. And Ms. Hickinson, can I just quickly supplement my earlier response on the MAP group? What I should have done is gone to the actual authority and documentation. Just on the written word, the MAP group is there to advise the minister. So that just in terms of that, your question about the use of the word advisory, it is to advise the minister.
But it's a partnership group, isn't it? Isn't it the
Ministerial
Minister's
Advisory
Aboriginal
Partnership Group, yes.
Aboriginal Partnership Group?
Yep.
Thank you. Could you provide the number of guardianship orders made for Aboriginal children and young people? I'm happy for you to take it on notice
yes.
if that's easier. And I'm looking for the 21-22 year, the 22-23 year, and the 23-24 year.
I think we actually have it.
Yeah. And I'm very interested about the number of these where the guardians are.
I can do that now. If
Thank you. Yes, please.
Exited to guardianship would be, going back to which year, Ms. Hickinson?
21-22.
179.
Yep.
179 in 2021.
Yep.
21-22, 142.
Yep.
22-23, 114. And preliminary data, underlined preliminary for 23-24,
yep.
97.
Okay. And is the number of, are you able to break down where the number of the guardians are non-Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal and not related to the child?
I do not have that with me. In terms of our ability to do it, I would need to take that on notice.
All right, thank you. If you could, and if that is available, that'd be great. It's non-Aboriginal and not related to the child is what I'm looking for. Thank you. I would love to hear your views on, I've heard a little bit of a criticism at the moment and it's in this sector, about the reforms that are happening, whilst celebrated and welcomed, that some of the reforms start with, positing a discussion paper. That's the kind of pivot to starting the reform. And I know you referred to some of these, Mr. O'Reilly, a few times. I'm just curious about where that comes from. Is that the standard kind of approach to reform at the moment, getting a discussion paper together, putting that down? I know it's a very classic way and a good way of doing reform. In the First Nations space, is that considered, is that something you're looking at? Is it, has it been considered? Has there been input?
It has been considered a few times today, including when the Minister was here. We talked about we're in the process of negotiating a partnership with APSEC and ALS to drive the child protection policy reform. That partnership is not yet in place. It will hopefully be in place soon, and that will be an opportunity to negotiate what is the most appropriate way to get public discussion going, or public input and consultation, community input and consultation into the policy decisions.
Is that a bit of an acknowledgement that maybe a discussion paper might be appropriate for one particular kind of program of reform, but maybe not others?
I think it's an acknowledgement of that, but it's also an acknowledgement of a different way of working.
Yeah.
And so, some community members, and certainly the FIC report, use the term ritualism to describe the way government often works in terms of administration and policy. And that is the traditional way of doing it, and it is a useful way to get information and inform options for decisions for government. But I think that the community would like to see different ways of doing it, to see if that is better. And so we are open to negotiating different ways of consultation with the partnership.
It's exciting to contemplate the incredible ways we can do things differently when we partner with First Nations community, isn't it? It's over to you.
Thank you very much. So I might just start, and happy for this to be taken on notice, just to get, previously we've been provided a breakdown by permanency goal, guardianship, restoration, adoption, long-term care, and the number of exits from out-of-home care for each of these goals, and also by district.
Yeah,
If-
happy to do it. Need to take it on notice.
That's fine. The other one is in relation to the HCEA placements by district. In the past, I've been able to get it ACA, and what I've got here is 2021-22 by district. If I could get that for a breakdown by each of the other HCEAs. This morning, I think it was said that the overall cost for 2023-24 was $357.8 million for HCEA.
Yep.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And do you have the 2022-23 figure?
Yes. I do. Just bear with me for one moment, please. 300 million.
And do you have it broken down by each HCEA for this financial year or last?
Yes, we do have it broken down for 23-24. ACA's 86.3 million, individual placement arrangements 172.1 million, interim care 36.1 million, short-term emergency placement 47.6, special out-of-home care 15.7 million.
Okay, thank you. And do you have the cost of residential care?
I don't have it with me, no.
Could you take that on notice?
Yes, absolutely.
For the 2023-24
Yep,
figure is
will
fine.
do.
Just on to the ACYP report. ACYP report. One of the recommendations was an independent complaints and oversight mechanism. Is that something that's being looked at?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
It was from the ACYP report.
Yes.
And they recommended the implementation of an independent complaints and oversight mechanism to ensure that young people's voices could be heard, independent from, I suppose, department and carers and others. I'm just wondering if that's being looked at.
Yes, complaints more broadly and specifically for young people are absolutely part of the reform agenda.
And
an overhaul of complaint management.
And the complaint process,
Yep.
okay.
Yep.
What is the youngest person in an HCEA at the moment? Or as of 30th of June, whichever dates.
If you'd allow me to do a bit of paper shuffling, I can get you that.
I should try and keep the theme in the same.
Sure. I'll shuffle fast. The youngest person in ACA is... these figures are from the 31st of July.
Yep.
The youngest person is aged 6.
Yep. And what type of care are they in?
Oh, the youngest person in ACA is aged 6. I can give you the age of the youngest person in each of the categories. Is that helpful?
Yep, that'd be great.
Okay. The youngest person in ACA is aged 6 on the 31st of July. The youngest person in IPA is aged 1 at the 31st of July. The youngest person in ICM is aged 4 at the 31st of July. The youngest person in STEP is aged 9 at 31st of July. And the youngest person in special out-of-home care at the 31st of July is aged 4.
Okay. Thank you.
What was IPA, the youngest?
1.
Thank you.
Yep. What is independent living placement? And what's the age range for that?
I can provide some information on that, but might need to come back to you for detail.
Yep.
But it's people who are not living in a funded ITC property. They could be living in different arrangement. They could be living in a care arrangement. Could be living in family. But the services are provided to the child or the young person in the home.
It's directly to the young person?
Yes, but we can come back to you with some advice on the age range.
Okay, thank you.
It's 16.
16 plus.
Over
16 plus.
Thank you.
Moving on to the common risk assessment and management framework in relation to domestic and family violence, and whether or not that is being looked at to be implemented.
Yes, currently that sits under Minister Harrison.
Okay.
So that work is progressing, and we're also looking at the outcomes from other states and territories, particularly in relation to how you factor in children and young people.
And this might also be for next week, but in relation to the Safe and Together training in regards to implementing the Safe and Together training or model of into child protection.
Need to take that one on notice.
Next one. It's been raised with me around if there's any work that's been done from DCJ perspective in relation to approaches to the NDIA to look at or review outcomes of evidence-based pricing for supports.
Yeah, there's currently, and I should just correct the record too, while Zoe works on disability policy, she reports to me, so I'm on a lot of these governance groups.
So I'm looking between both.
I know, it's a bit tricky sometimes. But certainly at the moment, they are looking at, I think they announced last week, an independent review of the pricing through the NDIA, so that work's progressing and led by the Commonwealth.
And do you have a time frame?
No, not at this stage.
Okay. In relation to out-of-home care, I'm just wondering, and this was something I asked previously, just around currently how many young people in out-of-home care are not in their current placements?
I do have that.
And I'm happy for whatever date is available.
The protracted shuffles indicating you might need to take.
Don't worry, I'll have a few to put on notice later.
We do have it, just can't find it.
I'm happy to jump in with another one while Ms Chair's looking for that. In relation to the Child Protection Helpline, do you monitor, I suppose, where the calls are coming from, like the location?
Not the suburb, as I understand it, certainly the reporter type.
Okay.
But I can take that on notice as well, just to double check. My understanding is we don't, currently, the felony doesn't allow you to pinpoint the location, but I can double check that.
How do you monitor the demand if you're not sure where the location is?
We have a range of statistical reports that tell us where reports or phone calls are coming from. And that's over time, it's not in real time.
Yeah.
But like I said, I can take that on notice just to double check that.
Okay.
We are introducing a new to felony system later later next year, and that will have a range of enhanced features, and I understand that's one of them. We could provide some information about that as well.
That'd be great, thank you. Mr Tibble, this morning we talked about some of the data that's been gathered around education and the number of young people who are in out-of-home care that are enrolled. Is work being done around the number that are suspended or, I suppose, not turning up to school?
There has been work undertaken from memory in recent times on that. I would appreciate the opportunity to give you a considered response to that question. It's a really important cohort, and it's a very challenging cohort.
Yeah.
There is, I speak frequently with my colleague, the Secretary of Education, and we share a common interest. Can I please, though, take that on notice?
Yeah, no, that's fine. And I suppose this might be something that we need to take on notice as well, but, and this came through the recent inquiry around young people with disability in schools in New
Yes.
South Wales, where you had one provider, a number of the young people in their care, they were providing education through distant education, which is obviously funded through an education means, but that's not uniform. My question is, are there other providers that are operating like that, where they're providing that service to ensure that the young person is getting some form of education?
Right. I'm sorry, I'll need to take that on notice as well.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Thanks.
Any chance you've got the information on the non-in-placement?
Not at the moment.
That's okay. You can take that on notice. If you could also take on the number at that same point in time, absent over the 24-hour period as well, and then also those that are self-placed, so from the 30th of June or the 31st of
Just the first part of the question, do you mean children that are classified as missing?
Yes.
Yeah, so we do have that number, it's 5.
5. How much of the current budget has been allocated to initiatives to support guardianship and open adoption? Well, it's two different things.
We do not have that with us.
That's.
Are
there any providers that are contracted to provide local adoptions?
I can answer that.
Yes.
No, as of the 1st of July this year.
And what was the decision to, I suppose, remove their funding, and where's that funds been allocated?
There were very few local adoptions. I think it was something like $1 million in funding going to those two agencies. So DCJ also provides that in-house, so it's being done in-house.
Mm-hmm. And does that also mean that additional supports are also provided to families post-adoption, things like that, or is it just purely to facilitate local adoptions?
It was just to do local adoptions. They're still accredited agencies for other programs that DCJ commissions.
Okay. All right. That's under my colleague.
Thank you. I just want to go to, if I can, we're nearly finished, folks. But if I can, in previous budget estimates, when I've questioned the Minister about the implementation of all the recommendations of the FIC report, I think there was, it's fair to say, there was a reluctance of the Minister initially. She was sort of saying, hey, some of those recommendations may no longer be relevant, there may be changes. But I just am curious about what your view, Mr Tipple and Mr O'Reilly leading the reforms. You know, the Audit Office in July, has maintained that we really should be implementing the recommendations of the FIC review. And I just know that it is still such a central voice of all the First Nations, of First Nations leaders and advocates and the peaks in this space. And I know that when I asked earlier about that pivotal central tenet about removing children from families is harmful in terms of a scheme, whether it's, if this is time now to have your views on that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So I talked earlier about the Transforming Aboriginal Outcomes Division, TAO, who work closely with us. TAO lead a process of coordination of monitoring of the FIC recommendations, and they also work with a group of external people, ABSEC, ALS and others, who meet on a regular basis to review progress against those recommendations and try and reach consensus on which ones have been resolved and which ones are close to being resolved, which ones are not. And so that process has been going on and is currently going on. So the work continues. I think the interesting thing about now is the intersection of those recommendations with the other reports. And so in one of the first things I said today talking about the reform plan was the reform plan needs to resolve those. Any recommendations where government has a position of support in all of its variations of support, we need to resolve those recommendations in the reform plan. So they are live recommendations if they've been supported, and we need to deliver on them. So the reform governance process that we're setting up needs to track that as well, leaning on the work that TAO's doing to drive that monitoring with our Aboriginal agency partners. And with those partners, there are 4 areas that the FIC recommendations fall into which really help drive the reforms: strengthening system accountability and oversight. And if you think about the FIC report, it's pretty clear why that's the first one. Like, it's pretty important grouping. The second one is around legislation, and there's been some legislative changes put through already. And as the Minister and Secretary have said, there is likely to be a review of the legislation. Greater investment in early support and keeping families together, and that's been a common theme in a lot of reports. Some reports talk about front-loading the system with supports. Some reports talk about more accessible, less stigmatised supports, and certainly that's what the FIC report talks about as well. And just, I know this is getting repetitive, maybe it's because it's been a long day, but also I think the work we're doing around TEI and family preservation with a commitment to lift ACCO investment in those areas is also responding to that third area. And the fourth area of grouping for these FIC recommendations is about embedding Aboriginal case management policy, which is a really important piece of work, which includes things like implementing the active efforts reforms from legislation a couple of years ago. So those 4 areas really drive the monitoring of FIC recommendations live today.
Can I just supplement
Yes,
that
please.
very quickly? Noting there are 7 recommendations remaining that call for legislative reform. We've spoken about legislative reform, and there'll be a point at which they are subject to further consideration, but also noting that the Ministerial Advisory Partnership Group will be providing further advice in relation to the recommendations.
Okay. Thank you. In terms of the reforms that we saw in 2022 and the active efforts, what would your kind of top line summary be in terms of the implementation of those and the changes and the success or learnings, as we refer to, of those so far? I realise that's probably a really big question.
So there is an evaluation due to take place
this year,
the current
calendar year,
which obviously is a seminal piece of work. I would add to that. I would hope that we are all learning from the things we could have done better, and if we were to, quite frankly, begin this work again, there were probably things which we would do in a refined manner. Our job now is to evaluate and get it as right as we can going forward.
Is there any hunches?
Yeah,
I'm looking to Ms. Check right now. Yeah,
not hunches, actually feedback
real
from
things.
caseworkers. So I know when I've been out over the last few months, remember we're not quite 12 months into the change. The feedback from caseworkers on the ground has been really, really positive about, I suppose, different thinking about how we keep children, all children, but particularly Aboriginal children, safe at home. And there's been some great examples. I know the Minister heard a fantastic example just a few weeks ago in Tamworth that caseworkers feel, I suppose, a renewed sense of purpose, that they can go down some avenues they might not have been at or felt that they couldn't go down before. And we've certainly had some examples, and I see them, and I know the Secretary does as well, where maybe previously we would have brought a baby into care. I just had one yesterday, a newborn baby with an Aboriginal mum, and we've actually plugged in 24/7 support for a period of time to help her with her mothercraft skills and parenting skills, and we're hopeful that that means she can keep her baby and help her to be a mum and you know, like I said, the mothercraft skills and just general parenting. So it's just a really simple example that I don't think would have happened a few years ago. From an implementation point of view, still work to do, and the evaluation, as the Secretary mentioned, will be incredibly important about how we build on the work that's happened already.
And so in terms of that evaluation, is that a report that will be tabled? Is
Yes.
that, yeah. And
once a year for 5 years.
That's right. I think, they were the reforms. Did we move those recommendations in the bill? I can't even remember, but yeah. Okay, that's great. Thank you. And that's a very positive outcome. Again, you know, I say, gosh, isn't it amazing when we introduce the things that First Nations leaders have been asking us to do, that the results are positive?
And I think,
who would have thought?
I know we're running out of time, but I think to some of the conversation earlier, the importance of embedding some of these things in legislation is incredibly important.
Yes.
And provides the framework and guidance for our staff.
Yes.
Not rocket science,
Yeah.
but is helpful that it's embedded in the legislation. And I think the upcoming opportunity potentially for a review of the Care Act will be critical to the service system redesign that we all want to see happen and will happen. So
Yes.
that's exciting, overdue, but exciting.
Thank you. I just want to finish on some more. So in each... I would like to know, in each year from 2019 to 2020 through to the current year, how many times, if any, has the Secretary exercised the power in Section 17 of the Children and Young Persons Care and Protection Act to request provision of a service to a child or young person or their family?
Can I
take it on notice? That's
Thank
fine.
you.
Yeah.
Yes.
And in doing that,
Yes.
I'm interested in the breakdown of the nature of the service requested,
Yes.
how many requests were directed to ACOs,
Yes.
and how many requests were in relation to an Aboriginal child or young person. Thank you. And then I'm just curious, and I don't know if you hold this data, but I'm assuming you do, in each year, the same years, how many times has the Children's Court exercise the power in Section 85? Is that something I should be asking of the Attorney-General, or is that something you hold in terms...
We don't hold that.
To request provision of a restoration service to a child or young person or their family in order to facilitate the safe restoration.
That is strictly an attorney's
It is the
question,
attorney,
so
yeah.
Tomorrow is the day.
Tomorrow is my day. I'm a day ahead, as usual. Great. And then the other one is those provisions, so the Section 17 provision. Has any work been undertaken by DCJ in reviewing these provisions? Is there a role that you're inputting into the review of that legislation, Section 44? Right. The emergency removal powers now. Sorry, I'm all over the place, but the use of the emergency removal powers in Section 43 and 44 under the Young Persons Care and Protection Act. Is there, I understand there's a review of the legislation. Is there input happening from DCJ into that?
Well, the use of emergency removal powers is going to be under review as part of the Child Protection Policy Partnership. Absolutely.
So that's not happened yet? Are we not? I'm just curious, I may be missing where we're up to in the timeline of that.
No, some of the work around prenatal policy has started.
Yep.
But the review of the use of emergency powers needs to happen in the review of child protection policy starting this year.
This year, okay. Yeah. And in doing that, the peaks will be involved in all of that?
Yes, it's the partnership I described earlier with ABSEC and ALS. That's the partnership through which we will do as much of our child protection policy reform as possible, including that.
Okay. I think that's probably... I've got a few more questions just in relation to those removals. I'll just submit those if that's all right. There's not that many. There's just a few looking for those specific numbers on the use of those. So
I'm happy to finish there.
Come to the end? Okay, thank you. All right, thanks very much. At that point, we'll finish. Except that we're waiting now for government questions.
Well, we've got quite a few. Yeah, we might put them on notice.
Thank you.
Double time, okay.
I know everyone's probably itching to get out of here, but can I just circle back to
Please
a
do.
couple of the
Yeah,
questions?
yeah, please, absolutely.
Because I've managed to get the answers. I think Ms McLaren-Jones asked about children away from placement and not in placement. So at the 30th of June 24, 119 away from placement and 234 not in placement. The other question was about the specialists. So we're retaining 8 casework specialists in the Office of the Senior Practitioner to conduct reviews, 72 to districts to hold a caseload and work with our less experienced caseworkers. And then finally, there was a question about child story licences. At any one time, we have between 30 to 50 licences that are available, and that's pretty consistent. We currently have 56 that are available to allocate to any new staff. If there are particular instances where that was an issue, please let me know and I can follow those up, but we do have available licences should they be needed. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, there being no questions from the government. Thank you very much for coming today, and we're all released. Thanks very much.